After traveling through time, I got pregnant with a big shot's child. 3 minutes before the plane crash, Liuhuo got furious and abandoned the novel because of the useless male lead. In the airplane, the flight attendant's panicked voice echoed, and within half a minute, the nose of the plane suddenly plunged downwards, spiraling rapidly into a crash. Ahhhhh. Liuhuo sat up from the kang, her hair disheveled, startling Chen Xiulan. Liuhuo, are you pretending to be some ghost again? Chen Xiulan yanked the blanket off her with a cold voice. Huaidi and Hongxing are already getting engaged, stop dreaming. Liuhuo stared at Mom. The woman wore a grey coarse shirt with dark blue pants, 2 pale blue patches on her knees. Although she had the typical image of a rural woman, her eyes clearly showed calculation and disdain. Huaidi? Hongxing. These names were exactly the ones from the historical novel she had just abandoned. Liuhuo was still dazed. She looked at the calendar on the wall, October 2, 1975. Ignoring the woman's insults, Liuhuo slipped on her shoes and walked to the iron basin rack. She looked into the small mirror embedded there. Her face was still her own, beautiful and delicate, a small palm-sized face. But her eyelids were swollen, indicating that she had not just cried the night away. She swayed weakly, her slender waist giving off a fragile impression like a reed in the wind. As she barely opened her eyes, Liuhuo began to receive the original owner's memories, and everything around her started to feel familiar, as though she had always lived here. But the names she had just heard were only something she saw in the book. The useless male lead in the 1970s had she miraculously transmigrated into the book? The very one she had abandoned midway? Why did she transmigrate into this book and not one of her countless novels about domineering CEOs falling in love with her, or about the richest young lady of the planet and top celebrities dominating the entertainment world? Huaidi, seeing Liuhuo standing before her, swaying weakly, was filled with jealousy. Liuhuo's skin was fair and delicate, her neck porcelain white, and her eyes almond-shaped with cherry lips, her skin tender enough to be pinched. Her black, dense hair carried natural curls, flowing around her soft waist. Her chest was full and round, exuding an innocent yet sexy youthfulness. Even after not eating for 3 days, she was still this beautiful. Jealous, Huaidi maliciously taunted, Hongxing wanted to marry me a long time ago. He's just playing with you. He likes me because I'm hardworking and good at taking care of kids. Liuhuo's voice was hoarse, her shock evident. Is being a stepmother something to be proud of? Is he looking for a second wife or a free nanny? I. Huaidi flushed, stammering, of course, a wife. Chen Xiulan rushed over and said, a nanny is still a nanny. At least he's the deputy director of the county grain and oil store. Although he's a bit older, if Huaidi marries him, we can move to the city and get city food stamps. Liuhuo weakly leaned on the basin rack and muttered, if you're happy with that, go ahead. I'm not interested anymore. Huaidi was stunned. After all this fuss, have you finally come to your senses? Liuhuo asked, do you want me to not come to my senses? She remembered that the original owner never came to terms with things and died on the day of Huaidi's wedding. If it hadn't been for a kind, lame man who wrapped her up and buried her, no one would have known about her death as the body would have rotted away. Huaidi, feeling guilty for stealing love, quickly said, of course, I hope you'll come to your senses. Since Liuhuo hadn't died in the house, Huaidi exchanged a glance with Chen Xiulan and motioned for her to tell Liuhuo the truth. Sitting on the edge of the kang, Chen Xiulan pretended to wipe her eyes and said, actually, you're not our biological child. Huaidi eagerly awaited Liuhuo's collapse. Liuhuo, however, was no longer the same fragile person. She looked at them with a blank expression and curled her lips slightly. She knew they feared the original owner would ruin Huaidi's marriage and wanted to drive her out. The ones who had done the dirty deeds were Huaidi, but it was the original owner who bore the suffering. It was also because the original owner was too confident in her looks, thinking she could control men. Little did she know, Huaidi was even more shameless and climbed into Li Hongxing's bed. Liuhuo didn't need any time to recover. She calmly said, give me my parents' house, and I'll move out immediately. Huaidi was stunned, aren't you shocked? Liuhuo replied, I'm too happy to be shocked. This family wasn't clean in the slightest. Chen Xiulan hurriedly added, they died long ago. Liuhuo whispered, I know they were heroes. The flood killed them, but they saved you. Otherwise, would you have been able to raise me? Chen Xiulan was shocked she hadn't expected Su Liuhuo to know she wasn't her biological child. That secret, could she know about it too? No, it was impossible. Seeing Chen Xiulan hesitate, Su Liuhuo smiled intentionally and said, "You raised me all these years, don't you think it's enough to repay you with a deputy director of a grain and oil store? In the future, the second sister won't worry about food, and the third brother will also have money to find a wife." She quickly changed the topic. "If you don't want me to leave, I'll stay. The second sister is getting engaged, so I could help out with that. I'm familiar with Hongxing, so why not assist them?" No. Chen Xiulan couldn't let her have any contact with Li Hongxing. Her precious son-in-law could never be stolen back by Su Liuhuo. "The keys are over there." Chen Xiulan pointed to the corner of the windowsill, not caring about the late hour and heavy dew. "You leave now. We've been as kind as we can to you. You cannot stay until tomorrow." Years ago, her husband had wanted to strangle Su Liuhuo in her swaddling clothes. Chen Xiulan had just given birth and couldn't bear it, so she had raised Su Liuhuo to this age. Su Liuhuo forced a smile and said, "Forget it, I'm not leaving. Tomorrow, I want to help choose a good match for my brother-in-law." Su Huaidi quickly said, "No need for you to choose. Just leave. We can't keep you here." Chen Xiulan had originally planned to sell Su Liuhuo off for a high price. But Su Liuhuo was lazy, greedy, and had a bad temper, making her notorious in the village. No one wanted a decorative pillow anymore. Plus, Su Liuhuo was too beautiful. Most men were afraid to raise someone else's child. So, the village beauty was still an unmarried woman. Had Su Huaidi not been so shameless, Su Liuhuo would have married into the city and it would have been fitting. But Chen Xiulan couldn't let her adopted daughter have a better life than her own daughter, so she came up with a dirty scheme. Su Liuhuo grabbed the lonely key, which was made of brass and had been there for years without rusting. Su Huaidi whispered to Chen Xiulan, "Mom, calm down. Think about whether there is anything in that room that can be moved. Let us not leave anything for her." Chen Xiulan had already searched the room. She sneered and said, "That broken house leaks wind and rain, only for walls and a broken table. Oh, and a crack in the pickled vegetable jar. That's it. Even your brother doesn't want to store his crickets in there." The mother and daughter stared at Su Liuhuo as she packed her meager belongings, afraid she would cause a scene, not daring to blink. What they didn't know was that Su Liuhuo had no intention of staying in this home where bloodshed would eventually happen. They treated the city official like a treasure, but Su Liuhuo wanted to avoid him. Before leaving, Su Liuhuo turned to Su Huaidi. "Aren't you going to apologize?" Su Huaidi stiffly said, "I didn't do anything wrong. You'll regret it." Without another word, Su Liuhuo walked out. No one noticed that in the dilapidated wooden house, the despised pickled vegetable jar emitted a faint, soft glow from the crack. Chapter 2. In the northern October night, the cold wind had started. Su Liuhuo, wearing a thin summer outfit, shivered as she arrived in front of the old house, hugging her arms. Su Jingwo said that your two families have been poor farmers for 3 generations, and it seems he wasn't lying. Su Liuhuo picked up a wooden stick, and in the pale moonlight, she noticed a spider's web hanging in the corner of the door. After several attempts, she gathered her courage and destroyed it. Su Liuhuo felt a stinging pain in her palm as the splinters of the wooden stick pierced her delicate skin. She stood still, carefully pinching at it with her nails for a long time before finally managing to remove the splinter. She spent a little time standing at the door, then turned around to close it, only to see a shadow flash outside the broken courtyard wall. Su Liuhuo. She quickly secured the door with a bolt and hung an iron lock on it. Turning back, it was pitch dark and eerily quiet, which made her swallow nervously. She muttered, "Ghosts and spirits shouldn't be in a period piece. If they were, they'd be caught as evil spirits. Please, no rats, no bats, no cockroaches. I can't handle it." The wooden house was small, with only a kitchen and a kang-heated brick bed. Other miscellaneous items were piled up in the yard, most of which had already been stolen. The only 2 small window panes had been broken, but thankfully, the wooden window covers could still be fastened from the inside. She pinched her nose and swept the kang, only to find it surprisingly clean, as though someone had cleaned it beforehand. She felt the kang mat with her hand in the dark, finding it intact and still warm to the touch. The night was deep, the dew thick, and her body was weak. Su Liuhuo, afraid, curled up by the wall, gradually warming up as she fell asleep. Liuhuo, Liuhuo? Liuhuo suddenly woke from her dream, a sliver of daylight streaming through the window crack. Having spent the night alone in the dilapidated wooden house, Liuhuo patted her chest, feeling a sense of strength. She had expected to be unable to sleep, but she had actually slept quite soundly. Heh! Outside, someone was continuously calling her name. Liuhuo adjusted her hair, slid on her shoes, took a simple look around the king room, and then walked to the door and asked, "Who's looking for me?" The two young men outside eagerly responded, "How about I take you to the park to see peacocks? Free ride." The other man said, "I'll come over to hang out with you. If you're hungry, I've brought some cakes." Liuhuo, cakes? What cakes? You all seem to be very sick. Though she said that, she already guessed who the two people outside were. She opened the door and looked at Zhang Hu, who was offering to take her to see peacocks, and said, "How are we going to see peacocks?" "Like last time, when you were sent back like a vagrant." Then, to the fat guy holding the sweet potato flatbread, she said, "Don't be lazy with me, at least you're a middle school student, and your dad is counting on you to inherit his great job as the grain warehouse manager in Xieba village." Zhang Hu and the fat guy were just a burden to Liuhuo, and she really disliked untidy men. To put it bluntly, they were stinky men. She came from a good family, pampered and accustomed to higher standards in both environment and people compared to the locals. Now that the environment was less than ideal, she couldn't ask for too much, but at least cleanliness should be maintained, right? She truly disliked dirty, smelly men who wouldn't stop pestering her. She remembered the plot in the book. Zhang Hu was a vagrant, living for the moment and wanting temporary romance. As for the fat guy, his mother had cursed her for being dumped, calling her a broken shoe. He really thought a chubby guy full of lard would be chosen by her? He was just after her youth and freshness. Liuhuo ignored them, and they didn't care. Everyone knew she had high standards, and it was just a matter of who could outlast whom. She was happy to watch them clean the yard and the well, as they insisted on doing it, even though she didn't ask them to. After washing up, she checked her pockets, which only contained 3 yuan. "This pickle jar can't hold anything, should I throw it away?" After Zhang Hu finished cleaning the water tank, he noticed the old pickle jar in a corner of the kitchen. He checked it, found it empty, and then brought it out. Liuhuo saw that the brown pickle jar still had the character happiness written on it. For some inexplicable reason, she said, "Keep it to store things." After saying that, she paused, then convinced herself, "I don't have much stuff anyway, the less I throw away, the better. I'll just use it for now." Zhang Hu naturally followed her advice. After all, he was pursuing her. "I'll have my dad look for some old tiles in the warehouse and patch up the hole in your roof." Once the fat guy finished sweeping the yard, he sat down on the broken doorstep and said, "I'll tell my dad, he'll be happy to help." Liuhuo knew the importance of not taking other people's things, so she refused, "Thanks, but no need." The fat guy grinned, "You don't need to be polite with him, don't be polite with me either. It's free. What if it gets windy tonight and you freeze?" Liuhuo smiled brightly, her little white teeth dazzling the fat guy. "I like the ventilation." The fat guy didn't respond, and Zhang Hu laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" a gentle voice came. Liuhuo looked towards the broken wall and saw a man who was fairly good looking and healthy in build. She slowly called out, "Chen." Hearing his name, it was clear when he was born. His parents were the team leaders of the production team and skilled workers, diligent without gossip. He was also keen on work and was the only man around Liuhuo who didn't cause her any worries. He had also shown care for her in the past, bringing her medicine when the original Liuhuo was melancholic and lonely in the old house. Chen had even visited her twice with medicine. Moreover, he had a sweet tongue and was willing to comfort Liuhuo, and he didn't smell too bad. Compared to others, he made a good impression on her. Chen carried a small bag of old rice, glanced into the kitchen, then came out and said, "Wow, no pot." Liuhuo, rarely embarrassed, said, "I plan to buy a small stove." The small stove saved firewood, and the pot wasn't big enough to carry. Otherwise, she would have to cook with a large iron pot, which could last her 10 days at least, but it was troublesome to wash. Chen pointed to the red bricks in the corner and said easily, "Don't waste money. I'll make you a red brick stove. You just need to get a small iron pot." This was great. Liuhuo's mood brightened instantly. Seeing that Xie Yuqian had cheered her up with just a few words, Zhang Hu, unhappy, said, I cleaned both inside and out. The fat guy said, I swept the yard too. Su Liuhe admitted she was lazy but still defended herself, the kang mat hasn't he been wiped? The fat guy hurriedly said, I'll wipe it for you. Su Liuhe stretched out her slender arm to stop him, holding her breath as she said, don't wipe it. What if your sweat and sour smell get on it? Go wash up quickly. The fat guy raised his chin and said, what do you know? This is manliness. Wow. Amazing, just one night here, and now their house is full of men. Su Ruei was waiting for the Red Star guy from the grain and oil shop to come and propose, but her mother was worried Su Liuhe might cause trouble, so she sent her to spy. Su Ruei, wearing a floral shirt and new cloth shoes, stood in front of Su Liuhe, sourly saying, if Red Star calls you over to talk, don't go. Su Liuhe sneered, what would I go for? Selling daughters has nothing to do with me. Su Ruei glared, I know you're jealous. Su Liuhe couldn't help but laugh, if you want to jump into the fire pit, no one will stop you. Su Liuhe waved a chicken feather duster that was almost falling apart, it's cold, and there are still flies. Isn't he that strange? Xie Yuqian, who was building the stove, didn't he look up and said, if any flies dare come in, I'll chase them out for you. Outside the yard, Su Ruei stomped her feet, what do you mean? This woman was dumped, and you're still hanging around her, how picky are you? Su Liuhe softly said, what's wrong with being picky? Otherwise, wouldn't I have chosen you? Everyone burst into laughter, and Su Ruei, furious, said, you'll regret this. She thought Su Liuhe would cry all night. She wanted to enjoy watching her make a fool of herself, but instead, she was mocked. After she left, Su Liuhe went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a small iron pot. Xie Yuqian demonstrated for her, and she successfully made rice porridge with the new stove. The fat guy and Zhang Hu, seeing them chat happily, found it boring and both left. After drinking the old rice porridge, Su Liuhe wrapped herself in a thin cotton coat she had pulled from the corner, sitting on the kang and waiting for Xie Yuqian to wash the dishes. Strangely enough, the cheap black coarse cloth of the cotton coat smelled fresh, like it had been sun-dried. It didn't matter how long it had been there, it was an emergency, so she wore it. She wore it for a while, scratched her neck, and felt the rough fabric chafing her skin. So, she used a soft handkerchief to cushion the collar, which made it more bearable. After washing the dishes and filling the water tank, Xie Yuqian wiped his hands and walked into the kang room, saying, my mom asked me to go up the mountain to get some wild vegetables. Do you want to come with me? Su Liuhe, having spent 1.5 yuan on the small iron pot and 1 cent on the red hand paper, was short on money and decided to make a deed. Sure. She said yes and followed him up the mountain with a small bamboo basket, the red hand paper in her pocket. The book didn't describe Xie Yuqian taking Su Liuhe up the mountain, but Su Liuhe felt that this was like the butterfly effect. She dug up the wild vegetables, soft and tender, and couldn't decide whether to discard them or keep them. Xie Yuqian pretended there were mushroom clusters ahead, leading Su Liuhe deeper into the mountain. As time passed, she realized, deep down, that she could at least be reassured if Xie Yuqian would take her to see the city. Isn't he this good? Su Liuhe felt the mountain breeze and stopped talking. Chapter 3. You damn bastard, I'll have your uncle beat you to death when I get back. Xie Yuqian, furious and humiliated, said as he pulled a thin women's belt from his waist. He held it in his hand, embarrassed, and said, I didn't mean anything by it. This is the belt I bought for you last time I went to the city. I hid it in my waistband because I didn't want anyone to see it. Su Liuhe was silent for a while, her gaze fixed on the boy, who had his back turned to her. His well-built back, covered with crisscrossing scars, was exposed from his loose shirt. Fresh whip marks on his back made her recall the words spoken by the butcher who yesterday during the marriage proposal. So, it was him who had been beaten. The boy tilted his neck and turned his head, looking at Su Liuhe with a sharp gaze. Hey, there's a man giving you a belt. Su Liuhe noticed his pupils were much deeper than those of an ordinary person, like a calm pool hiding the strength of a wild beast growing underneath. What man? Why would I want his belt? Su Liuhe said haughtily. Stop pretending. Xie Yuqian, you better leave now. I don't want to see you again. Xie Yuqian seemed a bit scared of the boy. He walked around the boy a few steps, like a jackal wanting to attack but unable to. Meanwhile, the boy remained still, exuding a cold, domineering aura, like a lion. Chen Xiulan tucked the belt back into his waistband and, resuming his fake gentleman demeanor, said to Liuhuo, "Let me walk you down the mountain. Don't you dare move." The boy's eyes swept past his face. Frightened, Chen Xiulan hurriedly ran down the mountain, cursing, "You wild dog raised in a doghouse." The north wind blew the leaves from the mountain in a flurry, and Liuhuo crouched down, shivering. She didn't realize the boy's gaze had briefly skimmed over the collar of her cotton coat, then shifted to her delicate, porcelain white ankle. "Twisted your ankle." She had been climbing mountains since she was young, and now she had twisted her ankle. "Thanks for today. Looks like it might rain. You should go now. I'll make my way down slowly." "No need." The boy squatted in front of Liuhuo, patted his back like comforting a child, and said, "Get on." "No need. I'm too heavy." Liuhuo had lived 24 years in her previous life. How could she let a minor carry her? "There are wolves in the mountains." The boy said indifferently, "I'm leaving now." Liuhuo grabbed his pants leg and tugged, saying, "Carry me, please." Her soft body pressed against his warm back, and without effort, the boy stood up, even lifting the basket that was placed beside him with one hand. Liuhuo, afraid of falling off, tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. The proximity to a male body, still developing male hormones, made Liuhuo blush without realizing it. But when she thought about the fact that he was underage and had been beaten by his uncle's family, the feeling immediately disappeared. The boy placed her small bamboo basket into his larger one and carried both down the mountain. Liuhuo looked at the scenery around her, slowly realizing how secluded the place was. Letting a man help you with work is fine, but don't follow them into the mountains. The boy said, sounding older than his years, "There are places in the mountain where once you enter, you can't come back." Feeling her arms tightening around his neck, Liuhuo asked, "Did you see them helping me with work?" The boy paused for a moment and said honestly, "Yes. They've been at it since early morning." Liuhuo said, "I won't let them do it again." The boy replied, "I thought you liked it." Liuhuo said, "I'm very upright." The boy could feel the warmth from her cotton coat and thought to himself, "You secretly wore my coat, and now you're claiming to be upright." He regretted being careless in using the abandoned wooden house as his secret base and hiding his new coat there, only for her to get her hands on it. Forget it, she'd probably get sick without a coat. Giving it to her was better than letting her uncle take it. Liuhuo was still a little nervous, alert to her surroundings, worried about Chen Xiulan's potential attack. But when she saw the smoke rising from the village below, her nervousness eased somewhat, although the pain in her ankle became more noticeable. To distract herself, she asked the boy, "What's your name?" The warmth from his breath brushed past her ear, and the boy paused before saying, "Aunt, your memory is bad." "Aunt?" Liuhuo was stunned. She hadn't realized she was that much older than him. Fortunately, she didn't call him grandpa, or else she would have to prepare a red envelope. The boy didn't explain further, "Xiulan, that's my name." After thinking for a moment, he added, "I wasn't born in a doghouse. My uncle found me in a wolf's den in these mountains and brought me home. No wonder your eyes are so beautiful, your gaze so firm and determined, like a sharp sword waiting to be drawn." Xiulan had never been complimented like that. He twitched his ears and said, "Stop flattering me." Normally, when people said nice things to him, it was just to get him to do work for them. Afterward, they would call him a damn dog. "This is when you should say, 'Thank you for the compliment,'" Liuhuo said with a little sympathy. She softly added, "I'll call you Xiulan from now on." Xiulan liked being called by his full name, but the villagers always called him things like "damn dog," "dog pup," or "worthless." Hearing his name from Liuhuo's mouth felt strange. Okay. He was tall and strong, with endless strength. Even carrying Liuhuo from deep in the mountains to the field embankment, he was still effortless. Liuhuo, with memories from both her past life and future life, didn't think it was strange that Xiulan carried her down. Some older women working on the embankment glanced over at them with furtive glances. A few gossiping women murmured, "I heard she was kicked out, why is she still so lazy? Can't even walk down the mountain by herself. Is she hooking up with someone again? That damn kid. My family's in a hurry to make sauerkraut, but he won't even chop the cabbage. Turns out he's off the mountain with a woman. He hasn't even hit puberty, and he's thinking about that stuff. Are you blind? A couple of days ago, I went to the riverbank to wash clothes with Xiang Xiao's mother and saw him bathing there. I swear no man in this village is more capable of reproduction than him. After he marries, his wife is going to suffer, har har. No wonder Xiang Xiao's mother was rushing to tell his uncle not to beat him. Turns out he's selling favors here. That's why his uncle got drunk and beat him again yesterday. And today, he's still up and working while his uncle lies on the bed. Xiang Xiao's mother is such a shameless woman, trying to take advantage of him. Har har. You women really have no sense of the law. He's a minor, he's still a child. Liuhuo covered his ears as she lay on his back, trying to block out the gossip. She struggled, wanting to get off. Chen knew their women's strength and tightly held her legs. Even if she kicked out with all her strength, he didn't let go. Liuhuo had no choice but to argue with the women from his back, but she was no match for them. They kept going lower and lower. Liuhuo didn't speak up for Chen, but her anger was growing. Chen safely brought her back home and set her down. Looking at her, he saw that her eyes were red. Was she angry or upset? Do you want some chestnuts? No. Fine, no chestnuts. Chen easily walked into the kitchen, retrieved some red flour oil behind a brick, and handed it to Liuhuo, saying, "Rub it on yourself." Liuhuo immediately complained, "Why didn't you let me go down and fight them?" Chen glanced at her delicate skin, didn't say much, and crouched down to lift her pants leg. Liuhuo was surprised, "What are you doing?" Chen opened the red flour oil and asked, "What else can a minor like me do?" Liuhuo was silenced and grew angry. Chen checked her swollen ankle, rubbing it with his rough, calloused hands, generating warmth as he massaged her. Liuhuo winced, "It hurts." "Don't move." He tugged her foot back into his palm and, while rubbing, raised his head, saying, "The cotton coat's nice." Liuhuo awkwardly replied, "I'm not sure if it's an old coat. I just put it on because I was cold." Please be gentle, it really hurts." "Don't you have common sense? You can't tell old cotton from new." Chen closed his eyes in frustration. He had carefully saved up for a new coat, only for it to become an old one. He hadn't even used much strength, but the bruised area was already showing red marks. They weren't wrong, you really are delicate. This was Chen's first impression of his aunt. Liuhuo unapologetically admitted, "Being delicate means someone cares for me." Chen looked around at her bare, empty home and thought to himself, how can she say such shameless things? Suddenly, Chen reached out and measured her face. Liuhuo leaned back and asked, "What are you doing?" She thought he was going to slap her with his big hand. Chen sighed, "Your face is really small." Liuhuo casually responded, "That doesn't affect the thickness of my skin." Chen, fair point. A moment later, Liuhuo coughed and said, "I'll find my own work to do. I can support myself." The sun came out in the west. Chen had rubbed her ankle enough and, suddenly feeling hungry, stood up, saying, "I'm going now." Liuhuo grabbed his wrist, saying, "Don't go, Aunt will make you some porridge." Chen looked at the shabby red brick stove and the leftover pot of old rice porridge, then turned and left. Liuhuo. This kid is so rude. She got up, limping to the kitchen, feeling the warm sensation in her ankle from the rub, which felt quite comforting. Just when she thought Chen had left, he returned moments later, carrying a small stove in one hand and several sweet potatoes in the other. He placed the stove inside, washed the sweet potatoes, and added them to the thin old rice porridge to cook, then said, "The red brick stove might explode. I'll throw it away later." Liuhuo thought the small stove was quite good, better than staying in the yard. She didn't hesitate, saying, "Okay." Chen asked again, not angry anymore. Liuhuo was puzzled, angry about what? She was carefree. This was Chen's second impression of her. After the sweet potato porridge was ready, Liuhuo, as the elder, sat on the kang bed, holding a cracked bowl and delicately eating with a small spoon, blowing on each spoonful before taking a bite. Her cherry-like lips were shiny and beautiful, and her eating posture reminded Chen of the spoiled young ladies in the movies he'd seen. He sat on the doorstep, unconcerned about the heat, eating in large mouthfuls, finishing 3 bowls of porridge in a flash. Su Liuhe glanced at him and couldn't take it anymore, saying, "Eat slower, use a spoon. Don't slurp. Too much fuss." This was Gu Yiren's third impression of his aunt. But he muttered quietly, "I'm not slurping." Su Liuhe argued, "I'm just being cautious." Gu Yiren didn't know what being cautious meant, but he slowed down, following her example, trying to eat in a delicate manner but struggling. It was exhausting. While Su Liuhe was focused on eating, Gu Yiren finished his porridge, stood up, and went to wash the bowls. Su Liuhe squinted at him, no longer expecting him to say anything like, "I've eaten, you eat slowly." After Gu Yiren left, Su Liuhe saw a small pile of chestnuts on the stove. They were from Gu Yiren. Well, probably because he felt sorry for her empty home. She didn't think much of it and worried the chestnuts might be eaten by mice, so she put them into a crack in the pickled vegetable jar, sealing them inside. Chapter 4. This day passed without incident, though it had its fair share of surprises. As night approached, even the sparrows didn't build their nests under the eaves of the poor family's house. They chirped and flew off to neighboring houses instead. The small clay stove that Gu Yiren had brought over was just right for Su Liuhe. She yawned tiredly, feeling as though she wasn't lazy, but rather lacking energy due to poor circulation. After all, she hadn't eaten for 3 days. The small iron pot that Gu Yiren had cleaned was shining. He boiled some water, and Su Liuhe used a ladle to scoop it up. She twisted a towel to wash her face and wiped her body as well. There was still some water left, so she splashed it on her feet. "I should buy a basin tomorrow." Su Liuhe lay back in the same spot from yesterday, feeling the cold seep into her bones. She hadn't heated the kang, a traditional heated brick bed, all day, and the room was full of chill air. She resignedly got out of bed, trying to heat the kang. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get it started. The branches she threw in emitted billowing white smoke, choking her and making her cough uncontrollably. Anyone who didn't know might think their house was on fire. She wasn't far from the Su family. From the front yard, she could hear the lively sounds of a wedding banquet. Su Huaidi must be the center of attention right now, happily basking in the limelight, right? Respecting destiny. All night, the small clay stove and the thin cotton jacket were her only relief, otherwise, she would have certainly gotten sick. By morning, her voice sounded hoarse, and she felt a slight fever on her body. Su Liuhe, poor as she was, could only fill her stomach with the chestnuts that Gu Yiren had given her. She decided to think about her health and survival, and resolved to bend for the sake of a few handfuls of rice. After eating the chestnuts, she would head to the commune office to find some work. She boiled some more water in the small clay stove and went to the kitchen to grab the pickled vegetable jar. But when she tried to lift it, it felt as if the jar weighed 1,000 pounds. The jar fell to the ground but didn't break. Instead, chestnuts started pouring out of it in an endless stream. Su Liuhe stood there, blinking in disbelief, rubbing her eyes. Could it be some kind of supernatural creature? Given that she had somehow ended up in this era, she could understand that strange things could happen here. As she was lost in thought, the jar finally stopped spitting out chestnuts. She squatted down to gather them together and found there were twice as many as she had put in yesterday. Good news, 1 jar of chestnuts had turned into 2 jars. Bad news, why weren't they gold? Her stomach growled, and she grabbed a handful of chestnuts and threw them into the pot. Whatever the consequences, she couldn't afford to starve. In just 10 minutes, the house was filled with the sweet aroma of roasted chestnuts. Su Liuhe picked up a chestnut with chopsticks and tried to bite it. The shell wouldn't break. She bit harder, still no result. Finally, with all her strength, she bit down success. The flavor was delicious. The chestnut had a smooth, sticky texture, surprising her, and the taste was sweet and lingering. She ate 5 of them in a row, not because she couldn't eat more, but because she couldn't bite them anymore. The 5 chestnuts were enough to fill her up. She decided to put half of the remaining chestnuts in a basket and the other half back in the pickled vegetable jar. She was curious to see if the jar would start spitting out chestnuts again. She placed the jar on her lap and waited for an hour, but nothing happened. With no choice left, she decided to go to the commune office. At the commune office, she ran into a worker named Wang Shui, who, upon seeing her, frowned and asked, "What are you here for?" Su Liuhe replied, "I'm looking for some temporary work." Wang Shui gave her a skeptical look. "You want to work?" The tone was full of doubt. Su Liuhe racked her brain, trying to recall where the original owner might have offended Wang Shui. After thinking for a while, she realized. Wang Shui was Xiao Shui, a classmate from elementary school, who had once chased after 3 boys, but they all rejected her. They all liked Su Liuhe, the little school beauty. Su Liuhe was the one who got blamed. Actually, Wang Shui's older brother, a tough man, often warned the boys to keep their distance from his sister. Not to mention, Wang Shui's brother wanted Su Liuhe to marry her. Su Liuhe didn't dare to mention this. If she did, Wang Shui might tear her apart. Wang Shui didn't expect Su Liuhe to remember their elementary school days. She led Su Liuhe to the southern side of the commune office, pointing at a large cabbage field and saying, "Hundreds of thousands of pounds of cabbage right in front of you, and you're here looking for work. Do you think there is no work to be done?" Once again, Su Liuhe was insulted. "All right, I understand now," Su Liuhe smiled and said, "Thank you, Wang Shui. I'll go work now." If it had been the old Su Liuhe, she would ve argued with Wang Shui, but when she heard her thanks, without any sarcasm, Wang Shui even looked up at the sun to check its position. Su Liuhe walked a few steps, but Wang Shui called her back. "Wait." Wang Shui handed her a fertilizer bag and said, "How can you work without something? Don't let anyone laugh at you. Go find Chen Xiulan and tell her I arranged for you to work with her." Chen Xiulan was a widow, kind-hearted and straightforward, at least not one to sabotage others behind their backs. Her insults were all out in the open. Su Liuhe once again thanked her, this time genuinely. At the cabbage field, Chen Xiulan, hearing that Su Liuhe wanted to work, laughed and called over the other workers, saying, "I told you all to stop being lazy, but now the young lady is here. Who is going to outdo her? Hurry up and get back home." Su Liuhe's beautiful lips twitched as she mustered her strength and began chopping the cabbages. The leaves flew around as she chopped angrily. By the time she realized it, everyone else had already left her behind. "Come on. You've been dawdling here for so long, and you still haven't finished the work." Su Liuhe looked up and saw that the others were already 200 meters away. "Are you really peeling these leaves off? What a waste. What is there to be afraid of? Who is afraid of cabbage worms?" After finishing her work in the morning, Su Liuhe refused to go back in the afternoon. She sat on the edge of the field, clutching a cabbage and staring at the blisters on her palms, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. Chen Xiulan, with her sharp tongue but kind heart, gave her 5 work points, which could be exchanged for 5 cents. "Take these 2 big cabbages back and eat them," Chen Xiulan sighed. "You really aren't cut out for work." "I'm just weak," Su Liuhe replied. "You're lazy." Su Liuhe awkwardly picked up a cabbage weighing 5 or 6 pounds and started to leave. Chen Xiulan shouted, "What about the other one?" Su Liuhe mumbled softly, "I can't carry 2. The other women working nearby burst into laughter, clutching their sides. After they finished laughing, Chen Xiulan stepped up, grabbed the other cabbage, and said, "I'll walk you back. It's on my way." She didn't hear Su Liuhe's reply but turned to see the girl's face flushed bright red. "Good heavens, you're so delicate. You've only done a bit of work and already fallen ill." Chen Xiulan took the cabbage from Su Liuhe's hands with one arm and draped the other around her to help her back to the wooden house. Su Liuhe didn't know what medicine Chen Xiulan had given her, but after sleeping on the warm kang, she woke up feeling refreshed and clear-headed. She stood up with her hair tousled, noticing that the strands hanging by her ears were shinier and smoother than before. Her arms, which used to be pale, now looked as if carved from ivory. Could it be the effect of the precious chestnuts? Su Liuhe touched her face. The small pimple that had been on her cheek for days had even disappeared. She looked at herself in the mirror. Although there wasn't any drastic change, her features were now more refined and delicate. Sigh. I really am a beauty. Su Liuhe sighed, tied her hair in a low ponytail, and got out of bed, planning to ask Chen Xiulan where Jiu Yiren's uncle lived. Yesterday, she hadn't realized that Jiu Yiren was the one who had buried the original owner on the mountain. No wonder he looked so good when he was young. He had been abused by his uncle. In the end, he had helped her on her last journey, and she couldn't just let him live a tragic life. I'll use the law to protect him, Su Liuhe vowed passionately. You mad dog, you're just a mad dog. Jiu Yiren's uncle, Liu Fendu, pointed at Jiu Yiren, who was crouching under the wall, holding his bleeding head, and shouted, "You 2 older brothers can't even beat him. Beat him to death." Liu Fendu and his 2 sons looked like they were made from the same mold. They were big and burly, with square faces. They were respected in the village, and had never tasted defeat. Liu Fendu signaled to his eldest son, who then grabbed a beer bottle and swung it at Ji Yuran's head. Ji Yuran crouched on the ground, and when he touched the back of his head, warm blood poured out. The 2 brothers of Liu Fendu beat him mercilessly, landing punches and kicks that made dull sounds as they hit his body. Liu Fendu, seething with anger, picked up a whip and lashed it at him. Ji Yuran gasped for air, covering his head, not moving for a long time. The Liu family thought they had subdued him, and cursed him, saying, "Bastard, who knows what kind of scum your mother was to give birth to you in a doghouse? You're an animal. An animal. And you still dare to fight back." In his mind, memories of his previous life flashed before him like a movie reel. He touched his intact left eye, and amidst the insults and beatings, he clutched his right leg, which had been crushed by a car. He had come back. He had actually come back. Memories flooded back, and he suddenly stood up, clutching his head, screaming in pain. A life of misery and regret. Heaven had given him a second chance. He glared at the Liu family. Back then, he had regarded Liu Fendu as his father, and his 2 older brothers as his real brothers. Even when they beat and abused him, he believed he could endure because they had given him a home. A home. Now, he realized, his former loyalty had been exchanged for this. They had treated him like a son but as a dog. A dog, who had to bark and be beaten down whenever they wished. Chapter 5. Ji Yuran didn't speak for a long time. He never expected it to be like this. How could Liu Fendu let Ji Yuran go? He had to be fed. Ji Yuran could work from dawn to dusk and was one of the strongest laborers in Xiaotang village. To put it bluntly, he was easier to feed than a mule. "No, why should I let you go after raising you?" Su Liuhuo walked around Ji Yuran, put her hands on her waist and said, "How can you support someone like this? You are bullying and abusing her." Liu Laida said, "But he eats the food of the Liu family." Su Liuhuo said fiercely, "He is also doing the work of the Liu family." Liu Laoer said, "When he was a child, he couldn't work, but wasn't he fed?" Su Liuhuo said, "Bullshit, he started collecting firewood naked when he was 3 years old, and his meals were all supported by the villagers. He was almost killed by you guys, do you think I forgot?" Ji Yuran glanced at her with a dark look in his eyes, but he didn't expect that she remembered it. Liu Fendu said, "I can't give it to you. Just tell me what you want." Su Liuhuo said confidently, "If you don't give it to them, I will report you to the central government, saying that you abused children and intentionally hurt others, and I will send you and your son to labor camp together." Xiansai's mother came with Su Liuhuo. She met Su Liuhuo at the brigade headquarters, and when she heard that she was going to help Ji Yuran, she came with her without saying a word. I can testify that they beat him often. Xiansai's mother was not afraid of the Liu family's grandfather and shouted loudly, "Neighbors, come and have a look." The grandfather beat the little boy and broke his head. He is still bleeding. Even if she didn't shout, some people were already craning their necks to look over here. After she shouted, more people gathered around to look at the wound on Ji Yuran's head. "Oh my, this one can kill someone." Su Liuhuo said coldly, "Did you hear that, Mr. Liu? I have so many witnesses. You 3 want to beat Ji Yuran to death. This is not forced labor, this is a bullet." Liu Fendu blushed and said, "You lazy woman, stay out of our family affairs. You still want to live with him? Have you any shame?" This sentence successfully made the other villagers' eyes intriguing. Su Liuhuo was known for being lazy and looked ostentatious. Now that she was living on her own, she probably wanted to find a job, right? Su Liuhuo is not the kind of village girl who would get angry and ashamed by just a few words. She pretended to speak in a broadcasting voice, stood on the threshold and faced the crowd, and said in a rhythmic voice, "Fellow villagers, good news does not travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Comrade Chairman asked us to help each other, love and progress. Although Ji Yuran is young, he is a skilled worker in our village. His hard work and perseverance are obvious to all, and many people have received his help. He has no relationship with the Liu family, but they insult and beat him day after day." At this point, she sighed and stamped her feet, saying, "But I am kind-hearted. I don't want the reputation of our village to be ruined by the Liu family. People will point fingers at the people of Xiaotang village and say that they are cold-blooded and heartless and allowed orphans to be beaten to death. How can Xiaotang village hold its head up in the future?" In the final analysis, I am also doing this for Xiaotang village. Xianxai's mother quickly continued, yes, who hasn't been helped by him? Everyone has seen what kind of person he is over the years. The Liu family didn't even give him a household registration, proving that they didn't consider him a member of the Liu family at all. I said so much just to hope that the villagers would understand, otherwise who can stop him? Su Liuhe walked up to Ji Yiren and said righteously, I've already made up my mind. I'll register him with me. We'll be aunt and nephew from now on. Anyone who thinks in a crooked way is shameless. The 20 or so people watching were intimidated by her long words and whispered to each other for a while. An old man came out and said to Liu Fendu, Fendu, you are not fools. He has made a lot of money for you in the past few years. I think you should just forget about it. Letting your child have his own family is actually a good deed. The person who was speaking was Liu Sanya, who was older than Liu Fendu and was the third brother of his grandfather. Liu Fendu gritted his teeth, but was still reluctant despite the people's calls. Ji Yiren, who had been silent for a long time, held a towel to cover his bleeding head. The blood flowed through his fingers, which looked very creepy. Liu Fendu was very afraid of him at this moment. He felt that his eyes were much scarier than before. Let's go inside and talk. Ji Yiren stood up and asked him and his two sons to go inside to talk. The three cowards didn't dare to move. The look in his eyes when he raised the sickle was so terrifying that Liu Fendu looked at Su Liuhe with lingering fear. If she hadn't knocked on the door, the consequences would have been disastrous. Grandpa Liu waved his hand and said, there are so many people outside. Are you three people with the surname Liu afraid of a person with the surname Jiu? Liu Fendu had no choice but to call Liu Lao Da and Liu Laoer to come into the main room together. Ji Yiren said only 2 words when he entered the room. There was sunlight behind him and a shadow cast over the Liu father and son. I'll give you 2 choices. Ji Yiren didn't waste any time and said directly, first, I kill the 3 of you. Second, I leave. Liu Fendu was old after all, and he was forced to spit out blood with a roar, and lay on the ground with his hands on his chest, kicking his legs. You bastard, you kill me, kill me. Liu Lao Da held down Liu Laoer's hand, and Ji Yiren saw that Liu Laoer was holding a kitchen knife in his hand. He threw the towel on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air. He clasped his hands together, his knuckles crackling, and pulled out his sickle, saying, choose one. Sure. Liu Lao Da was so scared that he almost pissed himself. The burly man stammered, choose 2. Please, leave quickly. Ji Yiren said, give me the watch and I'll leave. Liu Lao Da swallowed his saliva and said, what watch? Don't talk nonsense. He was talking about the time when he found him, there was a watch in the wolf's den. This was what Liu Lao Da secretly saw when he was drunk and showing off to others. He couldn't recognize all the words on the watch, but there was a red 5-pointed star and a string of numbers. If he could survive in this life, the first thing he would do is find his parents, and the second thing would be to find the culprit who caused him to get into the car accident. He had a hunch that the person who hurt him was still watching him. Boss Liu ran to his room, took out his watch and handed it to Ji Yiren. What else do you want? Money? Food? Tickets? Ji Yiren said, don't worry, I don't want anything that's not mine. But he would not keep a single cent of what belongs to him. Ji Yiren walked out of the main room, nodded to Su Liuhe, and watched his aunt smile. He remained silent and turned to the woodshed to pack his only luggage. When they reached the door, Grandpa Liu San patted his sturdy arm and said, it is more important for you two to live a good life in the future. There are many things to do at home, so you must learn to share the burden. Su Liuhe paused. This old man must be pointing at her. Su Liuhe made the greatest contribution to Ji Yiren's successful escape from the Liu family. She whispered to Ji Yiren, you have to save face. Quickly thank Grandpa Liu San, thank Xianxai's mother for speaking up for you, and thank these neighbors. Ji Yiren bowed to them 3 times stiffly and said dryly, thank you. If he hadn't said words of thanks, people who didn't know would have thought he was bowing 3 times to send everyone away. After stepping out of the Liu family's gate, Ji Yiren said, wait. Before Su Liuhe could react, Ji Yiren pulled out the sickle from his waist with an expressionless face and threw it into the Liu family's yard with a clang. Let's go. Su Liuhe said happily, let's go. Xianxai's mother was horrified and couldn't imagine what would happen if Su Liuhe was a step later. Not only her, but also Grandpa Liusan and others remained silent. Fortunately, Liuhuo arrived. This girl has something on her. Everyone thought in unison, this kid is quite courageous. Liuhuo first took Jiu to the infirmary. The doctor was originally a veterinarian. Seeing that Jiu had a bleeding head, he quickly asked them to send him to the county people's hospital. After arriving at the county people's hospital and taking an X-ray, Liuhuo held up the film and said, "It's just a little skin break. You lost so much blood, and it's just a little skin break. It doesn't hurt." Jiu had 4 stitches on his head without anesthesia. His flat head was shaved into a short stubble. If it was any shorter, he would be bald. Liuhuo found that he was quite intimidating when he wasn't smiling, but when he smiled, he had 2 fangs, which was quite attractive. It was not until about 3 p.m. that we got home. When we got home, Liuhuo said, "Oh, we agreed to register our household registration. Let's go and transfer our household registration." Jiu blocked the door and refused to let in. Liuhuo raised her head and looked at him. "Get out of the way." Jiu said, "Have you forgotten that I was picked up from a wolf's den?" Liuhuo said, "Are?" Jiu said, "Aunt, you know we are not related by blood, right?" Liuhuo. Damn it, she really didn't remember it. Liuhuo wanted to adopt Jiu as a way of repaying her gratitude. She cleared her throat and said, "There's such a big fuss today, maybe we can get it done if we go over there." Jiu asked, "Have you separated from the Su family?" Liuhuo was stunned. No. Jiu said, "I don't want to be with them." Liuhuo felt sick at the thought of the Su family, and thought that what Jiu said made sense, so she nodded and said, "Then wait until I separate the household registration." Jiu looked around the bare, leaky wooden house and said, "Where should I live?" Liuhuo pointed to the kang room and said, "Here." Jiu sighed, "What about you?" Liuhuo pointed at the kang room and stopped talking. After a while, Liuhuo said, "There is a kang cabinet that is more than 1 person tall that can be placed in the middle of the kang as a partition. I think it's fine." Jiu thought of the words, "alone man and single woman," and felt that there was a big problem. On the surface, he was a 15-year-old boy, but in his heart he was already 27. "Hey, you guys are back." Xianxai's mother was worried about Jiu's injury, so she rushed over with some baked vegetable pancakes. Seeing Liuhuo's worried look, he first asked about her injury, and then said, "Well, what are you worried about? Otherwise, let Xiao Jiu live in my house. I still have an empty room." The corner of Liuhuo's lips twitched. She heard everything this man was planning. After mobilizing so many troops to cause such a commotion, someone comes along to steal the show. She went up to him, grabbed Jiu's shirt, and said, "You are not allowed to go. You can only live here. We agreed that we will start living together today. You can't go back on your word." Jiu readily said to Xianxai's mother, "Aunt, I'll live here." Coriander's mother brought the vegetable pancakes just as she took them away. Finally, he looked at the 2 large cabbages in the corner and said angrily, "They might as well be fed to the dogs." When Jiu was about to carry firewood to heat the kang, he found that there was still a lot of firewood under the eaves. "She didn't even heat the kang last night. Don't think too much, just make do with it for 1 night." Liuhuo accidentally touched the blister on the palm of her hand and took a breath. Jiu stopped and asked her, "What's wrong?" Liuhuo was embarrassed to embarrass herself in front of the younger generation, but Xianxai's mother didn't walk far away and shouted, "What a big deal! The rich girl has blisters on her hands." Liuhuo. 6 Chapter 6. This guy is really frank. Jiu has excellent eyesight and he was selected by military officers in his previous life because he was strong and had exceptionally good eyesight, so the army wanted to train him. Even though he was at a certain distance, he could still clearly see the blisters as big as green beans on Liuhuo's palm. "How did you do that?" Liuhuo stammered, "Don't mind your own business." Outside the yard, Xianxai's mother yelled, "It's because of cutting cabbages. They are so precious, I can't even take 2 cabbages home for free." Liuhuo lowered her head and looked for a broom on the ground. She was determined to fight a life-and-death battle with Xianxai's mother today. "Is this yours?" Jiu blocked her without leaving a trace and picked up the handkerchief that fell on the ground. Liuhuo touched her neck. "When did the handkerchief she was tucked in fall off?" be mine. Ji Yuan asked doubtfully, shouldn't I put it in my pocket? Su Liuhuo muttered, the fabric of this old cotton jacket is too coarse and it rubs my neck. Ji Yuan was convinced. I have never seen such a pampered person in my entire life. The words, hardworking, and enduring hardship, would never appear in her dictionary. Ji Yuan took out 2 great Unity notes and the only national cloth coupon worth 1 foot from his pocket. I'm going to chop wood, you buy a piece of fine cotton cloth to make a fake collar. You take care of the rest of the money, buy some things that the family needs. When Su Liuhuo came here, her wealthiest moment was only 3 yuan. The poor girl suddenly became rich, and she couldn't help showing her dimples. I am an elder, how can I have the nerve to take your money? Ji Yuan pressed his lips and said, we are family, and you are the boss. Su Liuhuo took the huge sum of money with trembling hands and said excitedly, I will spend it well. Ji Yuan didn't care about money, I'm going to chop wood. Su Liuhuo just went out and met Xiancai's mother, why are you haunting me? Big sister, we are half neighbors, just 1 door away. Xiancai's mother seemed to have taken some abnormal drugs, and her attitude towards Su Liuhuo became better again. Let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative and I'll help you take it home. You are just a big cabbage. Su Liuhuo said angrily, you have to help me establish a great image in front of the younger generation. The corners of Coriander's mother's lips twitched, and she glanced at her petite body and slender waist. Okay, great. When she arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, Su Liuhuo realized the benefits of having acquaintances. The salesperson saw that she looked shabby and had a bad reputation, so he ignored her. Xiancai's mother found someone she knew, and he even helped her pick out good items. The young salesperson said gently, the fine cotton cloth is 1 foot, auntie, you see, I'll give you half an inch extra. Okay, thank you, my daughter. Xiancai's mother thanked her many times, accompanied Su Liuhuo to finish shopping, packed her bags and walked home. That girl is my daughter's good sister, next time you come, just go to her directly. Su Liuhuo bought a batch of daily necessities and spent more than 7 yuan. In the past, was 7 yuan still money? Not now, she was so distressed that she could not speak. She said shyly, sister, you are such a kind-hearted person. Everyone in the village praises you for your good popularity. Xiancai's mother carried a new enamel basin and a new thermos, cursing Su Liuhuo in her heart for being a spendthrift woman, but she smiled and said, that's not the point. From now on, you and comrade Xiao Jiyu will be neighbors with us, so you should all be friendly. This hit the mark. Su Liuhuo stuffed a half-pound of melon seeds in her pocket into Xiancai's mother's pocket and said mysteriously, big sister, can I ask you for a favor? Xiancai's mother said vigilantly, what help do you need? 3 cents for half a pound of melon seeds. You have the nerve to ask for that. Su Liuhuo said, I want to find a job. Xiancai's mother breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's easy. The brigade has just caught 500 chicks and is looking for people to feed the collective chickens. They will keep them for the new year and sell them in the city to generate income. If you want to do it, I'll take you there tomorrow. This job doesn't require physical effort, but it's troublesome. Su Liuhuo didn't know how difficult this job was, and said happily, okay, I'm not afraid of trouble if I can earn work points. It's a deal. Ji Yuan came home from chopping firewood in the mountains. When he put down the heavy wood, he smelled the sweet glutinous fragrance wafting from the kitchen. What is this smell? I have never smelled it before. You're back. Su Liuhuo pointed to the enamel basin in the corner of the kitchen and said, wash your hands and eat. Ji Yuan looked down at his hands. He had never noticed so much dirt before. He washed his hands quietly and saw that there were many more small items in the house. The stove was full of oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and other things, which made his heart feel full. But when he saw Su Liuhuo taking out the burnt chestnuts from under the clay stove, he felt a little complicated. Su Liuhuo thought he couldn't see her little move, so she quietly put the mushy chestnuts into the other person's pile, and then said happily, let's eat. Ji Yuan's mood suddenly became more complicated. Is it delicious? Su Liuhuo said cautiously, I spent 7 yuan and 50 cents on it. I bought daily necessities and was so happy that I forgot to buy vegetables. In fact, I know that chestnuts are good for the skin, and I hope that Ji Yuan will benefit from eating them. There was little expression on Ji Yuan's face, and Su Liuhuo found that he was even more taciturn than when they met him in the mountains. Ji Yuan was very strong and he peeled the chestnut in no time. You don't need to tell me if you want to spend money. After saying that, he ate the chestnut. The subtle fragrance and sweetness that filled his mouth made him doubt that he was eating chestnuts. He had never eaten such delicious food before. He looked at Su Liuhe in confusion. Could it be that the burnt ones were delicious and she gave them specially to him? Su Liuhe bit the chestnut with her teeth and said, "Aren't you going to ask me why I'm happy?" Ji Yuiren had never seen anyone treat him so well. He lowered his head and peeled the charred chestnut silently. "Why?" Su Liuhe stood on the kang and said proudly, "I'm going to have a job soon." Ji Yuiren thought that she had blisters on her hands from looking at cabbages, so what else could he do? Su Liuhe said again, "Go feed the collective chickens." Ji Yuiren almost choked on the chestnuts. Su Liuhe noticed that something was wrong with him. "What's wrong?" Ji Yuiren said, "I can support you even if you don't work." Su Liuhe was angry. What's the difference between that and the Liu family? Ji Yuiren knew he had said the wrong thing, and after a while he said, "You are different. If you feel tired, just call me to help you, I know how to do it." Su Liuhe said, "That's about right." After dinner, Ji Yuiren dug out an old quilt from somewhere and gave it to Su Liuhe. "You can use it." Su Liuhe smelled it carefully, and it didn't smell bad. She squatted at the end of the kang, thought for a moment and said, "We can each have one, and when we fold them together, it will be enough to cover and bedding." She thought Ji Yuiren could use it himself, but the child was filial, so she gladly accepted it. In the evening, the two men worked together to repair the kang cabinet. Only one door was missing a hinge. Ji Yuiren chopped some firewood and, knowing that Su Liuhe was afraid of the cold, he heated the kang. After waking up from a night's sleep, my face was red. The two of them sat at the head and the end of the kang without disturbing each other, and neither of them had the bad habit of snoring or farting, which was pretty good. Xiancai's mother arrived as promised, and Ji Yuiren had already gotten up, washing his bare arms with well water. Coriander's mother smacked her lips in amazement. "This kid is really full of energy." Ji Yuiren was used to it before, but when he heard Su Liuhe scream behind him, he realized something was wrong. Su Liuhe, with her black hair like a waterfall, covered her mouth and so that the hideous and ugly whip marks on Ji Yuiren's back had actually faded a lot. The most obvious mark on the wheat-colored skin of the back is the powerful muscles. It must be the effect of chestnuts. Su Liuhe was afraid of being discovered by them, so she pretended to say, "I was sleepwalking, nothing else." Xiancai's mother urged, "Hurry up and leave. If you go too late, someone else will take the job away." Su Liuhe put on a cotton jacket and a few chestnuts in her pocket and said, "I'll come back at noon to cook, you can find work to do." Ji Yuiren waited for her to leave in a hurry, and felt a stinging pain in his palm. He opened his palm and found that the calluses on his hands were gone, and turned into delicate blisters. Is this the retribution for making fun of her? He thought Su Liuhe would be back at noon, but about 30 minutes later, his good aunt came back with chicken feathers stuck in her hair, her little face pale, and she was retching. Xiancai's mother said in frustration, "What's wrong with chicken manure? Do you really need to spit it out?" Su Liuhe was speechless. It was a biological attack. She was not wearing a mask and was not prepared, so she was taken to the chicken coop. Looking at the white chicken manure all over the ground, she felt that hell was better than that place. At least it's hygienic. Ji Yuiren and Xiancai's mother looked at each other at the same time, and both had a deep understanding of this man's pampered nature. "Then come with me to the brigade. Didn't you say you can read? Ask if there is any work for you there." Xiancai's mother said helplessly, "I'll sacrifice my dignity to help you." Ji Yuiren saw this and wondered why his aunt could actually read. If that was the case, she should be able to find a good job. This time it lasted longer. An hour later, Su Liuhe rolled her eyes and was carried back by Xiancai's mother. Ji Yuiren hurriedly helped her lie down on the kang, stretched out his hand to pinch her soft philtrum and asked, "What happened?" Xiancai's mother was furious. "Find her a job painting wall posters." "Look, they say the paint has a strong smell and is poisonous." Su Liuhe said with her dying breath, "Family, formaldehyde causes cancer." Not only did she feel nauseous, but now she was dizzy and her eyes were rolling from the smell and she was about to kick her legs. She was just thinking about the underworld, but she couldn't really be sent there. Isn't this retribution in this life? Ji Yuiren supported Su Liuhe and gave her a sip of cold water. "How about taking a rest first?" Xiancai's mother said, "You useless bastard." After saying that, she felt that Ji Yuiren was looking at her in a wrong direction, and shuddered as she said, "Since you can't work outside, you should work at home." Her nephew, what do you think your aunt can do? Liuhuo hesitated for a long time and said, she can make fake collars. Coriander's mother slapped her thigh and said, yes, she also bought a piece of cloth. Liuhuo said this, and he no longer had much hope for his aunt. But things are unpredictable, and my aunt is not an ordinary person. After 3 nights of hard work, I finally made the fake collar. Xiansai's mother and a group of old sisters came over following the smell, and praised the fake collar that Liuhuo had made with so much effort. The chairman is right. Everyone has his or her strengths. We cannot look down on any comrade. I was born with talents that will be useful. Comrade Liuhuo has impressed us. It's more beautiful than what movie stars wear on posters, with dense stitches and embroidery. Why don't you do sewing in the village? Liuhuo turned her back to them, unmoved. Xiansai's mother walked over, grabbed her shoulders and shook them, saying, what's wrong with you? Aren't you seeking recognition and wanting to shine? Are you not happy that you have found what you should do? So. Hey, turn around and talk. I don't want to. Xiansai's mother used her hands to say, let me help you think about it. Then think about it. Liuhuo sighed softly and turned around slowly. Xiansai's mother and many other sisters gasped as they looked at Liuhuo's cat-like big almond-shaped eyes that were swollen like walnuts, leaving only a slit through which she could barely see. Why your eyes? Liuhuo pursed his lips and said, I've been suffering from pinholes. Xiansai's mother left the scene quickly, and a moment later she took out 3 cents and threw them on the kang. I know now, you are destined to enjoy a good life. I can't recommend a job due to my limited ability, and my daughter ate all the melon seeds, so I'll return the money to you. Really, what's the point of buying a tractor for 3 cents? You can do as much as you can. The other old sisters left with a tsk sound, whispering to each other, the maid is a traitor to the young lady. She is not good at anything but spending money. Yes, I am full of laziness. Liuhuo lost face and once again refreshed the stereotype. She felt so humiliated, but she didn't dare cry. She was afraid that her eye condition would worsen. Night. Lying on the warm kang. Liuhuo whispered to Liuhuo, who was on the other side of the kang cabinet, I think I have to show my advantage. What's the advantage? My top beauty. How? Find someone to marry. Liuhuo paused while taking off his clothes and said, what kind of person? Liuhuo said, there are more jobs in the city, find a city person. Liuhuo said, no one introduced you. Liuhuo said, will you accompany me to squat? Squat? Yeah, it's just chatting me up. When you see someone suitable, ask if they want to date you. Being a hooligan in the street. Liuhuo, I don't think you want to get married. Liuhuo covered her eyes with a wet handkerchief and said, what is that? Liuhuo said, you want to go to jail. 7 Chapter 7. Liuhuo was awakened by the fragrance. She got up with her hair disheveled and touched her eyelids. They had disappeared quite a bit and she could open them. Wash up and come over to eat sweet potato porridge. Liuhuo brought the small iron pot to the kang table and looked at his aunt's eyes deliberately. Although he is small, he has a strong ability to recover. After one night, he was almost back to normal. He just didn't know how there were mice in the house at night, making rustling noises and eating things. He had to look for the mouse hole later. Liuhuo, who secretly ate 2 chestnuts last night, successfully improved her eyelids. She happily tied her hair up into a bun on top of her head. It turns out that the extra chestnuts in the pickle jar are really good for the skin. Eyelids are also skin. I'll have to let Liuhuo eat more later. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Liuhuo was stunned. Working was in his blood. No one had ever told him this. He whispered, you're welcome. Liuhuo relaxed her brows and said, you are excellent. Liuhuo's ears turned red, and the sudden praise made him shy. After being reborn, it felt like a nightmare. After a few days of calming down, his temperament was almost the same as that of a young boy. Liuhuo sat at the table on the kang, smelling the wild vegetable and sweet potato porridge. Outside the yard, Liuhuo's early morning washing clothes were floating on the ground, and the corner was piled with dry firewood. My nephew is so capable, we must praise him to the utmost. You are such a versatile little expert. You can make anything easy for me. It's amazing. Liuhuo's ears were getting redder and redder, and he said in a muffled voice, eat quickly, eating won't stop you from talking. Su Liuhu. The wild vegetable and sweet potato porridge combines the bitter taste of wild vegetables with the fragrant and glutinous sweet potato. Su Liuhu blew on it and took a small bite. She squinted her eyes at the delicious taste. Ji Yuiren saw this and thought she was weird. She was obviously very delicate, so how could she be so happy eating something like this? Maybe, it's really delicious. He took a few bites and swallowed it, feeling no different from before. Su Liuhu reminded him several times to eat slowly at the dinner table. Too hot can cause esophageal cancer, and it's not good for the stomach. You're going to be a soldier in the future. Ji Yuiren stopped what he was doing, held the bowl and asked, "How did you know I wanted to join the army?" Su Liuhu said calmly, "You have such a good physique, wouldn't it be a waste of talent if you don't join the army?" Ji Yuiren believed it and said, "You're right. My dream is to be a soldier." Ji Yuiren finished the sweet potato porridge in his bowl and got up to get another bowl. He had no choice, the little boy was old enough to eat. He hesitated to speak, and Su Liuhu saw it. "What do you want to say?" Ji Yuiren said in a muffled voice, "You can go into the city if you want. I will take you there when I join the army." Su Liuhu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she gave half of her bowl of sweet potato porridge to Ji Yuiren, saying flatteringly, "Eat more, so you can grow stronger." Ji Yuiren said, "Hum," and imitated Su Liuhu to eat with a spoon. If he didn't use a spoon before, he could finish the drink in a few gulps from the bowl. No one taught him since he was a child. Su Liuhu was the first one in 2 lifetimes. After dinner, come with me to the brigade headquarters. Ji Yuiren asked, "What for?" Su Liuhu said, "Separate the household registration so that you can also settle down." Ji Yuiren said, "Okay." After dinner, Su Liuhu checked the top of Ji Yuyi's head where the stitches were and found that the scabs were almost falling off. She changed her words and said, "Let's go to the hospital first. I think you can remove the stitches." Ji Yuiren felt as if someone was pulling the back of his head. It was a little itchy this morning. Su Liuhu said, "It's normal to feel itchy. It's the nerve endings growing, which is a good thing." Ji Yuiren felt relieved when she said that, because she was educated. But he still didn't go to the hospital. Ji Yuiren went to the veterinarian to remove it. Su Liuhu thought it might be the effect of chestnuts. "I just don't know how the scars on his body are recovering. I'll take a peek at him when he's shirtless in the yard." He. When we arrived at the brigade headquarters, Wang Shui was still there. He must have heard the joke Su Liuhu made yesterday. When he saw Su Liuhu, his expression was no longer as serious as before. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Are you here to look for work again?" Su Liuhu said with a stern face, "I am not my parents' child. They kicked me out, so I can't leave in vain. I want to separate my household registration." Wang Shui laughed, "Your father, no, your original father said that Su Huaidi was going to marry someone in the city, and they didn't want someone of unknown origin to be registered with their family, so they separated you out just 2 days after you left home. Your household registration is registered at the brigade headquarters, and your specific place of registration is where you live now." Su Liuhu sneered, "Why didn't you notify me?" Wang Shui lowered her voice and said, "I was afraid you wouldn't agree, so I asked someone to do it." "Okay, they are awesome." Su Liuhu was completely speechless. Wang Shui showed her the household registration booklet. "Look, you are the second one in line, and you have already been moved out." Su Liuhu said, "Why is there a daughter in front?" Wang Shui said, "He was about your age, and died young. It's not easy to raise a child during disaster years, especially a daughter. Some things are understood without being said." Su Liuhu turned around and asked Ji Yuiren, "It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. What do you think?" Ji Yuiren understood what Su Liuhu meant, and nodded with some expectation in his eyes, saying, "Okay." Settling down. Wang Shui sneered and said, "No." Su Liuhu was about to slam the table. "Why not?" Wang Shui said calmly, "I have checked that you are not related by blood. Non-relatives cannot register." Su Liuhu softened her voice, squeezed out her dimples and used her beauty as a weapon. She came close to Wang Shui and shook her arm and said coquettishly, "Xiaxue, please help me for the sake of our elementary school classmates. You know the situation, just do a good deed today." Wang Shui was dazzled by her bright smile. This little devil doesn't even let women go. She simply closed her eyes and didn't look at Su Liuhu, there are two situations in which the household registration can be transferred. 1. He and you are mother and son. Su Liuhu muttered, I'm only 3 years older than him, how is that possible? Wang Shui added, 2nd, your relationship as husband and wife. Su Liuhu said angrily, shameless. Ji Yuiren lowered his head, pursed his lips, and remained silent. Su Liuhu pulled Ji Yuiren and said, let's go. At worst, we can settle down in the city. There will always be a way. Wang Shui said, yes, there is another way. Su Liuhu was convinced and turned around and said, can we finish what we are saying in one breath? Wang Shui smiled and said, it's a tenant relationship, a temporary residence. It's only for registration. Su Liuhu hesitated and looked at Ji Yuiren. If it is a temporary settlement, it actually doesn't make much sense. But when she looked up, she saw hope in Ji Yuiren's eyes, and even a hint of longing for home. She lowered her head and clenched her fists, then looked up and said, okay, the tenant relationship doesn't matter. As long as it's registered, we are better than a family even if we are not one. Ji Yuiren moved his Adam's apple and whispered, after all, we are under the same roof. These words successfully softened Su Liuhu's heart. Well, we are a family under one roof. Wang Shui added, if you live there continuously for more than 10 years, you can get a hukou, which is the same as the hukou obtained through marriage. Su Liuhu, Ji Yuiren. Su Liuhu really wanted to beat her to death. He said it half-heartedly, which is really annoying. This was a ray of hope, as Su Liuhu and Ji Yuiren were successfully registered on the same page, one as the household owner and one as the tenant long-term. After finishing this matter, Su Liuhu and Ji Yuiren went out together. Su Liuhu was petty, and was afraid that her elders were not respected by Ji Yuiren, so she wanted to teach him a lesson and said, we are tenants on paper, but in reality we are aunt and nephew, do you know? Ji Yuiren said, well, sneak into Qinsang. Su Liuhu almost rolled her eyes again and said angrily, you should learn some cultural knowledge quickly. Ji Yuiren had this plan. There was a literacy class in the brigade headquarters, and he wanted to go and ask about it after he settled down. After finishing this important task, Ji Yuiren had to go chop cabbage. Su Liuhu had nothing to do at home, so she followed along. Looking at the green fields was good for her eyes. When we arrived at the cabbage field, everyone was working hard. Ji Yuiren quickly got to work, and his working state scared Su Liuhu so much that she couldn't close her mouth. She couldn't carry the cabbage, but others could carry a sack, and Ji Yuiren could carry 3 sacks. He carried one on his shoulder and held one in each hand. He didn't feel tired at all and walked briskly. He earned the same work points, but he alone did the work of 3 people. When they saw him coming to work, they all wanted to work with him, so they could do less work. Su Liuhu felt sorry for him, but she didn't want him to be lazy in public. After thinking it over, she picked up the sickle and prepared to cut the cabbage. But after Ji Yuiren finished planting the cabbages, he came over, snatched her sickle and said, you don't have to do it. Just stay up there. Go home and sleep when you're tired. Su Liuhu said shyly, this is not a good idea. Su Liuhu stood on the ridge of the field, as tall as Ji Yuiren who was standing in the field. She handed the kettle to Ji Yuiren, who took a few sips and waved his hand maturely, urging her to stand further away, don't get in the way. Su Liuhu, can you put it another way? Ji Yuiren looked at her and spoke his mind after a while, be careful not to get hit. Su Liuhu was satisfied, I know. Su Liuhu simply found a place to sit under a tree, enjoying the cool autumn breeze while watching the busy harvest scene. She rests while others work. Extreme comfort, extreme shamelessness. God damn it, this is what she should do. Life has indeed become much more comfortable after becoming shameless. Here's some red bean buns for you. Xiansai's mother greeted everyone and came over to rest and eat something. Su Liuhu was worried about having nothing to put in the pickle jar. She was really tired of eating chestnuts every day. She was reluctant to eat the red bean buns, so she held them with a handkerchief and put them in her pocket. I'll eat them when I get home. When Xiansai's mother saw that she accepted it, she apologized to her with a shameless face, I shouldn't have laughed at you yesterday. Seeing that you can go out today, I feel relieved. Su Liuhu held a grudge and said unyieldingly, if you have something to say, just say it. Xiansai's mother looked into the field and saw that Ji Yuiren had already taken off his short coat. He was walking through the fields with his wheat-colored arms bare, full of energy, like a nimble calf. She swallowed and was about to open her mouth to speak when a fist suddenly appeared in front of her. Liuhuo said, I advise you not to look at my nephew in that way. Coriander's mother said angrily, what kind of vision do I have? Liuhuo sneered, do you want me to tell you? Xiancai's mother said helplessly, you only know that I'm a widow. Could it be that you forgot that I have a daughter at home? Liuhuo said in astonishment, is it the way a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law? Xiancai's mother said coldly, what do you think? You've been so nice to me these days. What do you think? I just want to get close to you, otherwise who would want to bother with you? Liuhuo, you don't have to say the second half of the sentence. Xiancai's mother will start working soon, so to make a long story short, I think this child really treats you as an elder and listens to you. You are good at managing talents. Liuhuo actually didn't know why Jiu Yiren was warmer to her than to others, but she said in front of Xiancai's mother, oh, what kind of management talent is this? It's just a monkey with a different way of tying it up. Xiancai's mother laughed dryly and said, my daughter is the same age as him, both born in the 1960s. My daughter and I depend on each other for survival, and I don't want her to marry out and be bullied. He has been in the Liu family all this time, so I thought it was fine. Now that he is registered under your name, I want to talk to you about their marriage. Rural people don't have a strong sense of law, and they really think they are registered as aunt and nephew. Liuhuo didn't say anything. In fact, it would be more respectable if the man's family took the initiative to bring up this matter. However, the situations of both the eldest sister and the second sister are not ordinary. Xiancai's mother thought that she would be the first to get the upper hand, so she informed Liuhuo as soon as possible. She had seen clearly these days that many families with daughters were optimistic about Jiu Yiren. He had no father or mother, so if he could marry into the girl's family, it would be a great help. Let me say something privately, that aspect can guarantee that the woman's family will prosper. Xiancai's mother took out 2 red bin buns and put them in Liuhuo's pocket. If our 2 families become relatives, you will be our great aunt. Liuhuo, don't say it, please don't say it. Xiancai's mother observed Liuhuo's expression and saw that her expression had softened. She persuaded her again, they are still young now, so you can get engaged first and then get married later. I know your family's situation, so it won't be difficult. Otherwise, our 2 families can live together, and I won't say anything if you don't work. Facing the strong temptation, Liuhuo struggled for a while before grabbing Xiancai's mother's hand and said, big sister. Coriander's mother opened up and responded with a smile, how is it? Liuhuo said, what you said is indeed very good. Especially the fact that she doesn't have to do any work, that's a huge plus. The other side. Jiu Yiren put down the sack and wiped his sweat. He looked at Liuhuo and Xiancai's mother whispering under the tree, seeming to be thinking about something. Hey, come here. Jiu Yiren looked in the direction of their voice and saw several sisters-in-law waving at him. He thought he was being asked to help with the work, so he walked over and stood there without saying a word. Everyone was used to his silence and didn't take it seriously. The woman wearing a grey cloth triangular scarf asked Jiu Yiren, how much do you want as a gift from Xiancai's mother? I'll give you 50 more, you can keep it yourself. Jiu Yiren asked, what gift? Another woman said, Xiancai's mother is discussing with your aunt about you becoming her son-in-law. Your aunt looks so happy, so the deal is probably done. Liuhuo waited until Jiu Yiren signed the work permit and wanted to go with him to buy a piece of tofu to stew at home, but she found that although Jiu Yiren was polite to her, he didn't say a word along the way. No matter how you look at it, it seems like he's giving her the cold shoulder. Liuhuo stopped, hugged the big white tofu block and said, what did I do to make you angry with me? Jiu Yiren said in a muffled voice, I'm not angry. If you are not angry, then you are angry. Liuhuo walked around to him, bent down and looked at his dark face with a skeptical look, and Jiu Yiren immediately turned his head away. Oh, you are so disrespectful. The 2 walked all the way to the door of their home. Jiu Yiren washed his hands in the well and took the tofu cubes to cook. Liuhuo ran in front of him and stretched out her thin arms to stop him, don't keep anything to me if you have anything to say. Jiu Yiren was not used to telling others what was on his mind. He had no one to talk to before, so he would vent his troubles by working. Now under Liuhuo's questioning, he spoke with difficulty, if you regret it and want me to leave, I will leave. I don't want the betrothal money, I'll give it all to you. Liuhuo suddenly realized, and said with her white teeth bared, then how much do you think you are worth? Ji Yuiren felt that he was worthless, but if he could save some money for his aunt, he still hoped that he could be worth more. He was depressed and couldn't bring himself to speak out. Su Liuhua added, she also said that when the two families become one, she won't need me to work. Ji Yuiren said in a muffled voice, I don't need you to do it either. Su Liuhua looked at him with a smile. Ji Yuiren turned his head awkwardly, and suddenly a pair of warm and delicate hands held his big hands. Ji Yuiren wanted to pull his hands back, but was afraid of hurting her, so he let her hold them motionlessly. Su Liuhua said sincerely, don't be angry with me, I was just kidding. Actually, I rejected her. Ji Yuiren asked doubtfully, really? Real? Ji Yuiren said, you don't want the money. Don't want. I won't let you work. You won't let me do it either. Ji Yuiren was silent again. Su Liuhua's expression did not seem fake, really, although it's a pity that she gave a betrothal gift of 100 yuan. But even if she gave a betrothal gift of 1,000 yuan, I would refuse it. Ji Yuiren looked down at the little hand that was wrapping him and felt it was very hot. He let out a hum and wanted to pull his hand back, but Su Liuhua held it tightly. Guess how Coriander's mom and I refused. Ji Yuiren's ears turned red without him noticing, and he whispered, how did you refuse? I told Coriander's mom that you have your own dream. You have a dream? I will definitely help you realize your dream. Chapter 8. After the cabbage harvest in Xiaotang village, people started digging sweet potatoes in the fields. Su Liuhua followed behind with a basket, picking up fallen sweet potatoes with a group of children. When she was tired and had finished picking up a basket, Ji Yuiren would come around from the front and pour the sweet potatoes into a sack. Division of labor and cooperation make work less tiring. No matter what others think, she managed to get the work points. If you are thick-skinned, you will be invincible. And Su Liuhua saw that in the distant responsibility field, the Liu family father and son were also working. They said they were working, but they were just sitting on the ridge smoking. The team leader did not dare to offend them and gave them work points as usual. TSK TSK TSK. Su Liuhua finally extended the chain of contempt. Ji Yuiren is at the top, Xiangcai's mother and that group of old ladies are above her. She was originally at the tail, but now there are the Liu family father and son who are trying to take advantage of the situation. After a day's work, Xiaotang village distributed the cabbage and sweet potatoes that they had stored for the winter to everyone. Su Liuhua saw a row of cabbages and piled sweet potatoes under the eaves, and felt that the blisters on her hands were not in vain. Ji Yuiren felt a little sorry for her as he saw her sitting on the kang, picking at her blisters with tears in her eyes. Su Liuhua handed the cloth coupons to Ji Yuiren, sat on the edge of the kang, blew on her delicate palm and said, go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy a piece of fine cotton cloth. Ji Yuiren was about to go out to do something, and when he heard this, he asked, what do you want to do? Su Liuhua said, I'll make you a cotton padded jacket. Ji Yuiren responded silently, walked to the door and said, why don't you do it for yourself? Just give me your cotton jacket. Su Liuhua hesitated and said, it doesn't fit, does it? She didn't know that the cotton jacket was made to take Yuren's figure into consideration, as there was not enough cotton and there were no sleeves. Ji Yuiren said, I'll use the fine cotton cloth to make you a cotton jacket. Give me this one and just help me sew the right cotton sleeves on it. Su Liuhua pursed her lips and smiled, how embarrassing. Ji Yuiren knew that she loved to say one thing and mean another, and he wondered how happy she must be. He lowered his lip and said, I'll buy it after I finish my business. Su Liuhua also wanted to surprise him with something else, so she asked, then come back as soon as possible. I have something to talk to you about. Good. Ji Yuiren rushed to the literacy class of the brigade. These days he has been reviewing every detail of his past life, and that officer said something that left a deep impression on him. If you were educated, you could become an officer after graduating from a military academy with your skills. Unfortunately, you have no education and have to be conscripted, wasting several years on your career advancement. Ji Yuiren didn't want to be a low-level person who was bullied by everyone in his life. He wanted to move up, the higher the better. He had to stand tall and not be bullied, and he had to catch the mastermind who harmed him in his previous life. Maybe I can find my parents. Forget it, maybe his parents really don't want him and hope he will be eaten by wolves. When Ji Yuiren arrived outside the literacy class, some people who had already eaten dinner were already sitting outside waiting for class. When the village first started to organize literacy classes, no one was willing to join. Later, when people heard that those with literacy could be recommended to attend the workers, peasants and soldiers' university, more people started to join. The main reason is that workers, peasants and soldiers don't have to work, and they can get work points and meal tickets just by sitting in class every day. It doesn't matter whether they learn knowledge or not. In the past 1 or 2 years, all the classrooms of literacy classes are almost full. Chen wanted to wait for the teacher of the literacy class, Captain Chen from the Educated Youth Point, to come and ask how to enter the literacy class. When Captain Chen came to class, he had a cigarette between his ears. He did not come alone, but was followed by 2 people, Liuhuo and Liuhuo. When Captain Chen saw Chen appear, he stopped, and before he could say anything, Liuhuo and Liuhuo rushed up to fight with Chen. There was a chair blocking the door. Chen picked up the wooden chair and threw it at them without saying a word. Captain Chen saw the teenage boys beating up Liuhuo and Liuhuo so hard that they fled everywhere. He shouted, "Those who fight are not allowed to attend the literacy class." Chen's movements froze, and Liuhuo and Liuhuo ran to the side cursing. "Get lost, this is the place for you bastards." Boss Liu was not convinced and yelled, "You still want to attend literacy classes? Dream on. If I can't attend, neither can you." Liuhuo grabbed Captain Chen's collar and said, "If you dare to take him, I will burn down the literacy class." Captain Chen was also very angry. He returned the cigarettes to them and said, "I'll say it again. Literacy classes are not fist classes. People who fight and do evil things are absolutely not allowed to attend literacy classes." He was worrying about how to reject the Liu brothers. They usually cheated, and taking them to the literacy class would only affect their learning progress. They might even gang up to bully other students and teachers. Chen walked over and said to Captain Chen, "Captain Chen, I promise not to fight again." Captain Chen whispered, "You don't fight? How can they not fight with you?" "No, it has to be a fight to the death." Liuhuo and Liuhuo were like twins, and said to Chen proudly, "As long as we are here, don't even think about learning a single word." Chen saw a lot of people surrounding him. They all looked at him indifferently, and it seemed that they didn't want him to go in and cause them trouble. Liuhuo said, "If you beg me, I will let you go in and learn something. Otherwise, you will be illiterate for the rest of your life." Chen tightly closed his lips, hatred bursting out of his eyes. Even if he suffered the same fate as in his previous life, he would not beg the Liu family for a single word. Captain Chen's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Chen might get into trouble. A desperate dog will climb a wall. He turned to the Liu brothers and asked, "Can you guys stop fighting?" The eldest and second eldest Liu said at the same time, "Beat him. Beat him to death. He dared to cut my father's head last time, so I have to teach him a lesson." Captain Chen said to Chen helplessly, "Look, it's not that I don't want you." Seeing this, Chen did not hesitate. He suppressed the infinite hatred and regret in his heart, looked at the classroom reluctantly and walked out. God knows how envious he was every time he dragged his crippled legs and heard Lang Lang reading here in his previous life. The endless cursing from Liuhuo and Liuhuo in the back could not reach Chen's ears at all, because he was already filled with disappointment. "It seems that I still have to go the conscription route and miss better opportunities. I just don't know if this life will be like my last life, where I'll be framed or run over by a car. If this is still the case, then what is the meaning of his existence?" Chen felt that God was too cruel, letting him know everything but not giving him a chance to change his course. Liuhuo secretly put the overflowing chestnuts into the basket hanging on the beam at home. In addition, there was also half a basket of chestnuts in the old basket in the corner. At first, Chen asked her where the chestnuts came from. She talked about this and that, sometimes saying that Coriander's mother gave them to her, and sometimes saying that she picked them up herself. After a long time, Chen stopped asking. Liuhuo sat by the small stove roasting chestnuts. Occasionally there would be a crisp popping sound. She has mastered the rules of the pickle jar. On average, the number of chestnuts will increase every 24 hours, and the number of chestnuts put in the jar will remain the same at other times. The skin beautifying effect of chestnuts varies from person to person. For example, she has good skin, flawless and soft. After eating chestnuts for a few days, her skin has become smoother than before, and even the tiny laugh lines and pores have disappeared. The whole person has a natural skin smoothing effect. Ji Yuiren's effect was not as good as hers. There were still faint marks on the scars on the skin on his back. There were small scars on his face from work before, but they disappeared. Su Liuhe named this batch of chestnuts, skin beautifying chestnuts. It not only fills you up but is also good for your skin. Anyone who has eaten it will know. The chestnuts in the oven were almost roasted, so she stood up and took out the small blackboard hidden behind the basket. She was just happy that Ji Yuiren agreed to take her into the city, but then she remembered that if he was a soldier, there was no way he could just take anyone into the city so easily. Remember that there are requirements for accompanying the army, and you have to be at least a company commander level cadre. She doesn't want to work hard all her life. She is fed up with the poor and difficult living environment and needs a convenient life. Here, Su Liuhe's only pleasure is to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. If she goes there too often, people will gossip about her and say she is a spendthrift woman. If she doesn't spend her own money, she won't feel bad. She was really angry. Last time she promised to help Ji Yuiren realize his dream, so she asked Xiangcai's mother to get a small blackboard, a box of chalk, a stack of textbooks and a small steel ruler. Xiangcai's mother gave up on her daughter's marriage and ignored Su Liuhe for a few days. But she couldn't help Su Liuhe's good manners. Knowing that Xiangcai's mother liked the fake collar she made last time, she simply gave the fake collar to Xiangcai's mother in exchange for these teaching aids that others didn't want. Xiangcai's mother saw her miserable look when she got the needle, and thought the gift was very precious. Recently, her relationship with Su Liuhe has been much better than before. Occasionally, she would make some delicious food and send it to her. Now that all schools outside are suspended, Xiangcai's mother repeatedly asks Su Liuhe to teach secretly. Su Liuhe placed the small blackboard on the chair and moved it against the wall. She wrote the 3 big characters, first lesson, on the small blackboard and wrote the pinyin below, intending to teach Ji Yuiren step by step. After all, she was a research student at a design school, and was more than qualified to teach illiterate teenagers in the 1970s. As long as you seize the time and take part in the first college entrance examination, everyone's level was not very good at that time. Cultural learning had stagnated for 10 years, and a large number of intellectuals who had experienced turmoil were watching from the sidelines, and some of them might not even get the news of the college entrance examination. This is the best opportunity for Ji Yuiren to stand out. As long as he can successfully enter the military academy, he will be a company level officer upon graduation. She will also go into the city when the time comes. It will be more than enough for her to find a boyfriend in the city. Maybe she can even find an officer, hee. Ji Yuiren walked to the door of his house and rubbed his face. Last time he gave Su Liuhe the cold shoulder, she would bring it up to make fun of him from time to time. He was disappointed that he couldn't go to the literacy class today, but he didn't want her to see it. But the moment he entered the room, he froze in place, unable to speak. Su Liuhe waited until dark before she saw Ji Yuiren coming back. She hadn't even bought the fabric that he was asked to buy, and she had even figured out how to make it. She sat cross-legged on the kang, pointed at Ji Yuiren with a small steel ruler and asked, "Where did you go?" Ji Yuiren secretly pinched the back of his hand and found that it was not a dream. "The blackboard, chalk and textbooks in front of you are all real." His voice was hoarse and he couldn't help but stammer, I stayed in the mountains for a while." Su Liuhe was afraid that he would be unwilling to study. A boy of this age with strong ideas and still in his rebellious period would be difficult to discipline. She tapped the blackboard with a small ruler and said, "Do you know what I'm going to do?" Ji Yuiren didn't dare to say it, fearing that he would be disappointed again. He looked at Su Liuhe dimly and said in a low voice, "I don't know." Su Liuhe sneered, "You still don't know this? I'll let you pretend." She knocked on the blackboard again and said, "From today on, I will teach you cultural lessons every night. Do you know why I do this?" Ji Yuiren didn't know why she always lends a helping hand when he needs it. "No, I don't know." Su Liuhe thought he was unwilling to learn, and said angrily, "I want you to win at the starting line. You have to learn it whether you want to or not." Ji Yuiren's nose suddenly felt sore, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Learn, I am willing to learn." 9 Chapter 9. Before dawn, Ji Yuiren had finished reviewing the lessons of the private tutoring class from the previous day. He threw 3 or 4 pieces of firewood into the dying stove, picked up a fire stick and started practicing in the yard. He started practicing late in his previous life, so in this life he started learning kung fu several years in advance. Chen is hardworking and diligent. Apart from working, he spends the rest of the day either studying or exercising. His crazy enthusiasm for learning complements the lazy guy who is still rolling around on the kang and sleeping. After practicing boxing and kicking, he took a cold shower shirtless in the courtyard. It's going to snow, and the clouds floating over the mountains are heavy. Flocks of wild geese have flown south, and icicles are gradually forming on the eaves of the houses. He washed off the sweat on his body, leaving behind the scent of soap, and then went into their house. Even without Liuhuo telling him, he knew that his aunt loved cleanliness. Their basins for washing were divided into 3 parts: face, feet, and other parts. He used to think that he was a clean person, but he was not as clean as his aunt. He wanted to make a good impression in front of her, so he paid more attention to personal hygiene and cleanliness. He wiped his stubble head with a towel and threw it aside. Water drops rolled down the corner of his jaw onto the ground. His strong back still had water marks on it, but he was not afraid of the cold. He had just finished exercising and his whole body was steaming. "Brother Xiaoyi, my mother said she would save 10 cabbages for you and asked me to come and get them." Xiangxai stood timidly outside the yard, waiting for the sound of Chen bath to stop before she dared to turn around and speak. Chen seemed to have grown taller, with arms stretched out. He walked to the yellow mud wall, picked up 2 large cabbages and handed them to Xiangxai. "I'll do the rest. Can you carry them?" Xiangxai was 16 years old, with acne and some acne scars on her cheeks. She was embarrassed to look at the handsome and upright Chen, and said with her head down, "I can hold you, hold you." Chen pressed his lips and looked towards the direction of the sleeping woman in the room. "Yes, who can be like her? She is not an ordinary person." Xiangxai returned home first, and Chen walked to her door and stopped. Xiangxai's mother went to the market early in the morning, so it was not convenient for him to go in alone. Xiangxai's family lived in a brick and tile house, and they used to live a decent life. But after her father passed away, there was one less laborer, and she was still young at that time, so life was hard. Now that she's grown up, Xiangxai's mother feels a little more relaxed. Although the blue brick and tile house is old, it is tidy and orderly. The thin dry branches under the corner of the wall were picked up by Xiangxai and her sisters in the mountains and covered with straw curtains. Next to it is a chicken coop of about 2 square meters, with only 1 hen in it. Thanks to the careful care of Tuor Xiangxai, the hen has grown quite fat. She lays an egg every now and then. Chen handed the cabbage to her and turned to leave, but Xiangxai called him, "Hey, Xiaoyi, wait a minute. I have something to ask you." Liuhuo was sleeping in a hazy state, her face flushed from the warm kang. As soon as she woke up, her watery almond eyes glanced outside. The place where Chen always took a bath was empty. Liuhuo didn't see her daily scene, so she got up and walked out in her slippers. Chen returned to the yard and saw Liuhuo running out without wearing a cotton jacket. He quickly went back to their house to get a cotton jacket for her to put on. "Why do I hear someone crying?" Liuhuo had sharp ears and eyes. There was no entertainment in the village, so she had developed a pair of sharp ears. Whenever she saw something lively in a house, she would go over to see. Chen didn't want to deceive Liuhuo, but he also didn't want to ruin Xiangxai's reputation. While he was struggling with this, Liuhuo had already started walking towards Xiangxai's house. Xiangxai has thin and yellow hair, a flat nose, and pimples on her face. She is already inferior to her peers. She finally mustered up the courage to ask Chen how he managed to keep his skin looking better day by day. On the one hand, it is to please and praise, and to get closer to the boy she likes. Secondly, I really want to change my appearance and don't want to be laughed at by people with acne scars every day. Chen said that he was born with natural beauty and could not help her, and turned away with a look of 3 parts disdain and 7 parts confidence. Xiangxai was deeply shocked when she saw the beautiful boy's back, and her silent sobbing turned into loud tears. Liuhuo sat on the side, hugging her knees. This sounds a bit familiar. It seemed that every day when she combed her hair and applied clam oil in front of the mirror, she would always sigh, "Natural beauty, fair skin and beautiful appearance, skin like cream. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked so quickly. He is so indiscriminate in learning things, like a hungry wolf." Liuhuo ran home, stuffed the chestnut cake she baked yesterday into Xiangxai's pocket and said, "Actually, there is a secret recipe. This is our ancestral skin beautifying cake. I'll give you 3 pieces. Eat one a day and see the effect. Although the cilantro man is small, he is not a liar. He sniffed it and said, "Isn't this just a chestnut cake? It's fuzzy." Liuhuo said, "What the elders told you must be true. How do you know it doesn't work if you don't try it?" Chen Xiulan thought for a moment and said, "If it works, I'll ask my mother to give you 2 more cabbages." Liuhuo's eyes turned dark. She was laughed at wherever she went because she couldn't lift the cabbage. The culprit was Coriander's mother. She said quickly, "I don't want cabbage. If it works, just don't let your mother call me a good-for-nothing behind my back." "Ah? So you knew it?" Chen Xiulan blurted out in her inexperience. Liuhuo slapped her thigh and said, "I knew your mother and I were just plastic sisters. Chestnut cakes are a delicacy she developed in a food desert using the skills of a British student. Anyway, she is not allowed to talk about it anymore." Coriander blushed and asked, "How do I take it? Are there any taboos?" Liuhuo stood up and was about to leave. "Eat slowly." Cilantro said, "Are you worried that the medicine is too strong?" Liuhuo glanced at him like a fool. "I'm afraid you'll choke. The Beijing Central Senior Sanatorium is covered with snow and has an elegant environment. Commander Jiu. How is it going? Madam drank some wild ginseng chicken soup today, but she still doesn't look very good. The test results will be out tomorrow, and overall there is no improvement." Jiu Chongjier came back exhausted after presiding over the military exercise in the northwest region. The first thing he did was to visit his wife Tong Hongyang, who was recuperating in a sanatorium. 4 guards stood outside the independent sanatorium villa. Jiu Chongjier went to the 2nd floor and saw his wife, who was over 40 years old but still charming. He is 10 years older than his wife. He fell in love with Tong Hongyang at first sight when he saw her playing a beautiful and determined revolutionary character on the screen in the cinema. After many twists and turns, he finally got her, and the next year he had a fat boy. His family was happy and his career was thriving. Who knew that treason would occur? The people around him actually kidnapped his only son and forced him to stop his plan to patrol the southern coast. As a revolutionary soldier, he had already given his life and blood to the country. Under the enemy's relentless pressure, he weighed the pros and cons of the safety of the country and the people. His wife was seriously ill and he was almost framed, standing on the edge of a cliff in danger. For more than 10 years, the commander-in-chief, who had the power of life and death on the battlefield, always felt heartbroken whenever he thought of his missing son. "Dad, why don't you come in?" Jiu Xiaowen had a face that was 50% similar to Jiu Chongjie's. He wore a high-end woolen coat and first-layer cowhide shoes. He pushed open the door and smiled, saying, "I talked to my mother for a long time. I was wondering if I should let her rest for a while." Jiu Chongjie nodded to him, and then he saw Tong Hongyang sitting by the window. He washed his hands carefully first, and handed the general's coat to Jiu Xiaowen before he walked over and touched his wife's hand. "It's still quite warm." Tong Hongyang had just finished the examination and was already a little tired. She felt annoyed when Jiu Xiaowen dragged her to talk about a bunch of nonsense. Jiu Xiaowen was found by her husband's people 5 years after her biological son was kidnapped. He was as weak as a kitten and called them Dad and Mom when he saw them. Even though he looked alike, Tong Hongyang knew at first sight that he was not her son. A mother and her son are connected by heart. Even if she hadn't seen her son for 10 or 20 years, let alone 5 years, she firmly believed that she would be able to recognize him as long as his shadow appeared in the crowd. Jiu Chongjie lied to her, saying that Jiu Xiaowen was their son. Their son was found. She couldn't bear to expose his lies, knowing that her husband was too worried about her and afraid that she would continue to vomit blood due to excessive worry. Looking at the white hair on her husband's temples and the bloodshot eyes, she gritted her teeth and recognized Jiu Xiaowen as a solace to make up for her heart. Even though everyone knew that her son would never come back. The captured agent said that when they fled, they threw the crying child into the hungry wolves and saw a group of wild wolves surrounding him. Not even a bone of the child would be left. Jiu Chongjie cares about his wife's feelings, and Tong Hongyang cares about her husband's good intentions. On the surface, the family maintains a harmonious relationship. "You should go back first." Tong Hongyang said to Jiu Xiaowen, "You've been with me all morning, you should have a good rest. When you go back, don't go drink and have fun with your friends, and work harder and study harder." Jiu Xiaowen scratched his head shyly and said, "Mom, look at what you said. It's not that I don't want to study, but I have the same brain as my dad. I can only join the army in the future. I'm really not good at anything else. Jiyu Chongjia turned around and looked at him, and said with a strong sense of oppression in his words, "Get lost. Do you really think it's easy to get lost in the army? If you get lost in society, any trouble you get into is a small matter. If you get lost in the army, any trouble you get into is a big deal. Do you really think the army is a place where you can just join it? The water is much deeper than you think." "I was wrong, Dad, please don't be angry. I just want to start a career as soon as possible so that you don't have to work so hard." Jiyu Xiaowen is getting older and older, and he knows that he is becoming less and less like Jiyu Chongjia, and he is very anxious. Jiyu Chongjia was tall and strong, and he was always aggressive when he went out to do things. He looked like a skinny monkey, and was timid in front of them, and they all disliked him. Jiyu Chongjia understood what he meant. He was anxious about being assigned to the troops and was urging him openly. Tong Hongyang tried to smooth things over by saying, "You two father and son always quarrel whenever you meet. Which father and son are like you two? Okay, Xiaowen, go back. I'll talk to your father and son." Jiyu Xiaowen was standing at the door and was about to leave when Jiyu Chongjia stopped him and said, "Look at what you are wearing. Go back and change it for me. Don't you think it's not sensitive enough?" "Got it, Dad. I'm leaving now. Mom, take care of yourself. I'm going to play out of town tomorrow and will bring you some goodies later." After he left, Jiyu Chongjia stood at the door and sulked. He should have just thrown Jiyu Xiaowen to join the Up to the Countryside movement. Tong Hongyang sat quietly in the chair and sighed. She raised someone else's son for more than 10 years and never owed him anything. I hope God will see this and allow her to reunite with her biological son after her death. Outside the sanatorium, Jiyu Xiaowen went out and got into a car, then looked at his watch. There were 2 young men smoking in the car. When they saw him coming, they quickly put out their cigarettes and said, "Master Jiyu, shall we set off now?" Jiyu Chongjia was very strict with money, and every time he came to Tong Hongyang to ask for money, he would take out a roll of Da Tuan Jia and throw it to them, saying, "Spend sparingly." The young man driving the car saw that he looked unhappy and asked, "Commander Jiyu still doesn't agree to your joining the army for training?" After waiting for a while and seeing no response from Jiyu Xiaowen, they both understood what was going on. The young man sitting next to Jiyu Xiaowen muttered, "You are Commander Gu's only son after all. How come he doesn't care about you at all?" Jiyu Xiaowen would never tell his identity to the young masters in Beijing who played with him. All these years, they had treated that son as dead, so even if he was the adopted son of the Jiyu family, he was still the eldest young master in the name of justice. Jiyu Xiaowen said disapprovingly, "Who knows? My old man is just that kind of person. We'll talk about it when we have the chance." The young man driving in front said, "That's right. Anyway, your family is rich and powerful, everything will be yours in the future, there's no need to rush. We brothers are so envious of you, so remember to remind us in the future." Jiyu Xiaowen looked out of the car window and smiled arrogantly. Chapter 10. The third household in the 15th row on the north side of Xiaotang village. As soon as the falling snow reached the roof, it was melted by the warm air in the house. The snow water flowed down from the eaves, dripping. Liuhuo, who had finished her eye exercises standing in front of the window, returned to the kang and began to sew her cotton-padded jacket. She hasn't left the house for 5 days. The thin cotton jacket was patched up and given to Jiyu Iran to wear. He chopped wood all day and would be freezing without it. Even though he said he wasn't cold, Liuhuo still forced him to wear it. She was afraid of needle pricks. She worked slowly on her new cotton-padded jacket. "I can't go out without a cotton-padded jacket, and I have to work hard at home all day long." She finally understood how it felt when a family took turns wearing a pair of pants. How pitiful. Fortunately, it was the slack season during the farming season, and Xianxai's mother and other old sisters came over every day to learn how to tailor clothes from her, so the house was warm. Although she felt that they came here to enjoy the warmth of the kang. Who else burns firewood like her family does, without taking a break? That's because there's no capable laborer like Jiyu Iran at home, and there's simply not enough firewood to burn. She was not cold even though she was wearing only a single layer of clothes and pants while lying on the kang. Instead, she left the window ajar to let in the cool breeze. Not only did Chen Xiulan fill the yard with firewood for the winter, he also had time to privately exchange the firewood for some food and cotton. There was a thin piece of bacon hanging on the windowsill outside the house. This is a small piece of hind leg meat from the village's New Year's pig. Chen Xiulan pickled it with salt, and when Liuhuo was craving for meat, she would cut a few slices and stir-fry them with vegetables. If she saved some, she could eat it until after the New Year. Liuhuo stayed at home alone for a while, and then she heard a voice calling from outside, his aunt. Liuhuo rolled her eyes. Come in. Xianxai's mother came into the house and looked back at the yard frequently. Liuhuo sat on the kang and asked her, what's wrong? Xianxai's mother said, I just saw someone walking towards your house, but when we came over, there was no one there. Liuhuo said, maybe he was passing by. Xianxai's mother came in with Aunt Wang and Aunt Song. She held 2 eggs in her hand and handed them to Liuhuo, saying, here are the eggs. The medicated cakes you gave me really work. The acne marks on my daughter's face have disappeared. She even looked at herself in the mirror at home early in the morning. Aunt Wang used a small broom to sweep the dust off her body. Knowing that Liuhuo liked to be clean, she said eagerly, your face has become smoother and even whiter. Do you think the medicine cakes will work for someone my age? Xianxai's mother laughed at her and said, you have as many wrinkles on your face as the yellow chrysanthemums in my pot, and you still have the nerve to be so conceited. Who are you showing off your age to? Liuhuo actually didn't know how effective the skin beautifying chestnuts were on wrinkles, as neither she nor Chen Xiulan had wrinkles. To avoid letting others know that her chestnut pancakes were good, she simply said, this is a secret recipe passed down from my family. Whether it works for wrinkles varies from person to person. It's good for the skin anyway. But not everyone can eat it. It depends on fate. Xiaoyi found all the herbs in the mountains, and there aren't many of them anyway. Aunt Song was a smart woman and knew that Liuhuo would not give it away for nothing. If she hadn't seen Xianxai's face getting better, she wouldn't have rushed over with them. As luck would have it, her daughter had a large spot on her face. It had grown bigger over the past 2 years, delaying her search for a husband. She came over to ask for some medicine cakes to take back and try. What if? Aunt Song glanced at Xianxai's mother, who came to Liuhuo's left to help connect the dots and said, look at yourself, you are so beautiful, why do you need to take medicine? Our 2 families have a good relationship, and I know you like Xianxai's child. But Sister Song's daughter has a special condition, and if she can be cured, you will definitely benefit from it. You are the miracle doctor of our Sertang village. Liuhuo wanted to earn some extra money, and she knew it very well. Seeing that she didn't deny it, Aunt Song came over and stuffed the $5 and a cloth coupon she had prepared into her pocket. Aunt, please feel sorry for the child. The child is grown up and cries at home every day. If she continues like this, something bad will happen to her sooner or later. Liuhuo took the ticket with a smile and returned the money to her. The tickets can be said to be borrowed, and once the money is received, it becomes speculation. She got down on the ground and said in her slippers, I am a kind person. How can I bear to let my juniors suffer? Wait, I will prepare a week's supply for you. If you don't feel better after taking it, I will refund you. If you feel better, we will continue to eat it. Aunt Song was so excited that she wanted to follow him out, but Liuhuo stopped her at the door. Sister, just wait in the room. After Aunt Song entered the room, she asked anxiously, do you think she can do it? Xianxai's mother said, why not? My daughter, you saw it with your own eyes. Did we team up to cheat you out of a cloth coupon? How much money did you secretly spend on medical treatment? Why don't you try it now that you have a chance? Aunt Song smacked her lips and said, look at what I said. If it works, I will kneel down and kowtow to her. Xianxai's mother knew that Liuhuo was conceited, so she whispered, who asked you to kowtow? Just send some of the good things from home over here. Aunt Song said hurriedly, specify it. In the kitchen. Liuhuo was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling while holding the pickle jar and pouring out chestnuts. She had finished making her cotton-padded jacket, but she was short of cloth to make pajamas for sleeping. You can't always slip into bed quickly in just a vest and shorts, that's so unsightly. Hey, did I take today's chestnuts? There was only half a handful of chestnuts left in the pickle jar. Liuhuo stood on the stove and rummaged through the hanging basket, and sure enough, the chestnuts were inside. She didn't think much about it. I took some chestnuts and peeled them outside. After they were cooked, I crushed them into balls the size of pigeon eggs. I added some sweet potato flour and rolled them into pancakes with a rolling pin. I put them in a small pan without adding oil and baked them. The pancakes were so mushy that they could make your teeth break. If it was for Chen, she would be willing to add oil. She only bought half a bottle of soybean oil. For others, it was fine, but she was so stingy. Anyway, there was nothing to do in the house in winter, so she just held it and chewed her teeth. She lingered in the kitchen for a long time, and then brought 7 ready-made medicine cakes to Aunt Song. Aunt Song tore off a few pieces of red straw paper, picked them up, and went home impatiently. Liuhuo didn't put too many chestnuts in, as she was afraid that the effect would be too good and attract people's attention. But when she put coriander in, the effect was too good and attracted Aunt Song. This time we use fewer chestnuts. As long as Aunt Song's daughter keeps eating them for a while, she will gradually get better and perhaps this won't be too conspicuous. Sister, you sew first. I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to exchange for some cloth. Liuhuo got the cloth coupons and started to sew, putting on 3 layers of clothes on the left and right. Xianxi's mother was feeling very hot, so she took off her old cotton padded jacket and gave it to her. You can wear mine. Liuhuo saw that the elbows of her cotton padded jacket were shining and there were 2 patches on her chest, so she rejected her kindness. After buying a piece of fine cotton cloth from Xianxi's good friend, Liuhuo saw a group of people coming from the opposite direction while walking on the road. The sound of their laughter sounded familiar. It was Huaidi and the others. The leader was Li Hongxing, the lover of the original owner Liuhuo. The other was the director of the grain and oil store, who was half a level higher than Li Hongxing and was Zhao Daking, the head of the grain and oil store. He looked like a cadre, not very tall, younger than Li Hongxing. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. Compared to the slightly greasy Li Hongxing, he was neat and clean. Huaidi and her family flattered him all their way. After all, his father was a cadre in the county party committee secretariat, and he himself had real power. This was the highest-ranking official Huaidi knew. Zhao Daking followed the car to deliver relief food to the countryside, and took some sauerkraut stored in the village back to honor his grandmother. His grandmother loved it the most, and she had to eat sauerkraut meat dumplings every New Year and other festivals. He spoke in an official tone to the Su family, with an expression of disdain and impatience. Huaidi heard that the grain and oil station needed a billing clerk to help record the weight and type of grain entering and leaving the warehouse every day. Usually she could sit and not do reception work. She could earn 27 yuan for 3 days a week. The more years she worked, the more she could earn. She thought that she would have to get a job after she married into the city, and where could she earn more money than working at the grain and oil station? Zhao Daking and Li Hongxing are about the same age, wearing brand new cadre uniforms and liberation shoes, and you can tell that the higher-ranking official can crush the lower-ranking official. The gap is too obvious. Chen Xiulan, who was at home, chopped up the more than 1 pound of pork she was given at the end of the year into meat filling and made dumplings. However, she was tired of eating meat and did not drink with Liuhuo. She just ate a few bites and left. It seems that Huaidi still needs some work to do. She kept winking at Li Hongxing. Just as Li Hongxing was about to speak to his superior, he came towards him with the charming figure he had been thinking about day and night. Zhao Daking was stunned. The young girl who ran over here had a lively face that was prettier than a fairy from heaven. She had lively almond eyes, playful dimples, and a slender waist that was still visible despite her bulky clothes. He couldn't take his eyes away for a moment. He murmured, "How could your village produce such a pretty lesbian?" Li Hongxing said awkwardly, "Yes. Girl's name. Liuhuo." Liuhuo hated his eyes, and also hated Li Hongxing and others. She passed by them and tried to pretend she didn't know them, but was stopped by Li Hongxing. Li Hongxing felt from the bottom of his heart that he had let Liuhuo down. He lost control of himself when he met Huaidi, who threw herself at him in the city that day. Huaidi seized the opportunity and threatened to report him for being a hooligan if they didn't marry him. His whole family depends on this job for their livelihood, and he absolutely cannot lose it. Zhao Daking winked at him, and he hesitantly called out, "Xiao. Call me comrade." Liuhuo was annoyed by his affectionate tone. She stopped and frowned and said, "It's so cold." "What's the matter?" Li Hongxing hadn't seen her for a long time. When he saw her again, he found that her skin was whiter than snow without a single blemish. She seemed to be more feminine than when she was dating him. He stammered, "Let me introduce you to my boss at the grain and oil store, Director Zhao." "Hello, comrade. Just call me Daking." Zhao Daking stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands. He couldn't imagine how soft those hands were. Su Liuhar put her hands in her pockets, not loving anyone, raised her chin and blew out a puff of white steam, saying, "Your leader is not my leader, it's none of my business." After saying this, he went home carrying a roll of fine cotton cloth. "Oh, you really think she is stupid?" Su Huidi's eyes were about to pop out of her head behind her. Li Hongxing was very embarrassed and was about to explain to Zhao Daking, but he saw him looking at Su Liuhar's back for a long time without saying anything. "I wasn't full just now, why don't you go back and eat something?" Zhao Daking offered. "That's exactly what I want." Li Hongxing said hurriedly, "Huidi, go back and heat up the dumplings and buy some peanuts. Oh, and buy a shoe brush. Brush Director Zhao's liberation shoes. They are covered with mud. Brush them and bake them. They will be warm when you go." Su Huidi forced a smile with a stiff face and said, "Okay." Zhao Daking's return to the Su family surprised Chen Xiulan and Su Zhengwo. They thought that Su Huidi had found a job in the city, but after 3 rounds of drinks, she started to talk nonsense. Su Liuhar, her face is as white and rosy as a pink lotus. She is a fresh and pretty girl as her name suggests. Zhao Daking squinted his eyes, recalling the stunning glimpse he had just gotten. He never expected that such a stunning beauty would suddenly appear in front of him in such a remote place. It was a shame to say that his wife had been gone for 3 years and left no children. He had very high standards and had been looking for a second wife for 3 years, and now he had found one. Su Huidi was roasting her shoes at the door, and the fumes made her hide and gag several times. Hearing this, she said coldly, "Su Liuhar is lazy and cunning in our family. Everyone in the village knows that she is not good at anything." Zhao Daking laughed and said, "Beautiful women don't work, they just need to be cared for." Li Hongxing said quickly, "She is actually quite kind and a good girl." Su Huidi rolled her eyes at him. If Su Liuhar had a chance, what would she do? "If you don't go to the city, you won't know that Li Hongxing is actually a coward. He is 7 or 8 years older than Zhao Daking, and he treats Zhao Daking like his grandson. What good girl is like her who doesn't show any courtesy when meeting her boss? That's what a parentless girl is like." Zhao Daking frowned, flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, "It's good that she doesn't have parents. She has no worries in the countryside." Su Huidi said, "She has no experience at all and only has an elementary school education. What can she do in the city?" Zhao Daking felt Su Huidi's aversion to Su Liuhar, but he thought it was jealousy of an outstanding woman and a competition for him as a good resource. He said proudly, "It doesn't matter if I don't have a degree. Our grain and oil station just needs an invoice clerk who can write numbers. They say beautiful women are lucky. She got lucky when she met me." Li Hongxing felt guilty towards Su Liuhar, even though they had only been together for a month and had done nothing together, not even holding hands. But he just felt bad and always felt that he had let Su Liuhar down. Otherwise, Su Liuhar's only chance to become a city dweller cannot be taken by Su Huidi. Hearing that Zhao Daking was interested in Su Liuhar and wanted to help her with her household registration and job, he ignored Su Huidi's hint and nodded repeatedly, saying, "She is smart. Let Huidi talk to her later. She will definitely be able to seize such a rare opportunity." Su Huidi was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Chen Xiulan saw that Su Huidi's work was about to fail, so she hurried over and said, "Director Zhao, you are too fast. You have to understand that maybe she looks good, but she is full of problems inside." Zhao Daking knew that Li Hongxing was a capable person, so he took the initiative to raise his glass and toasted Li Hongxing, who was flattered. "It's okay for a beautiful woman to have some problems. If it were me, I would be willing to pamper her. I'll leave this matter to you two, don't let me down." 11 Chapter 11. Su Liuhar spent her cloth coupons and stopped burning money. She went home and sat obediently on the kang to continue sewing the cotton-padded jacket, and finally finished the jacket before dark. "Oh, it's pinched at the waist." Aunt Wang unfolded a new cotton-padded jacket and sighed, "Your style is still the best. I think it's much more exquisite than the ones made by Tailor Zhang." Xiansai's mother saw that all the cotton-padded jackets were made of grey cloth, so why did Su Liuhar's jacket look so good? She didn't mind wasting fabric to put a flat belt in the middle of the waist, which could be pulled up and tied with a bow in the front. There was a hood on the collar of the jacket, and a pair of lifelike little cherries were embroidered on the top of the hood with red and green threads. Su Liuhe put it on, patted the bow and said insincerely, "I'm not trying to look pretty, it's mainly because the wind will leak out from under the hem when I go out, so I have to tie it up." She made 2 pairs of large underwear for Chen to wear next to his body. She would let him try them out later. Her job for the next 2 days was to make pajamas. She stood on the kang, posing in front of the small mirror hanging on the wall, looking at her hips, her vainness evident in her words. Chen carried 100 kilograms of firewood from outside and threw it into the yard. He threw his straw cloak aside, carefully swept away the dirt on his clothes and soles of his shoes, and then entered the house. "Hey, what are you talking about?" Su Liuhe was sharp-eyed and saw the flesh color on Chen hand. Chen picked it up and stood at the door and said, "Wild rabbit, we have enough firewood, shall we roast it and eat it?" Xianxi's mother and her husband often set traps in the mountains, and they know how hard it is to hunt prey in winter. She sighed and said, "There are fewer and fewer prey in the mountains around us. It's a pity that Xiaoyi can still catch rabbits." When Aunt Song and Aunt Wang saw that they were going to roast the rabbit, they simply stood up and said goodbye. "We have to cook at home too, so we'll go back first." The rabbit weighed 3 or 4 pounds in total. The skin and bones were removed and the 2 of them ate it till they were licking their lips. There was not enough for the outsiders. In this year, everyone eats meat like it's Chinese New Year. They are all adults, so they can't be so shameless as to go up and get a bite of the meat. After the people left, Su Liuhe hurriedly asked, "Where's the rabbit fur? What color is it?" "It's also gray." Chen glanced at her new cotton-padded jacket and said with a slight curl of his lips, "I went to the back of the house. There is snow on the mountain, making it difficult to catch the white rabbits, and the gray soil is more conspicuous." Su Liuhe happily took out the gray rabbit fur gloves she had made last month from under the kang mat. There were 2 rabbit fur bells on the wrists, which matched the color of her new cotton-padded jacket perfectly. Chen was about to go out to roast the rabbit when Su Liuhe said, "Hey, would you like to try the shorts I made for you?" Chen almost tripped over the threshold and turned around and asked, "Pants?" Su Liuhe boasted that she knew how thin-skinned adolescents were, so she said teasingly, "Look at the size." This is a rather subtle statement, mainly because I am afraid that it will be too small. Chen took a quick look, and luckily his face didn't blush. "Suitable. I'm going to roast the rabbit." Su Liuhe chuckled twice, and after teasing the boy, she took out a small blackboard and wrote today's math problems on it. The boy made rapid progress, so she had to teach him seriously. Su Huaidi could smell the aroma of barbecue from far away. There was a dish of boiled pork belly on the table today, but she didn't eat a single bite and gave it all to the men who were drinking. Whenever she smelled meat, her saliva would water. I had been thinking about how hard Su Liuhe's life was here, and it seemed that she was quite smart to trick a young and inexperienced laborer into doing the work for her. Su Huaidi stood at the door and called a few times, but no one answered. She was about to push open the low wooden door to the yard and go in when she suddenly heard someone shout, "Stop!" Chen came out carrying half-cooked rabbit meat. Seeing that it was Su Huaidi, he asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" He hated Su Huaidi so much that Su Liuhe's enemies were his enemies. Su Huaidi took a step back, and Li Hongxing swallowed and walked forward. "Little brother, we are friends of comrade Su Liuhe. Can we meet and chat?" Chen said coldly, "She has no friends." Su Liuhe, who was eavesdropping in the house, was stabbed and shouted, "No." Su Huaidi was about to go back with the gift in her hand, and she cursed, "What's her ability to do that? Forget it, does she really think that you can ask her for anything? Beg?" Su Liuhe pushed open the door, wearing a charming embroidered cotton jacket, and said, "What can I do for you?" Li Hongxing thought she had no money to make a cotton-padded jacket, so he secretly put 10 yuan into the milk powder can. Now it seems that he was just being too sentimental. Su Huaidi and Su Liuhe were not good at talking to each other, so Li Hongxing risked being slapped and walked into the yard and whispered, "What do you think of Director Zhao, whom you just met?" After saying this, Su Liuhe and Chen faces turned dark. Su Liuhe said first, "Although I am better looking than you, younger than you, and have a higher position than you, I don't think I am that good. If you want to get close to the leader, don't send me away as a resource." "Thank you." Su Huaidi suppressed her anger. For the sake of Li Hongxing's future and her own future, she flattered him. Even if he is a second marriage, it is better than finding someone in the village to settle down with. He doesn't care that you have a bad reputation in the village and you are lazy. I am doing this for your own good. After all, we were sisters. It would be great if we could marry together in the city and take care of each other. Su Liuhe said, he is so great, why don't you dump Li Hongxing and live with him yourself? Su Huidi stuttered, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Liuhe saw the sudden change on her face and realized that she was right. I'm not talking nonsense, am I? You and Li Hongxing are not married, and Zhao is young and promising and doesn't care about his reputation. Isn't this a good opportunity for you? I remember that you are the best at seizing opportunities, right, brother Hongxing? Su Liuhe's sarcasm made Su Huidi blush, and it just happened to expose the ugly affair between Su Huidi and Li Hongxing. Seeing people popping out from the neighboring rooms to eavesdrop, they dared not speak, for fear that Su Liuhe's fearless personality would reveal other things. Li Hongxing was so irritated that he couldn't speak. He had done something wrong, and he knew that Su Huidi's style was indeed problematic. After Su Liuhe finished speaking, he also noticed that Su Huidi's expression was not right. Put Su Huidi aside first. He still couldn't say anything harsh when facing Su Liuhe. He felt that any man would lose his mind in front of her, and everything would revolve around her. He knew that Zhao Daking was planning to give the post at the grain and oil station to a relative, but who knew that he would fall in love with Su Liuhe at first sight? From what he said, it seemed that he didn't care about even his relatives and was really willing to help Su Liuhe solve both her household registration and job problems. Facing the pie in the sky, which was caused by him, he felt that he was not too humble in front of Su Liuhe. But when he saw Su Liuhe again, seeing her indifferent attitude, he knew that he had done something wrong again. I can't tolerate dirty things in my house. You two can leave the same way you came. Su Liuhe put her hands on her hips and raised her small chin proudly. Li Hongxing's face turned red, and he wanted to explain. Get lost. I'll beat up anyone who comes. Ji Yuyiren heard clearly what they were up to, that they were actually going to marry his aunt to a second married old man. He put down the roasted rabbit, clenched his fists, and stood in front of Su Liuhe, looking particularly imposing. Su Liuhe put her hands on her waist and said, why don't you get out of here? Su Huidi reached out to pull Li Hongxing's sleeve, but Li Hongxing shook her hand off, looked at Ji Yuyiren deeply, and left. Su Huidi followed behind, her eyes full of fear of having her thoughts guessed. How could Su Liuhe know her plan? In the cabin, Su Liuhe ate the rabbit leg in small bites. Seeing that she was not affected by them, Ji Yuyiren handed her another rabbit leg. Su Liuhe said, you eat it. I eat too much greasy food at night and it's easy to get indigestion. Ji Yuyiren knew that she was delicate. Others were crazy about fat, but she still felt it was fat. How do you know she has dirty thoughts? Faced with doubts, Su Liuhe couldn't say that she knew the plot. In this period novel, the tragedy that happened to Su Huidi was caused by her fickle seduction of men. What nonsense! If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. If she is afraid, then it's right. Ji Yuyiren nodded, thinking it made sense. Let's do the questions after we finish eating. Good. Aunt Song's daughter ate chestnut cakes for 2 weeks in a row. She wasn't tired of eating it, but Su Liuhe was tired of making it. There was an iron pot on the stove. It was an old iron pot that Aunt Song brought from her home. Ji Yuyiren asked a blacksmith from the next village to repair it. The main reason was that the previous small clay oven was slow in making chestnut cakes. Last time, Aunt Song was impatient and saw the small iron pot, so she took the old iron pot without saying a word. The old iron pot was heated until it was red hot, and after it cooled down, 3 more pots of water were boiled. Ji Yuyiren rolled up his sleeves and scrubbed for a whole day before Su Liuhe was willing to use it. A big pot is better. 1 pot can bake 20 pieces. Su Liuhe stuffed a few chestnut cakes that had just come out of the pot to Ji Yuyiren. Ji Yuyiren specifically asked her for it, but he didn't tell her who he was giving it to. Su Liuhe felt that as an elder, one should not always interfere with young people's friendships. It was the best thing for him to have friends. She wrapped the chestnut cakes for Aunt Song in straw paper and carried them to Aunt Song's house using a straw rope. Aunt Song's daughter's condition was even worse than Su Liuhe had thought. She felt so ugly that she couldn't go out. I don't know who had hurt her. This was a psychological problem. Su Liuhe asked Aunt Song to accompany her daughter, and she would go there herself today to see the results. When he arrived at Auntie Song's house, he saw a girl with a bright smile chatting and laughing with Xiangcai. Seeing her coming, he ran over to open the door. Su Liuhe accidentally saw the faint birthmark on her face. Miss Song covered her face and said embarrassedly, "Thanks to you, I have gotten much better." Su Liuhe didn't want to stare at her, so she handed the chestnut cake to her and pretended to ask about other things. Miss Song answered them one by one. After the consultation, Miss Song gave her a jar of wild honey and tried to persuade Su Liuhe to accept it. "My uncle is a beekeeper. Bees don't produce honey in winter. He gave me this jar of honey out of pity for me. I am grateful to you and said I would give it to you. My mother insisted that you accept it. You are my benefactor." Su Liuhe was embarrassed, and Xiangcai took the wild honey for her. "Take it, you don't know how much you have helped us." Su Liuhe got a jar of wild honey for free and was in high spirits on their way home. In an era when white sugar and brown sugar are precious, this jar of wild honey is extremely rare. There were so many chestnuts at home that she wanted to make some honey chestnut cakes for Ji Yuiren to enjoy. Who made him get all the answers right last time? She was halfway there, and luckily she was wearing a new cotton-padded jacket. The wind blew through her neck and sleeves and into her body, forcing her to trot home. It was freezing cold and there weren't many people outside. Su Liuhe walked to the door of her house and suddenly heard a dog barking not far behind her. The guard dog of the house across the street is familiar with her and won't bark at her. She turned her head sharply and saw a man dressed in black following her. Ji Yuiren was not at home as he was delivering chestnut cakes to a friend. Su Liuhe hesitated as she held the key. The other party came with bad intentions, and seemed to be testing whether there was anyone at home. What if he knew that no one was home and snatched the key, and took her into the house to do whatever he wanted? Wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted? Su Liuhe suddenly shouted into their house, "Xiaoyi, open the door, I'm back." She knew that there were human traffickers in rural areas who kidnapped women, and she wondered if she had encountered one of them. At this moment, she couldn't think of anything else, so she pretended not to notice the man, knocked on the door and shouted, "Open the door." The dangerous man approached her with his face covered. Hearing her words, he stopped and stood a few meters away, watching. The neighbors on both sides went to the market to buy New Year's goods, and Xiangcai's mother was not at home. She called for anyone but there was nowhere to turn. Maybe this person just came here by chance. She was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on her forehead and she felt that danger was getting closer and closer. My hand holding the key was shaking as I tried to wonder if I could quickly open the yard door, run into their house, and then bolt the door. Just as the dangerous man approached, the courtyard door was suddenly opened. Su Liuhe fell into a warm embrace in a panic and smelled the familiar scent of soapberry. "Xiao, Yi." She struggled to get up, but Ji Yuiren put his big hands around her back and held her in his arms. "Don't move." Su Liuhe had never thought that she would feel such a strong and stable feeling from Ji Yuiren. This was the second time he had saved her. In comparison, his physique was taller and warmer. The small hand that was supporting her chest trembled slightly, and finally shrank into a fist. Ji Yuiren seemed not to notice the change in the person in his arms. His cold eyes fell on Su Liuhe not far behind him. He tried his best to ignore Xiangru in his arms and asked in a low voice, "Who asked you to come?" 12 Chapter 12. The man seemed to have not expected Ji Yuiren to appear suddenly, and he ran away. Ji Yuiren was holding Su Liuhe in his arms and couldn't rush over to catch him, but he was also afraid of luring the tiger away from the mountain. What if he chased him out and someone appeared behind him and kidnapped Su Liuhe? Su Liuhe twisted in his arms and looked out, and found that the person who escaped had dropped a controlled knife. "It's dangerous, don't chase him." She hugged Ji Yuiren's waist, her beautiful eyes like spring ponds looking up at Ji Yuiren from below, and said softly, "He has a weapon." Ji Yuiren then felt the burning heat in his embrace and immediately let go of Su Liuhe, who was like a little bird. "You go into the house first, I'll pick up the knife." Su Liuhe ran to the door to wait for him, and was frightened when she saw the half-meter-long sword. Is it human trafficking or robbery, she wondered. Ji Yuiren thought of his mysterious background and the enemies in the dark, and said in a deep voice, "No matter who you are, I will protect you." Maybe it was to deliberately provoke him, or maybe it was to make his only family leave him. He felt the other party's malice. Thinking of how he dragged Su Liuhe's cold corpse up the mountain and buried it next to his imaginary parents' cenotaph in his previous life, he wished that the world would be a little gentler to him and her so that the two lonely people would suffer less. In this life, he will hold her in his hands, cherish her and protect her, and will never let anyone destroy their precious peace. Su Liuhe patted his back vigorously, cheered up and said, "Of course you will protect me. If it weren't for you just now, I would have been captured." Ji Yuan pressed the big knife under the kang mat and said in a muffled voice, "I came back from delivering something, and I climbed over the wall without the key." Su Liuhe was also afraid. "Do you think it could be someone Li Hongxing or Su Huidi sent for? They don't have the guts to do that." Su Liuhe muttered, "That's right." She wondered if the pickle jar was exposed, and after careful consideration, she thought it would be more convenient for the man to steal it directly, and there was no need to scare him like that. At night, Ji Yuan heated up the kang and fried some cabbage and bacon for Su Liuhe. He was worried that Su Liuhe would be frightened and would not sleep well at night. Unexpectedly, before the kerosene lamp went out, a faint yawn was heard from the kang. After a moment, the carefree Su Liuhe fell asleep on the pillow. As a result, Ji Yuan sat on the edge of the kang all night, looking at the heavy snow falling outside the window, and could not sleep all night. In the early morning, when the snow stopped, Ji Yuan practiced martial arts in the yard. After the practice, he found honey on the windowsill. The kang room was very warm. When he entered the room, he saw the quilt on one side out of the corner of his eye. He quickly moved his eyes to the other side and stopped looking at the kang. Needless to say, he must have overslept too much. When they first lived together, he didn't pay attention and accidentally saw Su Liuhe kicking off the quilt to reveal her ivory white, smooth thighs. From the thighs to the ankles, and then to the porcelain white and cute toes, there was no floor at all, sexy and naughty, making people unforgettable. He stopped, went out, took a ladle, scooped some cold water and poured it over his head. He can't be a beast. "Hey, little comrade. Are you washing your hair in this cold weather?" Suddenly, 5 or 6 people came to the door of my house. The leader looked like a city dweller. He was dressed in a cadre uniform from head to toe and had a friendly smile on his face. Ji Yuan didn't know Zhao Daking, but he knew 3 cadres of the village committee, including teacher Chen who taught the literacy class. Seeing that Ji Yuan ignored the god of wealth, he hurriedly said, "Go and say hello to Director Zhao. He is doing welfare for our village today and brought 200 kilograms of rice to distribute to the poor households." After Zhao Daking went back that day, he could not forget Su Liuhe. He sent people to Xiaotang village to learn about Su Liuhe's past and learned that Su Liuhe's attitude that day was caused by Su Huidi. Li Hongxing didn't tell him the truth, but he found out that Li Hongxing had a brief love affair with Su Liuhe. Li Hongxing didn't know how to cherish the beautiful woman in his heart and got involved with Su Huidi. He had a heart-to-heart talk with Li Hongxing about the issue of sexual relations between men and women. Li Hongxing's hesitant attitude made him more certain that Li Hongxing had wronged Su Liuhe. Su Liuhe was extremely beautiful, so it was understandable that she had a bad temper. Su Huidi and Li Hongxing must have been the reason why she refused the proposal that day. After much deliberation, he decided to go and talk to Su Liuhe in person. According to his conditions, it would be easy for him to find a first married girl from the countryside. Of course he couldn't come here for nothing. Under the pretext of going to the countryside to help alleviate poverty, he got 200 kilograms of rice and distributed some old rice in Xiaotang village. He planned to give the remaining 20 kilograms of new rice to Su Liuhe to let her know his strength. "Director Zhao is talking to you, please answer quickly," Teacher Chen said impatiently. Ji Yuan pulled the hem of his shirt with both hands, arched his muscular back to take off his vest, and wiped his head casually a few times. "None of your business." Zhao Daking laughed dryly. "Sure enough, his personality is very similar to your aunt." He looked at the boy, and couldn't help but envy his good figure. He will definitely be even better when he grows up. No wonder Su Liuhe is so confident in dealing with outsiders, she has someone backing her up at home. "It's just that we are so close even though we are not related by blood," he said in a friendly manner. "Hurry up and bring the rice in. The government is giving it to your family. You can have rice to eat during the new year." Ji Yuan stood guard at the door. "No. Take it quickly, this is new rice." Teacher Chen winked at Ji Yuan, but Ji Yuan remained unmoved. Finally, as a last resort, the city cadre standing next to Zhao Daking said, "Young comrade, our director has come all the way here, can he come to your room to have a drink of water?" Apart from the kitchen, the only room in the house that could accommodate guests was the kang room. Su Liuhe was sleeping soundly and snoring loudly. He himself was reluctant to even look at her, so how could he let these old men in? He said nothing and stood in the doorway, refusing to give way. One person against a group, the two sides were in a stalemate. Liuhuo poked her head out from under the quilt and got up lazily. Xiaoyi, who is it? She woke up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the village officials were not happy. Whose female comrade was still sleeping on the kang at this time? But Zhao Daking thought this was right. This was the character of a delicate flower. Whose carefully cared for delicate flower would work so early in the morning? Liuhuo didn't think there was anything wrong. His thoughts were much simpler. If you want to sleep, just sleep, so you don't have to get up and work because you don't get enough sleep. Hearing rustling sounds in the room, Liuhuo hurriedly said, "Don't come out." Liuhuo walked to the door with disheveled hair, and stood still, stretching like a cat. Liuhuo said again, "Someone is there." Liuhuo turned around and ran to the kang, pulling out the big knife from under the kang mat with her little hand. "Hey." Liuhuo said quickly, "Not really. These city officials are useless. He can beat 10 of them by himself." He exchanged glances with Liuhuo, and Zhao Daking finally heard the voice of his dream lover. He stretched his neck and shouted, "Comrade Liuhuo, the government is here to visit you." Liuhuo put on her cotton jacket, kicked her cotton trousers and muttered, "How dare you think you are the government?" The people guarding outside were unhappy. Since the person was awake, why weren't they allowed in? "Hey, I say, you are spoiled by your favor. Our leader is standing at the door, and you can't even come in? Who are you to be so arrogant?" Zhao Daking turned around and glared at the young man who was speaking. This was his cousin. He knew that he had to give the job opportunity to this rural female comrade, but the other party was not convinced and insisted on coming over to meet him today. Liuhuo's graceful figure flashed in front of the window, and her sweet voice was a little annoyed. "What are you doing blocking someone else's door so early in the morning? If you know it's a government matter, you might think you are criminals." Her words reminded Liuhuo of what happened yesterday. Liuhuo said with a bad face, "You are not welcome here. Take your things back and leave quickly." The young man tucked his neck into his military coat and walked into their house impatiently. "Call that girl out so I can see her. If she doesn't come out, I'll go in and ask her to come out." Liuhuo saw him trying to squeeze into the door and reached out to push him. The other party didn't expect Liuhuo to really take action, and was caught off guard, tripped and fell backwards. This time, he endured the pain in his tailbone, climbed up, grabbed the fire stick beside the wall and hit him. "You are looking for death, you dare to fight with me?" Zhao Daking was anxious. "What are you doing? Stop it." Liuhuo grabbed the fire poker and threw the young man over his shoulder. The young man's back and buttocks hurt so much that he couldn't stand up. He pointed at the people who followed him and said, "Why don't you beat me? Otherwise, I'll let my cousin fire you all." Teacher Chen didn't dare to offend them, nor did he dare to offend Liuhuo, who was fighting to the death, so he quickly hid outside the yard. Zhao Daking tried to stop the fight at first, but somehow he got into the fight with Liuhuo. This young man seemed to have the same temperament as a wild donkey. After Huaidi returned that day, she talked a lot with Zhao Daking and asked him to be careful about the unclean relationship between them. When Zhao Daking saw the young man desperately protecting Liuhuo, he was immediately furious. Humiliating, so humiliating. In the county town, everyone gave him some face. If he couldn't get the boy, he would teach him a lesson. He thought so, but the reality was cruel. Facing the uninvited guest stumbling around in the yard, Liuhuo said to Liuhuo in the house, "Don't come out. They stink." Liuhuo took a step forward and then quietly retracted her leg. "Are you hurt?" Liuhuo's arm was slightly scratched, but he said nonchalantly, "It's okay." Zhao Daking was lying on the ground and was helped up by Teacher Chen and other village carters. He angrily said, "How can you be village carters like this? Don't you know how to stop a fight?" He has no tact at all. If he had taken sides, he wouldn't have been beaten so hard that blood came out of his forehead. The village carters looked at each other, wondering how they dared to break up the fight. The brutal fight between Liuhuo and the Liu father and son is deeply rooted in people's minds. The yard was full of blood. Now that they saw Liuhuo among the people fighting, they were afraid of getting into trouble and stayed away from him. A wolf cub is still a wolf cub after all, with a look of bloodiness in his eyes. I'm afraid that he will get so angry that he will implicate innocent people around him. Just wait, I'll get the police to take you away. Someone whispered something to Zhao Daking, and Zhao Daking smiled instead of being angry. then I'll ask your good aunt to come to my house and apologize in person. Inside the house, Su Liuhe hid behind Ji Yiren and shouted, I will never apologize. I will also sue you for trespassing. You are all bandits. Zhao Daking vaguely saw Su Liuhe's shadow and was about to limp forward to speak, but Ji Yiren pointed at his nose and said, Get out. Zhao Daking and others were so frightened that they dared not move forward. Before leaving, he said angrily, If you mess with me, you're in big trouble. I'll give you 3 days. Unless Su Liuhe comes to the county town to apologize to me in person, I'll pursue you to the end. Su Liuhe understood that this person wanted to use this to control her. After the group of bandits left, she borrowed some purple medicine from Xiangcai's mother to apply on Ji Yiren. After applying the medicine, Ji Yiren made noodles with sweet potato flour, put an egg and chopped dried vegetables in it and brought it to the table on the kang. Don't be afraid, I'll be fine. Really? You beat them like that? Su Liuhe sat on the edge of the kang and didn't even have the mood to eat breakfast. Seeing him so confident, Su Liuhe really thought he had a way to deal with it. Ji Yiren said, Didn't you say there is the minor protection law? They won't do anything to me. Su Liuhe, Ji Yiren said firmly, The law will protect me. Su Liuhe, no. Can this method really be used like this? 13 Chapter 13. County Public Security Bureau. You mean a 16-year-old boy beat you up like this? The public security comrade who was registering the incident looked at them sideways. Zhao Daking handed him a cigarette and said, Yes, I waited for a whole week for him to come to my house to apologize, but I didn't see him. It's almost the new year, and you can see how dark my eyes are. I don't even have the face to go out. His cousin had a fractured coccyx and was wheeled to the police station on a bed. He just stood up and groaned in pain, then lay back on the bed, cursing, I'm not done with him. The police officer was busy taking notes. Who of you took the first step? The young man said, It was him. He pushed me first. Zhao Daking sat on the side. After all, his family had connections with the county committee, so how could he be beaten for no reason? Su Liuhe was drinking a toast and then drinking a forfeit. In the past few days, he had been expecting Su Liuhe to come and apologize. At that time, I was not so angry. I thought of letting them go. After all, it was not him who had broken his bones. When Su Liuhe married and moved to the county town, it would be fine. I would just not let her meet that boy in the future. After waiting for another 2 days, he couldn't bear it any longer and sent someone over to talk to him in a soft way. Who would have known that the 2 groups of people who were invited to mediate were driven out by Su Liuhe and Ji Yiren, who threatened to beat them up anyone who came their way. He could no longer sit still, so he went straight to the people's hospital to bring his cousin over, and registered the injury and reported the case at the same time. He also looked for an acquaintance, but the acquaintance happened to be away that day, so he asked him to report the case first. Zhao Daking was the powerful director of the county grain and oil station, and he smiled wherever he went. After the public security comrades finished talking to them, they asked them to go back and wait for further notice. Zhao Daking and his cousin returned to their hospital together and put his cousin to bed. His father Zhao Jiafan came over from the county party committee. The old man is an old intellectual. He boldly wore a red armband and beat down all his former teachers and classmates. He was doing well. He used to be a school logistics worker, but now he is working in the secretarial department of the county party committee office. The county is full of people and many things have to be done by local people. As time goes by, the team changes but Secretary Zhao remains the same. Look what a fuss you've made over a woman. Old man Zhao closed the door and pointed at Zhao Daking and said, I finally made you the director of the grain and oil station. There are so many people watching you. Why don't you fight back and just cause trouble for me? Zhao Daking said, I just want you to have a grandson sooner. Just as his cousin was about to open his mouth to argue, old man Zhao yelled, Shut up. Cousin, there's no need to get so angry. Zhao Daking whispered, he was beaten and his bones were broken. We are just filing a case. We don't plan to do anything. Old man Zhao walked back and forth in the ward with his hands behind his back. I remembered the phone call from a certain department in Beijing that went straight to the county party committee office and said in a muffled voice, From today on, this incident will be treated as if it never happened. You are not allowed to go to Xiaotang village again. Zhao Daking said anxiously, but the woman I want to marry is still there. Old man Zhao narrowed his eyes and stared at his son who had just had a child late in life and said, "Do you want a woman or your life?" Zhao Daking swallowed and said, "Dad, what's going on? It's just pursuing a girl, you're making it too serious." Old man Zhao shook his head. He couldn't say a word about the phone call he received today. Xiaotang village was inconspicuous, but I didn't expect it to be a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons were hidden. I don't know how many eyes were watching. His son had just handed the man over to the police, but they dropped the case in the blink of an eye. They didn't even submit the name of the person who beat him up, and they just suppressed it. Then what about my injury? My cousin hesitated for a long time. Old man Zhao said, "You deserve it. You tease cats and dogs all day long." Before leaving, he told Zhao Daking, "You are absolutely not allowed to step into Xiaotang village. You are also not allowed to provoke that person. Do you hear me?" In Zhao Daking's ears, the word, "that person," reminded him of Liuhuo. Zhao Daking had no choice but to obey his father's words and nodded, "I understand." After Mr. Zhao left, his cousin whispered, "Hey, is there a leader from the provincial capital who likes that girl? Otherwise, why would your father be so angry?" Zhao Daking also felt the same way and could not blame Yu Yiren no matter what. To him, he is just a sturdy country boy. When he grows up and experiences the hardships of society, he will learn to be honest. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Let's wait and see. Xiaotang village. Liuhuo was clumsily cutting sauerkraut. The custom here is to make dumplings a few days before the Chinese New Year, and put them at the back door in the freezing weather, just like putting them in the freezer. Miss Song's face was completely healed, and Aunt Song and she brought the New Year's pork distributed during the Spring Festival to Liuhuo as a thank you gift. Liuhuo took the pork and asked Yu Yiren to chop the dumpling filling. Yu Yiren was still worried about the previous beating. After waiting for half a month without any news, the two of them gradually felt relieved. Yu Yiren can chop dumpling stuffing, roll out dumpling wrappers, and make dumplings, and Liuhuo can eat. The greedy girl was at least a little smart. She didn't ask Yu Yiren how he could do everything. She knew without asking that he learned it while working at the Liu family. Yu Yiren couldn't stand Liuhuo's crooked dumplings, so he found a job for her and asked her to sit by the stove and peel garlic. Liuhuo sat on a small stool and peeled garlic obediently. She placed the porcelain bowl on her knees, peeled a clove of garlic with a grunt and threw it into the bowl, making a noise, which won her a look of praise from Yu Yiren. Recently, Yu Yiren gave Liuhuo the feeling that he was worried, especially since he got up earlier and earlier every morning. Sometimes, Liuhuo would secretly peek out from the cabinet before dawn and find that Yu Yiren was no longer on the kang. She initially thought that Yu Yiren was worried about Zhao Daking, and later told Xiangsai's mother about it. Xiangsai's mother said meaningfully, "After all, he has grown up and reached the age." Liuhuo thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Xiangsai's mother made a tsk sound and whispered something into Liuhuo's ear, shocking Liuhuo so much that her face turned red and her brain became more oily than the salted duck eggs on the Dragon Boat Festival. She felt that the physiology and hygiene classes for teenagers should be strengthened, but she was busy with other courses and had no idea what was going on. Coriander's mother understood everything, but she was a widow. If her husband were still alive, he could at least help guide her. Yu Yiren discovered that the way his aunt looked at him these past 2 days was 3 parts shyness and 7 parts of troubled love and hate. Just when he was wondering how to ask Liuhuo to bring some dumplings to Banfeng in the cowshed, Liuhuo hesitated and said, "Is your good friend a man or a woman?" Yu Yiren put the dumplings on the lid and said without hesitation, "He's a man. He's quite old. We are both teachers and friends." As their words fell, Liuhuo's cherry lips let out a sigh. "What's the matter whether it's a boy or a girl?" Yu Yiren said hesitantly, "Even if it's a girl, I don't have any thoughts in that regard." Liuhuo glared at him with her round eyes and said, "What else do you want to think of?" Yu Yiren corrected himself and said, "I don't have any idea." Liuhuo said, "That's right. You are still young, focus on your studies first." Yu Yiren sometimes felt that she was confused and didn't understand what she was thinking. After wrapping the dumplings, Liuhuo would definitely eat them. No matter whether it was Chinese New Year or not, who could resist eating dumplings that were just out of the pot? Xiangsai's mother came over just now, and when she smelled the dumplings stuffed with pickled cabbage and meat, she ran over to ask them to close the doors and windows tightly, so as not to make the child next door, who came back for the new year, cry. If he runs to the door of the house and cries and makes a fuss for dumplings, will you give him any? Su Liuhar wanted to give a bowl to Xianxai's mother, but Xianxai's mother looked at her and refused. I also have meat dumplings during the new year. You too can have some. Su Liuhar and Ji Yuran simply steamed the dumplings, closed the doors and windows, and ate a bowl each. Apart from anything else, Xianxai Ma's pickled cabbage is really well prepared and tastes delicious. The fat and lean meat filling is paired with pickled cabbage, which is fragrant and not greasy. Su Liuhar has never eaten such delicious pickled cabbage dumplings. After eating dumplings, Su Liuhar prepared to make honey chestnut cake. Since she didn't have to go out anyway, she might as well make a little more in the cold winter and keep it for later. Ji Yuran never wore a cotton jacket under the eaves. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his increasingly strong arms, and helped Su Liuhar peel chestnuts. Su Liuhar was still helping him think of a male teacher for the puberty class when she suddenly heard Ji Yuran sigh and say, "There are too many chestnuts at home." Su Liuhar laughed dryly and said, "It's because I'm so good that I picked too much at once." Ji Yuran sighed again, looked at Su Liuhar with a gloomy look and said, "Do you know the chestnut tree?" Su Liuhar felt something was wrong and secretly glanced at the pickle jar, but Ji Yuran said the next second, "Don't look at it, I have already poured the overflow into the basket for you." Su Liuhar said in surprise, "So you discovered it a long time ago. Why are you telling me now?" Ji Yuran said. He really couldn't eat any chestnuts, but he wouldn't say it if he could still bear it. "Have you tried putting anything else in there?" Su Liuhar said stupidly, "Huh? Is there anything else I can do?" Ji Yuran, try it tomorrow. Su Liuhar scratched her head, "Okay." After finishing his work, Ji Yuran wanted to send some dumplings to Banfeng. He was grateful to Banfeng for teaching him martial arts when he was sober. Seeing Su Liuhar staring at him eagerly on the kang, he thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to see him too?" Su Liuhar was quite curious about his only friend, so she changed her clothes and followed him out happily. As soon as I went out, the north wind felt like ice knives blowing on my face. Walk behind me. Ji Yuran took 2 quick steps forward to block the wind. Su Liuhar was still warm as she wore rabbit fur gloves, and followed closely in the direction of the cowshed. Xiaotang village was not wealthy, and the collective owned 2 cows. There were originally 3 cow sheds, but 2 of them were abandoned and became places for others to exercise. Madman! Ji Yuran felt like he was being followed, so he went to the southern cowshed and shouted. The wind vent here has been blocked with straw, and the smell of cow dung is not strong in the upwind area. He looked back and saw Su Liuhar quietly covering her mouth and nose with an uncomfortable look on her face. He regretted bringing her here. Half crazy curled up and emerged from the rags. He was covered with a dirty quilt with black cotton wool, but his eyes were clear. "What are you doing here?" Ji Yuran turned to Su Liuhar and said, "This man is half crazy. If he suddenly goes crazy later, you should leave first." Su Liuhar asked, "What about you?" Ji Yuran pointed at the stake where the cow was tied and said, "We need to tie him up because we're afraid he'll hurt someone." Banfeng was holding half a bowl, and Ji Yuran poured the dumplings in the bowl to him. He sniffed it, picked up a dumpling with his black nails and ate it voraciously. Su Liuhar felt a little disgusted when she saw that he was dirty. However, based on the literature she had read about that period, she knew that these people were usually persecuted, and the people in the bullpen were definitely the big guys. Ji Yuran is holding a golden bun in his hand. Keep these chestnuts for him. Su Liuhar excitedly handed the chestnuts to Ji Yuran, trying to get closer to Banfeng. Ji Yuran asked in surprise, "So many?" Su Liuhar pretended to say, "Well, I think Mr. Banfeng looks kind, so why not give him a small gift?" She would have to have a good talk with Ji Yuran when she returned and ask him to be nicer to Banfeng. Who knows, the big boss might return home in glory one day and take control of everything, and by the way, he might even be able to promote some small fish and shrimps. With dumplings in his mouth, Banfeng said with a sly smile, "I'll be happier if you sleep with me." Ji Yuran slapped him with a clear and loud slap. "Say it again." Banfeng turned around and said, "It's delicious. Really delicious. Thank you, ancestors." Su Liuhar. Forget it, some fate cannot be forced. 14 Chapter 14. When he got home, he took out the jar of pickles. "There's some old rice left. How about pouring some in and trying?" Su Liuhar was eager to try. Liuhuo suddenly asked, how do you know it can produce something? It looked like an ordinary pickle jar, and it had cracks. Liuhuo said honestly, how would I know? I just put it there casually. Liuhuo rested in the wooden house for a while and never paid attention to the jar of pickles. Is this originally in this room? Liuhuo rolled her eyes at him and said, could it be inherited from our ancestors? We both don't have parents, so if we can't carefully, we are illegal immigrants. In the end, we have to thank Xiaotang village for registering them. In the past few years, there were many orphans and widows because of the famine, so the government gave them special policies. Otherwise, it would be difficult to register orphans now. After putting the rice into the pickle jar, Liuhuo continued to make honey chestnut cake. With Liuhuo as his helper, he peeled a basin of chestnuts. The plump and golden chestnuts were boiled until soft and glutinous, then mashed into a paste and added with a quarter of a can of honey. He also mixed in the old dough left over from making dumplings. If you don't have a mold, use a porcelain bowl, pour in the honey chestnut paste, wait for it to ferment, then steam it in a large iron pot. The first time you apply oil, the second time you apply some honey. Liuhuo said regretfully, it would be better if there were some sesame seeds. Liuhuo immediately said, I'll go buy it. Liuhuo looked at the darkening sky outside and said, forget it, let's make it next time. When it's ready, send 5 to Xiangsai's family and 5 to Auntie Song's family, and we can eat the rest ourselves. Okay. Liuhuo made a total of more than 20 honey chestnut cakes, and the kitchen was filled with the sweet smell of honey. After taking it out of the pot, Liuhuo handed it to Liuhuo and said, hurry, try it. The sweetness of honey and the mellowness of chestnut filled his mouth. Liuhuo felt the soft and delicate taste, and his taste buds were hit by the sweetness. It's delicious. Liuhuo didn't expect that these evil things made by Liuhuo could be so delicious. In her words, this is called dessert. After tasting a piece, Liuhuo sent it to Xiangsai's house first. Xiangsai was pulling her hair to wash it. I smelled the delicious and tempting aroma, so I stopped washing my hair halfway, grabbed a piece of honey chestnut cake, and saw that I hadn't eaten it yet, but my mouth was already salivating. After she put it in her mouth, the unimaginable taste attacked her taste buds, making her eat the piece quickly as if she was not afraid of the heat. She was about to thank Liuhuo when she found that he had already left in a hurry. She could only carry the honey chestnut cake on the windowsill into their house to share with her mother. The same thing happened to Aunt Song's family. The three of them ate the honey chestnut cake sent by Liuhuo, and they never thought that such an ordinary thing could be so delicious. Miss Song ate the food in small bites, fearing that if she wolfed it down she would miss out on the wonderful flavor. After sending the two families off, Liuhuo was stopped by Ban Feng on his way home. He said mysteriously, he's dead. The man who wanted to capture your wife is dead. Seeing that there was no one around, Liuhuo took him aside and said, that's not my wife, that's my aunt. Who do you think died? Ban Feng said, pig, that's your wife. Liuhuo whispered, if you say so, then so be it. Ban Feng wiped his nose on his sleeve, sniffed the sweet scent on Liuhuo's body, and said flatteringly, the man who captured your wife died in the mountains. I beat him to death. Liuhuo was startled, the one in black clothes. Half crazy bared his yellow teeth, danced and said, yes, yes. I hit him on the back of the head, and he can't get up. Where are the people? Throw it away, there are wolves in the mountains. It's hard and delicious, use it to sharpen their teeth. Liuhuo asked, why did you help me kill people? Ban Feng said, if you give me food, I can help you kill. Liuhuo lowered his voice and said, I don't know if you are really crazy or just pretending to be crazy. If you really protected us, thank you. I will send you something delicious tomorrow. Ban Feng clapped his hands and jumped up and down, saying, send your wife here too. Liuhuo slapped him and pointed at his nose, say it again. Ban Feng wiped his saliva, put his hands together and bowed continuously, thank you ancestors. Thank you, ancestor's wife. Liuhuo went into the room and saw that Liuhuo had set up the kang table. Honey chestnut cake with tangerine peel water. Liuhuo called Liuhuo over, look, this is the dried tangerine peel, you almost threw it away. Liuhuo didn't know that orange peels could be soaked in water and drunk. After eating 3 pieces of honey chestnut cakes in a row, he drank a mouthful of the sweet and sour orange peel water, which immediately relieved the greasiness and refreshed his mouth. The older the tangerine peel is, the better it is. Ours can only be considered tangerine peel juice. But you can drink it anyway. When you become an officer in the future, you can drink the real thing. Chen Xiulan paused as he put down his cup and asked, "Do you really think I can get into the military academy?" Liuhuo said, "You are more capable than you think. You will learn many things once you are taught. Just keep at it." Chen Xiulan glanced out the window. "Can I really take the college entrance examination in the future?" Liuhuo said affirmatively, 2 years. Chen Xiulan had never paid attention to this aspect in his previous life. He had vaguely heard of something like the college entrance examination, but at that time his heart and eyes were blinded by pain and hatred and he could not care about anything else. Good. As long as Liuhuo said so, he would be willing to fight. This is no longer just his fate, but the fate of both of them. The next day, when Liuhuo got up, she saw Chen Xiulan sweeping the snow in the yard. It was still daybreak, so he got up earlier than before. Liuhuo was afraid of the cold, so there was a kettle on the small clay stove. She poured water into it and walked to the back door of the kitchen. She was about to squat at the back door to brush her teeth and wash her face. Who knew that as soon as she opened the door, she saw something that shocked her? 3 pairs of frozen boxer briefs. He must have been in a hurry to wash his pants, as he didn't wring out all the water from his pants and there are icicles on the bottom. Chen Xiulan has 4 pairs of shorts in total. What is going on with him? Boom! A long arm passed over Liuhuo's head and closed the back door. Chen Xiulan said calmly, "Go wash by the front door." Oh. Liuhuo stood up and walked forward, not noticing that Chen Xiulan's face was flushed. "I said." Liuhuo suddenly stopped, and Chen Xiulan, who was looking at her back, turned his head and looked away. "What?" Liuhuo pointed at the small clay stove and said quickly, "Why don't you pull a rope inside the house to heat it? It will work faster. Otherwise, you will freeze if you wear it hard." "I said I didn't see anything." Chen Xiulan. He walked to the back door and took out the wooden board hidden behind the door. "I didn't know how to ask her to sleep in a separate room, but now is the chance." He almost forgot that he was a young man full of blood and energy. He ate well and slept well recently, and his blood and energy became more abundant. He worked out desperately, hoping to eliminate the needs brought by instinct. "I slept too deeply yesterday morning and was almost seen by her." Whenever he accidentally saw her cute sleeping face, he always felt that he had bad genes in his bones. "What are you doing?" Liuhuo held the egg custard that Chen Xiulan had prepared, scooped it with a small spoon and handed it to him, saying, "Bed." Chen Xiulan specially made the egg custard for her and shook his head, saying, "You eat it." Liuhuo asked again, "You don't want to sleep here?" Chen Xiulan had calmed down and said calmly, "My early wake-up will affect you." Liuhuo whispered, "It will be cold, right? There are doors in the front and back of the kitchen, but they are not tight and there is a draft coming in." But Chen Xiulan had already made up his mind, "It's not cold." As he said that, he continued to knock on the wooden board. Liuhuo originally wanted to make him another pair of shorts, but when she saw his shorts drying, he wanted to move to the kitchen to sleep. If she really made him another pair of shorts, he would probably be so ashamed that he wanted to die. Come on, children need their own space when they grow up. Liuhuo couldn't help, so she squatted aside and ate the egg custard in small sips. The best way to help was not to make trouble. Chen Xiulan made a small compartment for himself next to the back door, surrounding the single bed with half-person high wooden boards, and kept all other things in the king room. Liuhuo was still thinking about the things in the pickle jar. Seeing Chen Xiulan busy, she ran over and held the pickle jar to look at it. Wow, the color of the rice has changed. The old rice that was put in was white with a hint of gray, while the newly added rice was green and had a rice aroma. Chen Xiulan put down his work and came over. Seeing the sparkling rice grains, he couldn't hide his excitement. It actually works. Liuhuo said, "There are still 2 days before the new year, let's have a good meal of rice today." Chen Xiulan rarely smiled. "Okay." Before Uncle Song and Miss Song reached Liuhuo's house, they smelled the sweet scent of rice in the air. Every household was cooking, and it was hard to tell whose food was being cooked. Smoke rose from the roofs of each household, bringing a sense of winter life. The birthmark on Miss Song's face completely disappeared. According to Liuhuo's instructions, if anyone asked her about it, she would say that it was cured by the medicine prescribed in the hospital. Over the years, her family has been treating her for this disease everywhere, and everyone has seen it and thinks it's time to get better. Now the girl finally dares to show her full moon-like face and no longer covers it with bangs. Although she is still a little timid when meeting people, she has become much more confident in front of acquaintances. As the new year was approaching, Uncle Song came here with two things to do. The first was to go to Su Liuhar's house to thank her for treating her illness, so that his daughter's future marriage would be settled. The second thing was asked by Xianxai's mother. After all, she was married and it was easier for her to ask than Su Liuhar. Uncle Song brought 10 eggs and a pound of wheat flour. When the father and daughter arrived, Su Liuhar and Liuhuo had eaten half a pot of fragrant rice and were so full that they lay on the kang. Liuhuo touched his belly and said, "From now on, we won't need food coupons to eat rice." Su Liuhar felt that after eating the glittering rice, her mouth was full of fragrance. She said contentedly, "Eat as much as you want. It's the time for growth, and rice is the most nourishing food." Liuhuo would always save any delicious food for Su Liuhar, and she would often growl at night. "Now, the little brat is not afraid of eating me out of money. Is anyone there?" Miss Song called out from outside the door. "I'm Miss Song." Miss Song's real name was Miss Song. When she came to Su Liuhar's house, she openly called out, "Auntie Xiaohar." Logically, she was 1 year and 2 months older than Su Liuhar, and was already 20 years old. But Su Liuhar was cunning, first calling Xianxai's mother a sister, then Aunt Song a sister, and even having Liuhuo as her eldest nephew. She raised her generation level by her own efforts. When Miss Song saw Su Liuhar, she smiled and wished her a happy new year in advance, and gave her eggs and wheat flour. The two of them were sitting in the house talking, and Uncle Song came to the kitchen to chat with Liuhuo about things between men. Liuhuo had never been involved with a woman in his 2 lives, so he was initially nonchalant about what Uncle Song said. Uncle Song's weathered face had seen all sorts of ups and downs, and he spoke again in a low voice, and Liuhuo went from being nonchalant to blushing. While Uncle Song was teaching him, he was impressed by how much Liuhuo had changed in just a few months. No one knew what he ate, but almost overnight, the young boy quickly grew into a strong man. If it weren't for the childish look on his face, his body would have been comparable to that of an adult man, or even more agile. Compared to Liuhuo now, I was just like a little chick. In the past, I only heard people call Liuhuo a son of a bitch, but after taking a closer look, he is really a calf that is about to grow up. The muscles in his arms and thighs grew explosively. He had been able to grow to this size even though he could only eat 1 meal a day. I can only say that God has a preference for him. He couldn't help but talk in detail about the things between men and women. After all, Liuhuo was too strong. No matter whose girl was bullied by him without any care, her body would definitely not be able to bear it. You also have to tell him how to vent himself, not to be too restrained, and not to overdo it. After they left, Su Liuhar waited for a while, but it was almost time to go to bed and Liuhuo still didn't come to explain to her. She couldn't wait till tomorrow, so she stood by the door in a small vest and a cotton jacket, poked her head out and asked him, "What did you two talk about?" Actually, it's no wonder that she was curious. She asked Miss Song, but Miss Song was very shy and wouldn't tell her no matter how she asked. Su Liuhar became worried and thought someone was trying to get her nephew into a prematic love affair again. How could she do that? Su Liuhar's porcelain white neck and slender white arms swayed in front of Liuhuo's eyes, and he could also see the graceful curves of her body under her small vest. Liuhuo's Adam's apple moved, and he turned his head away from her. Nothing. Su Liuhar looked at him dimly. Really? Liuhuo felt that the violent beating of his heart seemed to be heard by Su Liuhar. If it were her, he would have no control over what Uncle Song said. He said quickly, "It's nothing." Su Liuhar frowned and said, "Are you going to propose to me?" Liuhuo didn't expect Su Liuhar to stay, so he could only say, "We talked about some things in life, nothing else." He urged Su Liuhar, "Go in and get some sleep. Don't worry, I told you that I will prepare well for the college entrance exam." Su Liuhar crossed her hands and pulled at the collar of her cotton-padded jacket, educating the prospective candidates. "Remember, work harder today, and you will laugh more tomorrow. Don't let down at the critical moment. We must be passionate. Prepare for the college entrance examination." Liuhuo smiled cooperatively. "Don't worry, I will definitely pass it in 2 years. 15 Chapter 15. 2 years later, in the summer of 1977. 12 miles east of Xiaotang village is the flood control embankment construction site. The working people stood on both sides, waiting for the last boulder to be carried over. The man pushing the wheelbarrow had a dark tan back after being exposed to the sun all summer, with large beads of sweat rolling down his handsome young face onto the white towel wrapped around his neck. His eyes were full of untamed wildness, like a cheetah that grew up in the wilderness. "Comrade Jiu, please transport it here." Jiu didn't answer and turned the unicycle around. The exposed bulging muscles in his arms and the strong thigh muscles make him stronger and braver than other people of his peers. He seems like a work of art carefully crafted by God. His muscle lines are full of strength and beauty after hard work, revealing a masculine charm that is irresistible to the opposite sex. The last boulder fell steadily into place. Unlike the others who were panting, Jiu glanced at the straw hut behind him. "Brother Xiaoyi, have some mung bean soup." Chen Xiulan is the only daughter of Secretary Chen. She finally waited for Jiu to come over and handed him a bowl of mung bean soup with plenty of white sugar. "No need." Jiu untied the white towel, wiped his face a few times, and strode towards the straw hut. Chen Xiulan tiptoed behind him and shouted, "Brother Xiaoyi, remember to go to the main group. There is voting today." "Thank you, I'll be there." Jiu rarely spoke, causing Chen Xiulan and the girls around her to blush. He stopped in front of the straw hut, stretched out his broad and powerful hands, his knuckles showing traces of hard work, picked up the chrysanthemum tea and took a few gulps. His Adam's apple moved up and down, sexy without knowing it. Liuhuo sat under the straw shed, dying of heat. She was useless. All the villagers, young and old, were working to strengthen the riverbank. After she collapsed from heat stroke twice, she could only be responsible for making tea for everyone. The person serving tea next to her was Fubao, a 1-year-old girl from Miss Song's family. You can imagine how high her labor status was. She fanned herself with a palm leaf fan, her fine hair fluttering in the wind. Seeing this, she said sarcastically, "How many times has this happened? I wouldn't have boiled water if I had known. My skin is getting sunburned from watching over it every day. In places with poor mountains and bad water, we train in the hottest days of summer and the coldest days of winter. Spring and autumn are a little more bearable, but they are short like a revolving lantern and pass in a flash." Jiu put down the tea bowl and walked over. His tall body immediately brought a sense of coolness to Liuhuo. Different from his cold attitude when talking to others, his eyes flashed with unknown tenderness when he spoke. "Let me see." Liuhuo stretched out her lotus-like arms. "Here." Jiu held her arm up, looked at her carefully and said, "Go home and soak it in well water, then apply some medicine to you." After the voice change period, Jiu's voice became clear, which was in sharp contrast with his increasingly deep eyes. After more than 2 years of rapid growth, Liuhuo sometimes felt that he was more mature than herself. "Let's go to the brigade headquarters first." Liuhuo stood up and pounded her legs that were numb from sitting, and said childishly, "We have to keep an eye on them so that no one really gets picked. It is midsummer, the deadline for confirming the final list of students for the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. In previous years, the list of admissions to the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University was decided by the brigade secretary and staff at a small meeting. After being criticized by the higher-level People's Commune, it was changed to an election by villagers this year. In the past 2 years, Jiu and Liuhuo have made a lot of friends, and Jiu has grown into the dream lover of young girls and wives. Liuhuo was afraid that everyone would not be able to get over it, so she really sent Jiu to study at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. They don't even want the spot that others are fighting hard for. Liuhuo walked in front wearing a straw hat, occasionally picking up dogtail grass on the roadside to play with. The past 2 years have been a period of rapid growth for Jiu, but time seems to have stopped for Liuhuo. She has a childish personality, a delicate life, an increasingly bright and charming face, and an irritating little mouth. When we arrived at the brigade headquarters, quite a few people had already gathered at the threshing ground outside. Chen Xiulan waited impatiently until Jiu finally showed up. She came over eagerly and offered him a stool. "Please sit down. The votes will be counted soon. I need to go over and write my name." Jiu picked up a small stool and handed it to Liuhuo. "Find a cool place." Liuhuo felt so hot that a pink circle appeared at the corners of her eyes. She looked around and saw a bit of shade under the bulletin board, so she was about to go over. Chen Xiulan was anxious and said to Ji Yuiren, "That's a stool for you, what are you going to make for her?" Su Liuhe stopped, handed the stool to Ji Yuiren, and said softly, "I'll give it back to you. I can't let you live up to their kindness." Ji Yuiren took the stool and placed it at Chen Xiulan's feet, then stretched out his big hand to block Su Liuhe's head. "I'll go home and get it for you." Seeing that Ji Yuiren ignored her, Chen Xiulan said angrily, "Why do you want to marry her? I think you should marry her. As long as Su Liuhe is there, Ji Yuiren will not have anyone else in his eyes." Su Liuhe turned her head to look at the girl who was hostile to her, and said inexplicably, "Is this how teacher Chen usually educates you? Disregarding ethics?" Ji Yuiren moved his Adam's apple and said with a dark look in his eyes, "Don't be angry, that's not what she meant." Su Liuhe glanced at him and couldn't remember how long it had been since he called her auntie. She didn't bother to argue with the little girl and continued walking forward. Ji Yuiren waited for Su Liuhe to leave, then looked at Chen Xiulan. "I don't have that kind of intention towards you either." Chen Xiulan's face turned red. She knew that many people were secretly looking at them, and she stamped her feet in anger. "Come on, Xiaohe. I have room here." Xianxai's mother waved from a few steps away, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "Hurry up and vote, so I can go home and rest. You are just wasting time on me in this hot weather. I've already said that both my mother and I will give our votes to Xiaohe, but you have to force us to be there." Su Liuhe was pulled to sit on a small stool and said, "Don't vote for him. He has his own plans." Xianxai's mother said in astonishment, "What plan can be better than going to the workers, peasants and soldiers' university?" Xianxai whispered on the other side, "Join the army. Everyone says that Xiaohe will be enlisted next year." Su Liuhe and Ji Yuiren looked at each other, neither denying nor confirming. According to Su Liuhe's memory, the college entrance examination will be resumed at the end of this year, and Ji Yuiren will take part in the first college entrance examination and apply for the Beijing National Defense Academy. This matter is their best kept secret and they haven't told anyone in the past 2 years. While waiting, Ji Yuiren saw the eldest brother of the Liu family retreat from the crowd. His shifty eyes probably meant he was up to no good. Coriander's mother said, "It started, look." The vote counter wrote on the blackboard the names of the workers, peasants and soldiers who had passed the first round of screening in the previous 2 days, and all the villagers present raised their hands to vote according to the names he called out. "Comrades, after all members of the brigade voted, we have elected 3 comrades, Jiang Jinlan, Ji Yuiren, and Zhu Chenggong. They will go to the Municipal Agricultural Technology University at the end of next month. Please applaud." The 3 of them happened to be in a labor group and were of similar age. Jiang Jinlan and Zhu Chenggong were so excited that they pulled Ji Yuiren to give a thank you speech amid everyone's applause. Ji Yuiren stood up and was about to express his attitude to everyone, hoping that the 4th comrade, Sun Zhu, would study in his place. But suddenly a loud shout broke the happy atmosphere. Liu Laoda led the townsposeman, Master Wang, and shouted, "It just so happens that everyone is here today. Master Wang has something to say to everyone." Mar, the veteran cadre who presided over the meeting, frowned and said, "What are you doing? If you have something to say, go and talk in private. Our meeting isn't over yet." Boss Liu pushed Master Wang, who swallowed and said, "While there are so many people here, I want to ask who took my things yesterday. The package I delivered was lost." Master Wang is 40 years old, and has become as thin as a monkey due to the sun and wind, but his eyes are shining. He often rides his bicycle to deliver newspapers and registered mail to the brigade, and sometimes helps villagers bring postal packages. Everyone is familiar with him. Chen Xiulan stood up in the crowd and said, "If you lost something, go find the police. Why are you coming to our village to ask questions?" Master Wang ignored Chen Xiulan, glanced at the name on the blackboard, and then glanced at the crowd and said, "It was a package sent from the provincial capital yesterday afternoon. I left it on the east side of the threshing ground. There was money and food coupons in it, and 2 pieces of clothing." Teacher Chen winked at Chen Xiulan, telling her not to speak up. He went to the office and asked the brigade secretary to come out. "Look, old Wang lost his things and found us." Before the brigade secretary could speak, the villagers standing on the threshing ground became unhappy. "Who does Master Wang think is a thief?" Ji Yuiren felt someone pulling at his sleeve. He lowered his head and saw Su Liuhe winking at him. In fact, without Su Liuhe's reminder, he also felt that the people in the dark would definitely take action today. In his previous life, there was a force that prevented him from leaving Xiaotang village, and it seemed that this life was the same. In the past 2 years, he has encountered 4 or 5 people who wanted to harm him. Fortunately, he had Banfeng to help him. After they solved the problem together, they dragged him into the mountains to feed the wolves. It's strange to say, Banfeng seems to have become much more sober in the past 2 years, but he still pretends to be crazy and helps Liuhuo. One more ally is better than one more enemy. Master Wang lived up to everyone's expectations and continued, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I saw many people repairing the riverbank. I wonder if any of you have seen anyone coming this way. The people below were talking about who left the riverbank at 3 p.m. yesterday. After thinking about it, their eyes slowly focused on Liuhuo and Liuhuo. At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, Liuhuo, who had suffered from heat stroke, was carried home by Liuhuo and left the workplace 3 hours earlier. Sister Mar, who was in charge of recording working hours, also said that they had to go there 3 hours earlier today to make up for their work. Many of the people who were working heard it. Zhu Chenggong and Jiang Jinlan were also taking a break at the time. After accompanying Liuhuo to send Liuhuo home, they ate Osmanthus rice cakes together at home. Now, with just one sentence, he made the 3 preparatory students of the workers, peasants and soldiers university and Liuhuo all suspects. The brigade secretary looked grim, and whispered to them, whoever stole someone else's things, please come forward. Otherwise, I would rather kill 3,000 people by mistake than let one go. I will never let the thief go to college. The crowd went wild, accusing the brigade secretary of being a traitor. What do you mean? Who are you talking about? Zhu Chenggong was about to rush over to fight him, but was stopped by Jiang Jinlan. When Liuhuo heard the specific time, she sneered and said, Master Wang, you have a really good memory. You remember exactly what time the things were lost. How come the thief chose the right time to steal things? Did he tell you in advance? Did he tell you the name of the person who stole your things? Master Wang waved his hands and said, I just lost something and came here to ask, what you said is too hurtful. Liuhuo said coldly, why are you asking at this critical moment? Why did you choose an auspicious day? Master Wang was a little afraid of Liuhuo, so he shrank his body and turned to look at Boss Liu beside him. Boss Liu looked up, patted Master Wang on the shoulder and said, you don't know, things have been stolen in our village for the past 2 years, let's settle the accounts today. Don't you agree, Secretary Xia? The brigade secretary nodded and said, yes, I can't tolerate any grain of sand in my eyes. Chen Xiulan didn't know the ins and outs of the matter and just thought that Master Wang simply wanted to find something. Little did she know that when Boss Liu showed up today, many people knew that he was going to target Liuhuo. She said to Master Wang, you left the bicycle in the threshing ground. People were coming and going there. You can't say who stole it just by determining the time. Anyone who wants to steal it can still steal it if they go to the toilet. Uncle Song was smoking in a corner. He guessed that Master Wang wanted to take away Liuhuo's quota for workers, peasants and soldiers to study at the university. He tapped his pipe against the sole of his shoe and said, I went to their supply and marketing cooperative to buy tobacco leaves at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Seeing this, Xiangxi's mother and Xiangxi also said, my daughter and I returned home at 3 o'clock to change clothes and took 2 pancakes. Sister Qian shook her fake collar, looked up at the sky and said quietly, I had my period at 3 o'clock, so I went home to change my pants. Grandma He, who was leaning on the walking stick that Liuhuo had cut for her, looked at Master Wang and Boss Liu and said, I'm carrying my grandsons as I pass by the threshing ground. Hey, 2 grandsons. 16 Chapter 16. Master Wang angrily said, how come you all have things to do at 3 o'clock? How can you remember them so clearly? Liuhuo stood up and said indifferently, you can remember clearly the time when you lost the things, why can't you remember clearly when they have something wrong? That's right. Why can you remember it but we can't? What did you lose? You can find the thief, but you can't tell me. We in Xiaotang village are all clean. If you think we are den of thieves, call the police. Master Wang was so angry that he kept glancing at Liuhuo. After thinking it over, he had to say, he's a very tall man. I think he's right here. Sister Mar is a senior cadre in the brigade. Last month, her granddaughter choked on a candy while playing on the river bank. Her face turned purple and she was about to die. It was Liuhuo who used the see mother immediate rescue method to help her granddaughter squeeze out the candy. She was so grateful that she didn't even have time to express it, so how could she allow anyone to slander her so casually? Sister Ma looked towards Ji Yiren and saw him nod. She felt sorry for him, coughed twice, and reached out her hand to suppress the voices of discussion. Master Wang, please wait a moment. We haven't finished voting yet. Sister Ma walked up to the brigade secretary and whispered something to him. As expected, she saw the brigade secretary's shocked expression. He personally walked up to Ji Yiren and asked, "Have you really made up your mind? Do you not want the recommendation for the workers, peasants and soldiers university this time?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gathered around Ji Yiren to dissuade him, and they all felt that Ji Yiren was being forced to give up by them. Liuhuo told Ji Yiren that this kind of diploma is a fake. Once the college entrance examination is opened, 10 workers, peasants and soldiers will not be able to match one college entrance examination student. He firmly believed that Liuhuo would not deceive him, and said with certainty, "I have made up my mind and plan to join the army." This statement was highly credible. Sister Ma and the brigade secretary also felt that it seemed more appropriate for Ji Yiren to join the army than to attend the workers, peasants and soldiers university. But they had to wait for a year, and conscription would not begin until next summer. Boss Liu and Master Wang couldn't hide their joy, especially Boss Liu. His family had been against Ji Yiren for many years, and finally they had a comeback. They absolutely couldn't let Ji Yiren leave Xiaotang village. But they didn't know that Ji Yiren was deliberately creating a time difference with them. As long as he passed the college entrance examination by the end of the year, he could leave here in the spring of the following year without having to wait a whole year. Besides, studying in a military academy was another form of joining the army, so Ji Yiren was not lying. It took only 5 minutes for the brigade secretary to personally erase Ji Yiren's name, and Master Wang came back with a package. The brigade secretary and Master Wang opened the package and checked the contents, then announced to the villagers, "What a misunderstanding. Master Wang sent the package to Lao Liu's house by mistake. Now the package has been found, so there is no thief in our village." Liuhuo watched them acting out coldly. She finally saw clearly that the brigade secretary was in cahoots with the group of people in the dark. This is bad. If Ji Yiren wants to take the college entrance examination, he needs to get a stamp from the brigade and go to the registration point in the city to register. Liuhuo's eyes couldn't help but fall on Sister Ma, who was speaking for them. Perhaps Sister Ma was fair and could help them. Murder. Someone is killing someone. In the distance, a figure was running towards them, and the villagers who were crowded together scattered like birds and beasts. Be careful. Ji Yiren held Liuhuo's wrist tightly, pulled her in his arms and protected her. Almost at the same time, Ban Feng brushed past them, broke through the crowd with an axe and chopped at Master Wang. If it weren't for Boss Liu, who was quick to push him, Master Wang's head would have been chopped in two. The brigade secretary ran to the office and locked a large group of villagers outside to deal with the madman. He shouted at the window, "Here he comes again, the madman is crazy again, tie him up quickly." Master Wang was being chased by a half-crazy man, stumbling and falling in front of Ji Yiren and shouting, "Hurry up and tie him up. Save me. Please save me. Can't save him." Ji Yiren hugged Liuhuo and walked straight over him. Master Wang was so scared that his crotch got wet, as he rushed over half-crazy with an axe. "Har ha har ha, you coward, I'm going to kill you." Ban Feng raised the axe, but was caught by Uncle Song, who rushed over. Finally, several male comrades tied up Ban Feng and took him to the cowshed. Ban Feng's axe was snatched away, and he turned his head and laughed at Master Wang. Master Wang got up in a panic, leaving his bicycle behind, not to mention the package he had found, and ran to the main road in a hurry. Seeing this, Sister Ma asked everyone to disperse. On their way back, Liuhuo quietly pulled back the hand that was still held by Ji Yiren. His palm was too hot and uncomfortable. Ji Yiren had a blank expression on his face, and his free hand rubbed the seam of his trousers a few times. Liuhuo said stupidly, "I always feel like he's helping us. Look, he didn't kill so many people, but only targeted Master Wang." Ji Yiren didn't want her to know the dirty things going on in secret, so he said, "I'll give him some sweet-scented osmanthus rice cake later." Liuhuo nodded and said, "It should be because we feed more, which is good for us." Liuhuo made the rice from the pickle jar into osmanthus rice cakes. At first, she and Ji Yiren didn't know what effect the extra rice would have. After eating it for a long time, they found that this green rice could refresh the mind. Liuhuo had been studying for a long time, and eating some rice cakes could help him get rid of his fatigue and continue studying. Liuhuo named it Chen Xiulan rice. In the past 2 years, they have tried putting many kinds of things into the pickle jar, including millet, sweet potato flour, corn, bacon, cloth, banknotes, etc., but only one kind of small golden chrysanthemum has been successfully increased. Drinking it to make tea can eliminate foul air and make the body healthy. Liuhuo simply called it bodybuilding tea. After drinking it for a long time, the two of them never got sick. Liuhuo had no other effects, but Liuhuo became stronger and his eyesight improved. There are limited supplies in the village, so we can only try to get the rest in the city later. After today's brief episode, Xiaotang village returned to peace after sending Jiang Jinlan and Zhu Chenggong off to college. There was a newspaper on Liuhuo's windowsill, which published the news that the Ministry of Education of China was holding a working conference on higher education institutions in Beijing. She and Liuhuo became more certain that the college entrance examination was about to begin, and they both began their sprint for the exam. Every October is the same. It's time to cut cabbage and store sauerkraut, and then dig sweet potatoes and store winter vegetables. This time, Liuhuo didn't have to carry the cabbages herself. Liuhuo carried back a whole sack. In early October, Liuhuo and Liuhuo, who had finished their work, went to visit Sister Ma's home. Sister Ma was surprised but did not accept their gifts, but agreed to help if they were really willing. The little granddaughter was eating the osmanthus rice cake given by Liuhuo, looking at them with her big eyes. When they left, Sister Ma hugged her and kissed her. "Let's help your benefactor, okay?" The little granddaughter said innocently, "Okay." On October 21st, major domestic media announced the resumption of the college entrance examination. The whole country is excited about this. The few educated youth in Xiaotang village, peasant comrades with educational aspirations, barefoot doctors and all personnel in other positions are eligible to sign up. Sister Ma kept her word and personally went to Liuhuo's house to give him the letter of introduction. "I know you are a good comrade. No one can deprive you of your right to take the college entrance examination. I will keep an eye on you if anything happens. You can apply for the exam with peace of mind." What Sister Ma said was not empty talk. After receiving the news that they could take the college entrance examination, many people came to the brigade headquarters to inquire about registration. Knowing that they needed the brigade headquarters seal before they could register at the city registration point, everyone swarmed around the brigade secretary to flatter him. This was an opportunity to change one's fate. The brigade secretary controlled everyone's lifeline. Sister Ma saw with her own eyes that someone had bribed the brigade secretary. The brigade secretary held a private meeting with the cadres and first emphasized one point: everyone needs my seal when registering. Then he locked the brigade's official seal in his own drawer, causing a lot of inconvenience to everyone's work. Sister Ma was glad that Liuhuo was lucky, otherwise it would have been all over if it was any later. The next day, Liuhuo pretended to be unwell and collapsed seductively in the field in full view of everyone. Liuhuo carried her to the village clinic. Xiangxai, who had been an apprentice in the clinic for a year, immediately said, "You have to go to the city to see a doctor for this disease. We don't have medicine in the clinic. You have to go to the women's hospital." When Liu Lao Da and Liu Lao were chased after them and asked, Xiangxai rolled her eyes and said, "You guys also want to treat a woman's illness? Do you have any shame?" Even though the brigade secretary had doubts, the official seal was clearly locked in a drawer, and he waved his hand to allow the two of them to get on the donkey cart and go to the city with a group of registered candidates. Miss Song, who was taking the exam, helped Liuhuo get the application form, filled it out and helped submit it to the registration point. When the dozen or so candidates who had registered returned to the donkey cart happily, Liuhuo expressed her sincere wishes to them with a cotton ball she had prepared in her hand. At the end of October, the north wind started to blow and the temperature dropped sharply to near 0 degrees. Diligent migratory birds have already set off on their journey to the north. Liuhuo picked up the birch leaves that fell on her body, but before she could appreciate them, Liuhuo took them away and stuffed her arms into her thin cotton jacket and patted them. Liuhuo leaned against the edge of the car in boredom. Soon, Liuhuo lifted her little face and put it on his shoulder. "Be careful of the wind." Liuhuo moved her chin to find a comfortable position, and without noticing her little movement, Liuhuo's Adam's apple also moved. There were not many vehicles passing on the road. A Beijing licensed car came from the opposite direction. Su Liuhe glanced at it and didn't pay any attention. The driver pushed the donkey to the side of the road. He didn't know what class the red flag sedan with a Beijing license plate was, he only knew that it couldn't be scratched or rubbed. Wow, it's so rare to see a donkey cart. In the oncoming red flag car, Xiulan pointed out the window and said, "Mom, look at these people who are going to take the college entrance examination with me. Some of them are as old as my dad." When Xiulan heard about the college entrance examination in Beijing, he asked a master to calculate the feng shui location for his examination based on his birth date. He did not dare to make it public, lest he be accused of being a monster. After much investigation, Huaidi City was indeed a feng shui location. Remote, sparsely populated, and less competitive. So he took the opportunity when Tang Hongxing went to the next city to see an old Chinese doctor and begged Tang Hongxing to accompany him to sign up. If he told his father would definitely not agree. But if Tang Hongxing agreed, Xiulan would definitely not say no. The donkey cart on the side of the road flashed by quickly, and Tang Hongxing didn't see it clearly. She taught Xiulan, "You must respect the teacher I hired for you this time, and you must work hard and play less with your cousins." Xiulan said, "I know that I need to make friends with motivated and down-to-earth people. I will make a few friends here later." In this environment, if someone still strives to take the college entrance examination, whether he or she passes or not, I will look up to them. What Tang Hongxing didn't know was that she said several people had already made an appointment with Xiulan to come together to take the college entrance examination. Several majors in Beijing used the opportunity that others were fighting for to change their fate as an excuse to travel abroad. "Yeah, I know." Xiulan leaned back and assured Tang Hongxing, "My dad won't let me join the army, so I'll take the military academy exam to show him." This was just to deceive Tang Hongxing. The young guard driving in front couldn't help laughing. Xiulan patted him on the back of his head and said, "Drive carefully. My eyelids have been twitching a lot recently. You better be careful." Chapter 17. 2 days before the college entrance examination, the snow outside stopped. Several people who knew the inside story got together to motivate Xiulan to take the exam. Miss Song made a great contribution this time. She gave their examination certificate. She got to Xiulan and said with a smile, "I hope we can all get good results." Her family loved her dearly, and since she had a birthmark on her face, they thought she could only rely on herself. Aunt Song and Uncle Song gritted their teeth and supported her to go to school. Xiulan has been smiling more often recently. He remembered Miss Song's help and took their examination certificate and said, "Okay, let's work hard together." Xiangxai and the others sat on the kang and started to make a noise. Xiangxai no longer had any fantasies about Xiulan, and instead they got along more naturally. She shouted, "But you can't forget us, we all helped. Share the sweet-scented osmanthus rice cakes with everyone, otherwise they won't let you go." Su Liuhe said in a good mood, "Save the rest for the 2 days of the exam." Knowing that there was something good to eat, Xiangxai and Miss Song sat in a row. They knew that Su Liuhe's food was good and tasted wonderful, and if you didn't have good connections, you couldn't get it even if you begged for it. Su Liuhe took their exam certificate and carefully put it in her exam bag. In the small cloth bag she sewed herself were pencils, erasers, pens, ink, registration materials and other important items. She also embroidered for big characters on it, "A successful start." If it wasn't a bad year, she would also like to wear a bright red cheongsam when sending her child to the exam. When Sister Mar came over, the others had already left. She came over and handed the letter of introduction to Su Liuhe and said, "Secretary Xia will be attending a meeting in the township in the next few days. I will prepare the letter of introduction for you. You must pay attention to safety." She had seen a lot in the brigade headquarters and understood that someone was blatantly targeting Xiulan. She patted Xiulan's shoulder. She had watched him grow up. She knew how hard it was for him and sincerely hoped that he would be successful. "By the way, remember to give me the house key." The house had to be quiet and lively from time to time. Su Liuhe stayed at home on the pretext of being sick, and Xiulan took leave to take care of her at home. The firewood in the yard, the smoke from the chimney, and the snow in front of the door all needed someone to help cover them. Xiulan whispered, "Thank you for everything you have done, Good boy, don't make any promises to me. I am a village cadre and I am here to serve the people. But if you become successful, don't forget to help the people in need. I promise you." Ji Yuiren said, I passed by your house the other day and found that the roof was unstable. It was going to snow heavily. I know a friend who is good at repairing roofs. I will ask him to come over tomorrow. Sister Ma is a grassroots cadre who gets practical work done. She runs around every day to solve problems for the people, but keeps putting off her own affairs. In his previous life, Ji Yuiren was also taken care of by her, but before he could become successful, the roof of Sister Ma's house collapsed due to heavy snow that lasted for half a month in the winter of that year, and her family of 5 all died overnight. Ji Yuiren was afraid that she would refuse, so he emphasized, I have already said it. Sister Ma had no choice but to say, okay then, I'll have someone wait at home tomorrow. After Sister Ma left, Liuhuo stood on the kang and waved. Ji Yuiren walked over and lowered his head naturally. Liuhuo touched his head and said, don't worry, it will go well. Yeah. Ji Yuiren had no temper at all in front of Liuhuo. He retracted his claws and became like a big cat, unspeakably docile. The two of them packed their luggage for the trip. Liuhuo held the jar of pickles in a triangular handkerchief and carefully placed it in a small cloth bag and carried it on her shoulder. They could not disturb others, so they had to walk to the market 10 miles away, and then take the town bus from the market to the examination venue. The next day, before dawn, there was no one in the house. When Liuhuo walked past his house as usual, he saw the rising smoke and the lingering smell of traditional Chinese medicine, cursed and left. Sister Ma's husband came out from behind the house, spat on the ground, and left in the opposite direction. Liuhuo and Ji Yuiren traveled for nearly 10 hours to the Chen Xiulan district guesthouse in Huaidi City. After handing over their letters of introduction and checking their examination certificate, the receptionist couldn't help but glance at their faces again and asked, what's your relationship? Liuhuo blurted out, aunt and nephew. The receptionist was surprised and said, you are quite senior then. How many days will you stay? Ji Yuiren said, 3 days and 2 nights. The receptionist thought they were in a relationship and almost refused. But when she found out they were relatives, she said, there are many candidates, so all the rooms are full. There is only one small room with 2 beds at the top of the first floor. Before the receptionist could finish, Ji Yuiren said, sure. Liuhuo squinted at him. He really has grown up. Isn't he afraid of being discovered by drying his underwear? The receptionist quickly opened the room, took them there, explained some precautions, and then left. The room was completely empty, with only 2 small beds. It wasn't damp and cold as expected, and there was a heater on the wall. The only other things were 4 walls, a thermos bottle, and a mirror. To get water and wash, you had to go to the public water room in the middle of the corridor. But it's also cheap. Other rooms cost 3 yuan a night, but theirs only costs 2 yuan. Ji Yuiren let Liuhuo take a nap first, then he took the food coupons to the canteen to get some food. He woke Liuhuo up and asked her to finish eating, then he ate up the rest. From time to time, the corridors were filled with the sound of people reciting, all preparing for tomorrow's exam. Because it was the first session, they had no idea about the types of questions and the difficulty, so everyone was preparing desperately. Ji Yuiren remembered the car accident in his previous life, and specifically told Liuhuo to be careful, don't worry if someone is targeting me. I'm prepared. Be sure to protect yourself and carry the knife I gave you with you. Liuhuo knew his situation and nodded in agreement, okay. The day of the college entrance examination. Liuhuo didn't let Ji Yuiren eat the food in the cafeteria. She gave him 3 pieces of sweet-scented osmanthus rice cakes that she brought from home to refresh her mind. Walking on the road, Liuhuo, wearing a colorful scarf, muttered, if you encounter something you don't know how to do, choose the longest one among 3 short ones. From the 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest one. Ji Yuiren lowered his head and said with a smile in his eyes, don't worry, I won't forget it. Liuhuo exhaled a breath of white steam and felt that Ji Yuiren's mentality was more stable than hers. We took him all the way to the gate of Huaidi No. 2 Middle School, where quite a few people were already waiting. Liuhuo hurriedly checked the small cloth bag for the exam and handed it to Ji Yuiren. Read the questions carefully and write neatly. Don't try to figure out what you don't know. Ji Yuiren suddenly reached out his hand and carefully wrapped her flower scarf around it. If I really pass the exam, I have something to tell you. Liuhuo didn't care what he said. The most important thing was to keep the candidates calm. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for you outside the bun shop. Ji Yuran nodded and said, if you're cold, go in and spend money. Don't save money. I'll be worried if you get sick. Su Liuhe nodded vigorously, don't worry, go quickly. I know what to do. When Ji Yuran walked into the examination room, Su Liuhe's confident little face suddenly fell. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and talked about all the gods in the world, including Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Virgin Mary, etc. The cabbages she had worked so hard to grow were finally being put to the test. When the exam bell rang, there were fewer people at the door. Just then, a red flag car slowly drove in. Coincidentally, it was the same as the one I saw on the day of registration, both of which had Beijing license plates. The red flag car stopped not far away. Su Liuhe stood under the banyan tree and tilted her head to look over there. A young man in his 20s wearing woolen clothes got out of the car in a panic and said to the beautiful woman in the car, Mom, I'm going in. Tong Hongyan warned, don't argue with the teacher. After Ji Xiulan got off the car, he glanced at the roadside. He didn't see the curb clearly and almost kneeled in front of Su Liuhe. He subconsciously reached out for help. Su Liuhe disliked his greasy hair and powdered face, so she put her hands behind her back and quietly backed away. Ji Xiulan didn't expect that he could meet a girl who was more beautiful and bright than a Hong Kong star in this small mountain town. He patted his knees awkwardly and was about to speak when he heard the preparatory bell ringing from the school gate. Hey, we'll meet again if we're lucky. He ran towards number 2 middle school and almost bumped into the security guard at the door. Are you here to take a test? Let me give you a seat. The waiter at the bun shop was very nice. Probably because the business was good for the exam, he moved out the benches in the shop and distributed them to everyone. The weather was not too cold. Su Liuhe sat under the banyan tree and didn't want to go back to the guest house. The guest house didn't even have a window and smelled of clean water. She waited with her chin on her hand and saw a Hongqi sedan also parked nearby. The middle-aged woman in the car window looked elegant and familiar. She must be in poor health, with haggard eyes and pale skin. She occasionally coughed with a handkerchief, but it was hard to hide her former beauty. After waiting for more than half an hour, the wind started to blow again. Su Liuhe spent some money and went into the bun shop to buy a 20-cent kidney bean bun and asked for a cup of hot water, then sat down in the bun shop as a matter of course. Not long after I sat in the bun shop, the beautiful middle-aged woman also came in. Behind her was a young man in military uniform, who seemed to be protecting her. Su Liuhe sat diagonally opposite her, and suddenly remembered that this was the movie star Tong Hongxing who often appeared in model operas. No wonder she felt that this noble lady looked familiar. When I think of the name, I can't help but recall a mention of this period article. Tong Hongxing was a beautiful woman with a tragic fate. Her husband was a senior official in the central government who loved her very much and obeyed her in everything. However, she was plagued by illness and it seemed that there was something she regretted that she failed to achieve before she passed away. But no matter where Su Liuhe was, she knew that the big shots were not from the same world as her. She would not explore such things that were like other people's secrets. The waiter at the steamed bun shop also recognized Tong Hongxing. There were no cameras or mobile phones in those days, and no awareness of chasing stars, so he just shook hands with Tong Hongxing and chatted with her face to face. Tong Hongxing asked the waiter in a gentle voice where her hometown was and how old she was. Su Liuhe felt that people of this era were very down to earth. This lady, who looked like she was pampered, was so friendly with the waiter. Su Liuhe couldn't help but respect her a little more. As if feeling Su Liuhe's gaze, Tong Hongxing smiled and nodded at her. Su Liuhe turned into a fangirl and waved her little hand, hee. Tong Hongxing just saw Ji Xiulan getting out of the car in a panic, and almost fell to the ground when he took one look at the girl. Looking back now, it's no wonder. The little girl had a tender cherry mouth under her watery almond eyes, dimples on her cheeks, and a round and full chest under her snow-white neck skin. A person's temperament is not something that can be taught. Guard Xiaoli sighed and slapped his lips. He really shouldn't talk about female comrades casually. Tong Hongxing knew that he did not mean it, so it was no wonder that he lost his composure. This extraordinarily beautiful girl was dressed simply. Although her cotton-padded jacket had no patches, it was obvious that she was from the countryside and had moved to the city. But whether he was greeting her or ordering food from the waiter, he was neither humble nor overbearing, which made her feel that Ji Xiulan should learn more from her about the attitude of dealing with people. In line with the mantra of the older generation, be open and generous when you go out. She's a girl who wants to make a living. Tong Hongyang looked at her watch, and Xiaoli went back to the car to get some medicine for her. Seeing that Tong Hongyang had finished eating, he lowered his voice and said in her ear, I just saw an unlicensed jeep at the door, and the driver looked familiar. Tong Hongyang said, is he a friend of Xiaowen's? Xiaoli said, it's not something I play often. Tong Hongyang looked out the window and saw the driver in the car putting on a hat. Not only was he wearing a hat, he also put on a mask, glasses, and gloves. While waiting, he kept looking at his watch and tapping the steering wheel, seeming to be in a state of anxiety. Su Liuhuo also noticed this. She remembered what Gu Yiren had said and stared at him calmly. 18 Chapter 18. The square-shaped, jet boxcars, with round jets at the bottom completely caught my attention. After returning to Qinqiu City, Duamu Haiyang and 3 others checked into Shangyunjunju again. When they entered the courtyard hall, the holy light flashed and disappeared, and no one knew where it went. After Yang Feifei finished speaking, she let out a long sigh, then poured herself a glass of water and took a big sip, which relieved the feeling of dry mouth. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of relief sprouted in his heart. Even though he still remained vigilant about Qing Qianbang's possible surprise attack, he felt much more relieved than before. These days, she had never felt the brother-sister love from Wan Chenhan, but she deeply felt it from Xiuran. I don't know if it was Lin Bai's outburst that touched Mu Ji, or if her messed-up nerves suddenly connected to a line-cold reason, but she actually stopped crying after Lin Bai's long speech. However, after receiving the Gong family, Nan Gongyi chose to call Xiao Yinya. It was a special period and involved special people, so he could not handle it on his own. Don't mention him. He always says something to me every time he comes. If he makes me angry again next time, I'll let you beat him up. Sumu was so angry that he bit the dried fruit hard, probably thinking it was someone. The shock wave generated by the explosion swept up wood chips and stone fragments and spread rapidly around. Zhongqing was swept into the flames, and all kinds of objects hit the barrier. 3 seconds really doesn't count as waiting, and he was surprised that he couldn't even endure 3 minutes. At that time, Dao Xiu's mother was quite nice to Dao Xiu, and his younger brother Dao Bin also admired his brother very much because of his excellent grades. So Murong Changqing held Ni Yashin in his arms and struggled with his thoughts for a long time. Finally, he put Ni Yashin on the table, then went out to boil some hot water and came back with the bath water. When Song Rushuan was not here, Ling Qianheng called again. Ling Yuqi had said those words just to make Jian Yu angry, but now no one cared, so she would not be stupid enough to use her life's happiness to gamble, so she just said that she couldn't leave because of something at the company and declined. Gong Yu only knew that Sumu had failed this time, but she didn't know that he was living such a miserable life. In fact, although Sumu had fallen out with some of his business friends, he was not reduced to such a miserable state. It was just that Xingyang deliberately made the situation sound more serious to scare Gong Yu, but Gong Yu believed it. Life is indeed full of surprises. The person I once thought was the most unlikely person, now I actually like him/her. Zhao Qingran was indeed not joking. She found a diaper and handed it to the man with a grim face. Dr. Zhuang, what should we pay attention to? Beer asked hurriedly. Beer had already thought it through. Since she couldn't get hurt on Hua Qingyan's behalf, she could only take good care of her. Bad tilder, you are bad tilder. Hu Qing was embarrassed and annoyed by the man's sudden invasion. How could he lie to her like this? Once Center Chuli marries in, she will be the future mistress of the Shui family. She must have both dignity and respect, otherwise, wouldn't the family be in turmoil? The members of the 5 major teams on the field changed the venue again, and the 3rd round of the shooting competition, vehicle shooting, officially kicked off. Almost everyone in the 4 major Taoist temples had heard about the affairs of Sun Qixing and Feng Shanhai. It was said that the two had entered the Yinxia sect together, and they were like-minded and had a deep friendship. The reason why Shi Qianling chose this highway was, firstly, because he did not have a driver's license, and he knew that there were traffic police patrolling frequently on the other road. Also, although this road was a little dilapidated, it was nearly half the distance shorter than that road, so Shi Qianling chose this road to rush home. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the wizard is not a humanoid creature, and the werewolf body is his original appearance, but this also means that powerful people from other dimensions came here thousands of years ago. It is now the annual Myanmar Jade auction period, and a large number of merchants are pouring into the country. Even if Yang Guang suddenly disappeared for a while, no one would notice it except his closest relatives and friends. When the time was almost up, the organizing committee's general control staff told Chen Hao through headphones that everything was ready. On the field, the two had already finished 3 postures, stood up facing each other, and looked at each other quietly. In some ways, were they evenly matched? Suddenly the man couldn't stand it anymore. "No, I don't believe you, I want to duel with you." The man stood up from the ground, threw away the flowers in his hand, pointed at Xi Qianling and shouted excitedly, attracting many eyes in the grilled fish restaurant. Xu Bingyi nodded when he heard this. If we only talk about musical talent, if Zhang Yu is second, there is definitely no first in the world. Not to mention him, I'm also tempted by this treasure. Looking at Xu Wang teaching Xu Pengcheng a lesson, Zhao Weirui next to him also said leisurely. Unfortunately, before Thors could say a word, his neck was directly chopped off by Qin Li, and his head immediately tilted and drooped. Heart of the ocean. Istar had been in Zentari for a few years and had a general understanding of this world. Even Xiang Yu was no exception. Although he had a high combat power, he did not have much combat experience. Therefore, he suffered a lot sometimes. Qin Fan felt that the middle-aged man looked familiar. After recollecting for a while, he remembered that this man seemed to be a returnee who invested in a chain of hotels in Shanghai. When he returned to China to invest, he was interviewed by a TV station. It was said that he had a net worth of more than 10 billion and was a wealthy bachelor. 19 Chapter 19. The zombie soldiers below also began to get anxious. They had seen these super-powered soldiers rushing to the top of the city wall. Although the wall was slippery and solid, they might not be without a solution. It was early morning when we set out. Logically, the fog should have dissipated and the sun should have come out as time went by. Since he was selected by the Pluto Palace to directly participate in the qualifying round, his strength should be very strong, at least not much weaker than Ming Wang. However, Yun Hao's snowballs rarely hit the target. Even if a few of them hit the target occasionally, they mostly hit Zhao Huai's buttocks. A ray of clear light shone on Zhao Hua, and his originally erratic and real figure gradually became solid and was completely exposed under Taishuan's finger. Seeing the situation, Yuan Tan felt that he was doomed, so he played the emotional card in his words to Jiao Lan. Lin Xiao was listening from afar and wanted to laugh. He led Xiener and walked away. One of the green-haired monsters screamed and pounced on him with its claws opened. He needed Orochimaru's help to study the genes of his body cells, to see if there was any chakra in his body cells, and what was the reason why he could not condense chakra. You? Their old lady's face changed. For so many years, she had never admitted that Mo Wen was her son. Seeing that he was growing more and more like that unfaithful man, she really couldn't tell what her emotions were. What do you mean by me? The soul-eroding heart hook is so useful. If I don't let you use it, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good treasure? Luo Qingyu said calmly as a soul-eroding heart hook was nailed into Luo Yunxi's wrist. Yin Luoxuan's eyes darkened, and he realized that this queen was not what Murong Yinzhu wanted to be, but was the request of Prince Qinchuan. What was Prince Qinchuan's purpose? This modified Iveco was divided into 2 parts. The front part was the driver's cab, which had only 2 seats, while the back part was transformed into a living room-like environment, and it was fully enclosed. Therefore, if he wanted to notify the people in front, he could only rely on the intercom. Ji Yuinen hugged Han Chengche's neck, raised her head, and deepened their kiss. The scene was filthy and disgusting, with a decadent and vulgar atmosphere everywhere, which shocked Li Chen. Why? Just to let me come and see the good things here. Anger rose in her chest, but she did not let it burn out. But today is Yang and I's wedding day, so we discussed on the road just now that in accordance with Goddess mercy, before you die, I will collect some of your fur and tissue, and after you die, we will preserve the GU species. Shi Jianjin also fired, but he fired while talking on the phone with him, accurately shooting the gun in Mrs. Gu's hand before the bullet came out of the gun. Maybe it was because he felt sorry for her, maybe it was because they had shared a common hardship, or maybe it was because the prince was just too boring. Huang Nuo and the others were pushed to the dining room by Xiao Yuheng. They were stunned for a second when Xiao Yuheng appeared and then ignored him. I didn't expect that little girl was so capable. She spoke in such a set way and warned me so powerfully. Immediately afterwards, Tang Mingyu and Ice Fairy started buying clothes, walking and stopping, stopping and walking, just looking but not buying, just walking. There was a battle going on outside. The great elder was fighting with a man wearing an evil ghost mask. There were other disciples around. Xiulan looked around and saw Ningxian not far from the great elder. Xiulan naturally understood his thoughts, and carefully used the spiritual spring water to clean the wounds of the disciples of Kangqiong Palace. Now is not the time to think about the king of hell. I don't care how long Hongqing lives, at least I will try my best to save her now. Seeing that they didn't understand, Yi Xianxian also told them about opening a shop. Aunt Su Ming was stunned. This girl was usually very affectionate to him and always called him mom. Why did she suddenly change her name to call him aunt? At this time, the real-time images from Tokyo were also transmitted back and projected onto the big screen so that Fei Ying could also see it. Wait a minute. Jiu Yufei suddenly called out to Shen Guanguan. Yang Zhen was not there, and Shen Guanguan was more or less nervous. If Jiu Yufei and Lu Yi asked to search her bag at this time, she would be in danger. I'll give you 3 seconds, let her go. Shen Yi suddenly appeared, holding a gun in his hand, and walked towards Jiu Qingyuan step by step until he stood in front of Jiu Qingyuan. The body is gone and the voice is gone too. It is hard to forget the traveler in this world. Who do I recognize and who recognizes me? It is said that the road is gradually becoming sparse. This time, there is no place to search. Hualingfeng lifted her face with his hands so that he could kiss her more deeply. Their breath flowed between their lips and teeth, making their heartbeats closely synced. Li Chenxian learned his lesson. His father had often reminded him of his style of doing things, and the most taboo thing was to have a tail that was too big to be removed. However, Yahua's many years of experience have made him as calm as water. Even though the incident was so sudden, Yahua was not at all panicked. Chapter 20. Early in the morning, the sound of Xing music came in through the window, floating gracefully in the woods. Chen Rong slowly opened his eyes and looked out the screen window. Her eyes were blurred with tears. At this moment, she just wanted him to leave. She had been hurt enough in the past few days. If he hurt her again, she would really feel worse than death. At the end of June, in the south of the South China Sea, at the end of the world, the sky was clear and the waves were blue. In front of Xindi Port, 3 tall warships and 2 transport ships were ready to set sail. This ancient earthen percussion cap is made by crushing saltpeter and realgar, mixing them with purified alcohol and iron powder into a colloid, putting them into a copper percussion cap, and then drying them in the shade and applying a layer of lacquer on the surface. In later generations, percussion caps made by this process have been used for a long time in folk ignition of hunting rifles and earthen guns, with good results. Senior Meng Yang, which side do you think the war will eventually tip towards? Ran Luorshues suddenly asked back. Pei Ran turned around and looked at Lin Xie, who was smiling at her with narrowed eyes. He couldn't help but his eyes reddened. I am indeed unemployed, and someone did something to me. Other companies don't dare to hire me. Perhaps because he was feeling too uncomfortable, Pei Ran only half-truthed something from Lin Xie, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Long Yang, who was sitting on the sidelines feeling a little nervous, finally felt relieved after listening to his opening remarks. When everyone arrived at the destination and saw the human headstones that had been dug out earlier, they couldn't help but feel a little scared, so they didn't dare to take action. Bai Yuting said in a tricky way that Yuan Quan had done a great job and her words were no match for Yuan Quan, so unless when Yuan went up, she and her people would never dare to go up again. Once they angered the terrorists, the consequences would be disastrous. But after accidentally hearing the conversation of his master, he understood his father and knew the truth of the matter. At that time, his father was possessed by an eye demon. He was afraid that he would hurt himself when he went crazy, so he had no choice but to hand himself over to the old man in the hope that he would not be hurt after he learned the skills. Half a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Suishan walked to the dormitory door wearing very ordinary clothes, took off his contact lenses, revealing his strange 9-pointed star eyes. He glanced quietly in the direction of Wang Yuan and found that he was still running slowly with a confused look on his face, and he couldn't help but grin. What's so strange about this? It can give birth to many cubs in one litter. Yang Bing looked at Lin Bao with an expression that said, "You are very ignorant." The elf king fell without dignity, leaving behind the gems and taking away the liberation of being a monster. Even the old man felt the urge to pray for the soul of the electric elf king. Oh, forget it, let's not talk about it. As Qin Moyu spoke, he thought of his mother again. He knew that she was imprisoned and faced many crises and dangers. But then he thought about himself and wondered when he would be strong and when he would be able to help her. The spring breeze is blowing, and the horses are galloping. I can see all the flowers in Chang'an in one night. The golden house is decorated and the beautiful girls serve the night. After the banquet in the Jade Tower, I am drunk and happy. Slowly, the ground nearby began to vibrate, like a heart beating. Then, I'm going to kill you. Honglian's tone after saying this seemed like a joke, but the trajectory of the sword in her hand was completely opposite to this joking tone. Okay, got it. I glanced at him indifferently and nodded, and the other person disappeared in front of me in an instant. After experiencing another round of pursuit by Jutsu, Ishigo and his companions rushed out of the gate prepared by Urahara Kasuke in a panic and returned to the human world. I asked him with trembling words. At this moment, my own voice sounded so real that it hurt me. It seems that the martial arts gate of each city is built near the central square of the city. Looking down, a large square appeared in front of Lin Yi. After moving forward for another 20 minutes, the situation gradually changed, because the monsters appearing around not only increased in number, but also became stronger and stronger. They could no longer be easily dealt with. Bang! The scarred man felt a piercing pain in his stomach. He lowered his head and saw a look of disbelief. There was a shiny dagger stuck in his abdomen, and blood was flowing out from around the dagger. Not far away was the ferocious face of the seriously injured soldier who had just tried to snatch water from him. But if that's the case, then we won't be able to get any exercise, right? Chi Mu Sumao looked disapproving. 60 yellow-skinned beasts were leading their way in a mighty procession. I was walking in the middle, holding Sister Bian and Feng Shui. Behind us were 22 men from the Hu family and 49 Qingfeng ghost fairies. We didn't encounter anything along the way. The mastermind behind the scenes seemed to know that I was coming and stopped moving. After hearing Long Wei's words, Jin Ling's eyes fell on the spiritual herb in Long Wei's hand. A hint of surprise appeared in her pupils. She obviously saw that the ordinary clover in Long Wei's hand was extraordinary. On the side, County Magistrate Sun and his legal advisor watched County Magistrate Huang vent his anger with fear and trepidation, their faces looking extremely ugly. Seeing that Qin Yuan had finished taking the graduation photos, Yu Yao immediately wanted to go up and ask Qin Yuan if he had noticed any problems in her practice of hammering and shaking her head this morning. Qin Yuan looked at the man in Taoist robes and remembered that he was the boss of the Chinti Point. It seemed that everyone called him Taoist Master. At the mere mention of the name, European magicians would cower in fear and desperately chant exorcism prayers. Tony's figure disappeared from the spot, and a sword light swept across the position where Nuo Jiang Lingben was and fell into the empty space. Moreover, in this way, Ren Yingying can also get better development. However, if Zhang Qianing comes to make trouble, then Wang Shenran estimates that it will not be so easy to get this project easily. Well, Shanghai is ready to take a gamble, betting that Xingguang's IQ is not up to par, and betting that she is unwilling to give up her superhuman career. The sable seemed to have smelled something delicious. It pursed its lips, moved towards the immortal fruit, closed its eyes, held it and started to chew on it. Xie Qinglan's eyes turned cold, but she still didn't speak. She just looked straight at Bai He, wanting to know what she would say next. Xiong Qian and Mu Junlan on the side couldn't help but look at each other. Is it worth being proud of at this point in time? Boom. In other areas of their wasteland, Alicia, Siphon and the other four had already faced a large number of source warriors led by Timur and Lei Wu. 21 Chapter 21. Brother Ergu, don't be angry. I am not mentally normal. You are so magnanimous. I will give you another 500 as an apology. Li Fuyo saw the situation and hurried over to plead for Lin Chen. After centuries of struggle, the necromancers finally evolved into today's psychics, thus avoiding religious persecution. Not only that, psychics were further worshipped and accepted by people under the media's hype. During this time, Li Yongler stole a glance at the other person and saw that the other person looked a little unhappy, but he was secretly very happy in his heart. Although shopping is a boring and gas-wasting thing, Li Yongler is indeed enjoying it now. Later, Qin Li's clone was created. Now, with the help of Tor Yuan, Qin Li's clone can not only change Qin Li's appearance, but also has another identity. Swish! With a sound of breaking through the air, Genji threw the dart in his hand. The darts flew out, and there was a sound of slicing through flesh and blood. The Snow Country soldiers fell in large numbers again, until Genji had used up all the darts in his hand. After all, if the other party were to take action, life or death might be decided in a matter of minutes. Although Xiao Yu's reaction was also good, Lin Chen felt that he could only feel at ease if he held the steering wheel in his own hands. Yang Xiao had a smile on his face, and in response to Wei Yixiao's gaze, he nodded slightly as a gesture of greeting, but he did not reveal what he was thinking at all. He was indeed a man with deep scheming. He is indeed a tricky guy. In the rest area of the Lion King Academy, Ari Seifer looked at the ring with a gloomy face. The wound on his hand was not healed yet, and Lin Chen didn't want to take action at this time. It would be a waste of time to recover from his injury, which would not be worth it. Shimen Kwang looked up at the sky, then turned to look at Cao Shuang, who usually laughed and joked, but now looked serious, and suddenly he seemed a little mysterious. When a perfect man in white, extremely handsome, with a harmless smile, appeared in front of Su Baobei and Heyer, both Su Baobei and Heyer were very embarrassed. The real stupid pig only knows how to eat, sleep after eating, and live a carefree life. That is the wonderful life that many people want to have, but cannot have. She still doesn't reject the truly innocent and kind people. Although, she will dislike them for being too stupid, but they are also the easiest to deceive. Do you regret it? Qiu Lingyang narrowed her eyes and gave him a threatening look, as if she would teach him a lesson if he dared to say the word regret. Chen Yu turned around with a cold face and went to change clothes. Lin Make realized that she had said the wrong thing, shrugged her shoulders, hugged the tablet, put on headphones and went to watch her Korean drama. At this time, Mu Rongheng was pressing down Xiamo, and their postures were as ambiguous as they could be. When they heard Du Huan's voice, they immediately separated and sat up straight. Guazeline didn't sleep well that night. The words Qin Kai said and the things Lin Wani said kept coming to her mind over and over again. The next morning, Guazeline woke up with panda eyes and put on a thick layer of powder before she dared to go out. The instructor of the special training team, Yu Haiyang, immediately led the team members to fly the spacecraft and track the flying saucer based on the signal received by the radar. He raised his hand and was about to hit him, but saw that the man had already walked down the magnolia tree in dejected manner. The rain soaked his clothes, and his light white robe turned light blue. He looked pitiful no matter how he looked at him. Are you afraid of him? Fenghuo was surprised to find that Chang Chang could even tolerate himself just to avoid the puppet. She didn't understand. Jiao Jingjin was also brought to this place by the group members and decided to spend the night there and continue exploring the next morning. The madam was very proud of herself for running Kwahonglu for Shimanqing, as she did a great job. She thought Wusong was an old hand and must have seen different brothels, so she asked him some questions and showed off her abilities at the same time. Zhang Yulan took a look and saw a faint red light on the tree in the dark. Upon closer inspection, she found that it was bayberry. Lord Suzaku Saint Emperor, what did you hear? A white-haired elder of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect asked in a deep voice. Arriving here, a majestic aura slowly emanated from the 8 pieces of white jade. As soon as this aura appeared, it immediately transformed into murderous intent, which was bone-chilling and captivating. I always feel like I am caught in one guess and another, and finally I find out ridiculously that all the guesses are false. Today is not an outburst, but a chapter 1 ode. I would not have finished writing so late. I received a call from my mother in the afternoon, saying that the old man was sent to the hospital, but it was not serious. I planned to rush over after finishing writing, but later after the second chapter was released, when I was writing the third chapter, the old man's condition was serious, and Urgen rushed to the hospital. The number of personnel on their own and the opposing side's combat units that Baishan currently reported was actually far beyond their expectations. He really had no intention of killing the old man at this moment. If this man's death aroused Kang Sung's vigilance, it would be counterproductive and would ruin Wang Lin's plan. Is it really that magical? Okay, thank you, Auntie. We'll go try it now. Guo Mengmeng looked at the old lady's admiring expression and didn't seem to be fake. She was even more confused. Could it be that this old immortal could really tell fortunes? Otherwise, why would he be praised like a real god? Not to mention Jin Kang, who was venting his anger in the Fengming Desert. After Xingqiu was hit by a sword, he flew into the Fengming Desert and his eyes went black. He felt that he was dragged into a bottomless abyss by the quicksand and then lost consciousness. If Shizhan was here, he would probably be dumbfounded. Many people in the army could not even dream of such skills. Moreover, he had always regarded Rong Lang as someone he needed to protect. 22 Chapter 22. At this moment, in Long Yanhua's opinion, no matter how talented the children of the Long family are, they cannot compare to his second brother. He can comment on the world with just a few words. With such demeanor, Long Xiaochen is undoubtedly an excellent general. Perhaps the rise of the Long family in the future will depend on him. The powerful fighting power was attached to a golden dragon pattern long sword that was taken out in an instant. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in mid-air, next to Lin Yian. This shower room is a place specifically for bathing. There is a water pipe under the huge oak barrel that can carry hot water, and the outside is heated all the time, so the water in the barrel is always kept at a comfortable temperature, neither hot nor cold. Thus, Wei Wei and the other two spent more than 10 days in peace. Occasionally, Shui and Bai Mao would go out to ask about things. Wei Wei spent most of her time in bed, except for eating. The two thought she was just practicing, so they didn't disturb her. Then it will be no problem for us to harvest these fragile mags who are not protected by magic shields. The art of stone appraisal is like gambling, or even more exciting than gambling. After all, Ji Yuhao was just a beginner, and he found 3 or 4 raw stones in a row, but couldn't cut anything out of them. Boss, you are worthy of being the boss. It seems that you have planned it long ago. The spiritual energy here is so rich, but it has no effect on me. Juters sensed the vitality of the ancient world and muttered in boredom. HMPH. I just want to scare you to death. What have you been doing for so long since you went out? Did you do anything bad? Liuhuo stared and pouted, looking at Fu's angry face. After slashing with the sword, the flame dragon followed closely, and a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed all over his body. Until this moment, he used the glazed golden body, and the invisible energy clung to the golden body. At this moment, the flame dragon was like a wild beast out of a cage, and its fierce and violent momentum soared. However, the moment Chen Fei stepped into the dragon's body, all of these sharp golden lights were absorbed by Chen Fei's body, and there was no sword energy a few feet away from Chen Fei. As long as it touched a few feet away, the sword energy would disappear. The clothes I made for you have arrived. Chen Xiu said, and asked Qinyar to invite people in. All 5 galleons were moving. This meant that the battle was about to get serious. The generals immediately became excited, received orders in unison, and went to make preparations. When he became a disciple, it was impossible for the master to not see many problems, but he still accepted him as a disciple and taught him the great Dharma. Li Yu brought Long Zhuo back to the Shisha office accompanied by the 2 brothers Li Bohao and Li Zhongshuan. Although Changxing agreed with Yun Zhong's opinion, he still didn't want their children to practice Taoism wholeheartedly. Many players also know that Master Huang has never made a complete description of the demon sect, but when looking at Master Huang's martial arts in later generations, the behavior styles, political propositions, and martial arts characteristics of the 2 factions and 6 paths of the demon sect are mostly related to this origin, and we can also glimpse its source in the 100 schools of thought in the pre-Qin period. At this time, Danica realized that things were not as bad or as good as she had imagined. Even if she had occupied such a large market share, it would still be too difficult for her to use it to influence the politics of the orcs. Sangmiao's eyes could pierce 100 holes in Bai Jingxian. Just a little bit of murderous intent in these eyes could make Bai Jingxian shiver. Everyone has a sense of dignity, and the prince also has a sense of face. He can't stand other people pointing fingers at him, spitting at him, or saying things like retribution. How can he live like this? When the Bull Demon King heard this, he was about to get angry, but at this moment, he heard the stone door of the banana cave open and Princess Ayanfan came out. It was Cheng Xia's turn to feel internal injuries. Cheng Xia was about to curse and turned away. Before he could blurt out any swear words, he was overwhelmed by the overwhelming and domineering kiss. His brain seemed to stop working all of a sudden. She didn't know if this was a dream or reality, but the warmth was so real. She grabbed his hand, holding the familiar warmth in her palm, and then she felt relieved. It was really him. But when Li Luoluo saw him now, she was reminded of Li Wenyan's tyranny over her. She rolled her eyes at Tang Baobao in anger and said, I won't eat it. It's you and your family who are having the sweetness. I'm just a foil here. Humph. Li Luoluo's words sounded sour and it seemed that she really had some complaints. Leng Wuchen can indeed be considered a handsome man, but he is still somewhat inferior to the 3rd prince and the 5th prince just now. What's more, he does not look like a good person. There is a hint of viciousness between his eyebrows. I just don't know why Liuhuo was so infatuated with him before. As for those ordinary people, Changle army really has no energy to expand in recent times. The weather has begun to slowly turn cold, and they must wait until the new base is built before considering the next expansion, otherwise there is no place to accommodate them. Liani. Liu Fan looked at her smile with gentle eyes. Luo Liani's eyes met his, and her heart was moved and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Li Wenyang smiled and tickled him. The baby was so relieved to see his daddy finally smile that he couldn't stop smiling. Weiya, did you really beat them like that? Ling Xiaoqian still couldn't believe that it was Ling Yue who injured Shen Baru and Ling Yufei. She had been stupid for so many years and it seemed that she had never beaten anyone. 23 Chapter 23. The raindrops were not stubborn and obediently floated away from Lu Qingyu's head, then blended harmoniously with other raindrops. Yu Longqian listened and nodded. Generally speaking, these second-generation reds basically fall into two extremes. Either they are extremely strict and do not allow even the slightest mistake to be made, or they are extremely doting and would like to pick even the stars in the sky for them. Xianglai was also the type of person who would only respond to soft words and not to hard ones, so she deliberately met Mai Fei's eyes. Now it was a competition of aura, and whoever bowed first would lose. Mu felt that the different properties of each essence diamond were misleading, otherwise how could he have grasped the degree so accurately when using this one for the first time? Tianyi sect does not have an elder yet. If there is an elder, he can veto Lin Qian's proposal and start the negotiation again. That's great. Ruer has been with Hao for 8 years, and she has only been there for a month. Why didn't she meet Hao earlier? No, in fact, she had already met Hao, but in a different space. But even if she came to this space, she still met Hao. What does this mean? He exerted force with his hands and immediately pulled Long Feiyu out from under his crotch. Long Feiyu was not panicked and directly reached out to attack Yu Longqian's legs. Yang Fei was lost in deep thought. At this moment, his eyes were filled with the transformation of the knife's power, and he could not see anything else. As the knife's power transformed, his right hand involuntarily evolved, but his movements were slow, and it seemed as if he was under some kind of magic. She kept telling herself that she was a well-known figure and should never haggle with such a person. Now Chen Zhigang can only pray that the next games will be more exciting than the first one and attract more spectators. He took off his apron, sleeves and hat, told the workers to continue working, left one brother to learn and watch the construction site, and took the others to look for people. What Geng Haisha didn't know was that, except for the room numbered X6 where he was, there were only 2 robots in the other rooms starting with X. In other words, except for Geng Haisha who had to fight against 3 robots, the other team members only had to fight against 2 robots. She asked anxiously, how could such a living person disappear without any warning? Their half-court area in the room is divided by yellow lines, and the 3-point lines, free-throw lines, etc. within the area are also painted yellow. Golden Silkworm GU, it's really Golden Silkworm GU, that's great, I didn't expect to get such a harvest, this Golden Silkworm GU must be mine. Fang Han murmured, wanting to take the Golden Silkworm GU for himself. Wang Dong was horrified, and then he began to sweat coldly. He suddenly realized that the person in front of him was the current emperor and no longer the crown prince. This change in status also brought about a change in thinking. She had always thought that Li Chuchan was a president who kept his word and never changed his mind. Why did he suddenly change his mind today? Sure, he is in the coffee shop downstairs now. Master, do you want to send him away? Yu Huan said. Jing Liken no longer hesitated, sat up and took off his pajamas. Now he was left with only a pair of boxer briefs. Her eyes darkened, as if she was thinking of the sad things about herself, and her voice stopped. Old Hu, do you think it's too late for us to apologize to Lu Man now? Deputy Director Wang asked. Xu Li turned her head in confusion, not quite understanding what Zhu Shen meant. What did he mean by she was overthinking again? She showed her thoughts on her face again. Zheng Xingye stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window with cold eyes, until he heard footsteps behind him and turned around. Xu Yihang narrowed his eyes, took out a pair of pajamas from the closet and put them on, glanced at her, and walked towards the door. For some reason, even though she had only been with them for a month, she could tell Zheng Qinghan and Murong Che apart at a glance. Don't touch me. Xiaoxin glanced at him and subconsciously moved to the side. Every time she exerted force, the pain nerves throughout her body were affected. At this moment, the castle's big iron gate slowly opened, and then an old man who looked like a butler walked out slowly. Yan Wang's punches and kicks are powerful, and Lin Hanjian's innate sword energy is even more powerful. If the sword energy is directly drawn on the ground, it will inevitably create a gully several feet long. Then you deserve to die. After Shideong said this, he immediately jumped up 3 meters into the air and punched Lin Chen. There is a mountain that rises high into the clouds, and on the top of the mountain there is a majestic building, which is the headquarters of the demon cult, the Sun and Moon Temple. It's the same today as it was a few years ago. Yi Yu replied calmly without saying any sensitive words. I don't know if he doesn't want to say it or if he no longer thinks that Yu Li's position in his heart is the same as it was a few years ago. The giant platform plan intends to escape the surveillance of ZAFTS by building a spaceport on a movable artificial island. Akazuki's opponent quickly took back Exploding Ape and sent out Enthusiast to fight against Dragonite, but Akazuki soon changed the Pokemon and replaced it with Serpentier as the successor Pokemon. I drove there and waited for a long time on the first night, from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, but he didn't come. Yuru told me that her third brother went out to nightclubs almost every night. I thought it might be because of his marriage that he didn't come out at night in the past few days. Soon the boy came. I saw that he was Linder's friend. How did he know I was here? It was really strange. How did he find me? But don't the machines we use for training have communication records? Isaac asked, unconvinced. 24 Chapter 24. Blood spurted out, and then Zhao Ting covered his crotch with both hands, screaming in pain, and his body rolled on the ground. After 3 months of fighting, tens of thousands of monsters were consumed, and their momentum was gradually frustrated. The fighting was intermittent and they were no longer as fierce as before. Master! Logan bowed respectfully to Hui Yuanjia. He thought he had gotten up very early, but he didn't expect that Hui Yuanjia was already practicing boxing. Xu Hua and Qian Hen nodded, and the elders behind them also understood. The next moment, the disciples of the 3 sects saw their sect leaders and elders all making the same movements, as if they were performing the same method. One by one, people left the township government with mixed feelings, and everyone was filled with confusion about the future. Qin Wu raised his eyebrows. He knew that his father had sent many people to protect him secretly. The people that day were proof of this. So it was not surprising that he knew some secrets. However, Qin Wu did not believe the old butler. Since he already suspected him, he had to look at the information he provided differently. Qin Wu did have more swords in his hands, but he definitely could not create a sword formation as powerful as the previous 36 swords. After all, this required a refining process, and now he simply did not have time to refine so many swords. I think it is more important for us to find energy minerals, otherwise we will both stay on this planet for the rest of our lives. Yutong said. When Cheng Erlin looked up, he saw Taoist Taiyuan walking in with a stern face and his hands behind his back. He looked at everything with disgust and ordered his disciples to carry the body out of the hall quickly to avoid polluting the holy place. Everyone was secretly complaining, but their opinions varied. They were just waiting for concubine Qi to come. But after waiting for half a day, they received the emperor's oral order, saying that concubine Qi had gone on horseback with the emperor and would not come to pay her respects today. So, to be honest, Chen Jiannan was still very happy, and of course even more curious, but it didn't matter, he would have plenty of time to find out the reasons later. Standing beside the high throne in the Linder Hall, looking at the brightly lit hall and the people raising their glasses to celebrate, Shen Qian clenched his fists again. Har har har, since we can't reach an agreement, let's just fight. I can remind you that you should all come together. I'm more than the 7th level. Wu Ming said proudly. It is not a good thing to put the power of replacing class committee members in my hands. In the current situation where there are more wolves than meat, it can be said that everyone in the class is staring at me. No matter who I assign the power to, it will cause dissatisfaction among others. If you want to fight next time, choose a good time. It's not worth it to fight at dinner time. As soon as Sangwa finished speaking, the captain hit him in the face with the tissue in his hand. Really? The captain looked at Qin Long with a gloomy and meaningful look, as if he wanted to sweep him away in one go. But now, he found that his strength was still not enough. He was powerless to resist just a trace of consciousness from the Lord of the Universe. And if he really met a strong man of this level, would he still have such good luck? The result was not ideal. The two tubes of blood were like two parallel lines that never touched each other. They always adhered to their own territories and did not infringe on each other. Life in the countryside did not give him the time to live peacefully and gently as before. Not only did he have to go to the fields to help out every day and work himself to death, but he also encountered such a strange situation today, which really made him a little dazed. Prince Ren got up the next day and sat there sulking for a long time, then asked Jing Yang to help him wash and comb his hair, and then went to the parade ground for a walk. Jing Yang took advantage of the prince's good mood and told him about his matter. As their 7-star demon-suppressing hammer moved, streaks of red lightning were generated, filled with extremely powerful force. Wherever the red lightning passed, everything was reduced to ashes, filling everyone present with endless fear. What I said is the truth. Let's go, Qinglian, and take a look at the meeting room in the villa. Han Wanhai said, and took the lead. Then guess what his identity is. Nan Keui still did not directly announce Nan Kazhan's identity, but continued to play a game of hide and seek and guessing with them. Things in the world are always so unpredictable. What you fear often comes true. Without Qian Jun, Dong Jinsai was indeed excited. He gathered a few guests at home to discuss how to deal with Shen Mingyun. Naturally, concubine Dong and Qian Hao discussed how to plot against Princess Xiao, the wife of Prince Nanhai. At that time, after he and Zhang Die agreed to play basketball, Luo Qian also rushed over to help him. It was at this time that he had friction with Zhang Die. For the Fire Korean clan, it is lucky enough to give birth to a child every 1,000 years, and they cannot transform into human form. Therefore, when they are still monster beasts, they must sign a contract with a monster that transforms into a human form. Only by relying on the human-shaped monster, they may have the possibility of transforming into a human form. Why are you out? You have been a vegetarian for 3 years. This is not a place to eat vegetarian food. Yin Rong gestured to the people behind him. Those people secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that today was a good day. The appearance of the third prince was really a great blessing. I will give you whatever reward you want. Shi Yufei said again. She also knew that Lin Feng was helping her at the risk of offending others, so she definitely couldn't treat him unfairly. After working so hard for 13 times and boasting about everything, it all turned out to be in vain. Zhang Yuan felt very unbalanced. He felt that he did not achieve what he wanted because of the accident, which made him have a bad impression in the eyes of the equipment section chief and director Yi. After thinking about it, he still had to blame Yi Bai. She stopped and suddenly remembered what Lang Xiaoya had said before. It seemed that Murong Qianming was also living in the inn. Her blood-red eyes looked towards the house at the end of the corridor again, half closed, emitting a hint of coldness. Tang Guo was a little surprised. She originally thought that if she wanted to persuade Ji Yuanliang to come down, it would probably take a lot of effort. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuanliang really followed him down after just a few words. This shows that no matter how dumbfounded Ji Yuanliang appears to be, he is actually still very clear-headed and rational. 25 Chapter 25. In addition, communication satellites have the ability to communicate with the outside world. If Zhangqian sends any uncertain information to the outside world, it may also cause confidential information to be leaked. But thinking about it, Liu Beixian's anger subsided a lot. Although these deputy positions in the Railway Bureau Department were not very useful, he could establish a certain relationship with them. Maybe they could really help him in the future, so this meal was not in vain. The former Nightingale organization accidentally intercepted this printing plate, which led to the Nightingale organization being targeted by Japan, and the Great Xia Kingdom also surrounded the Nightingale organization. The scout wanted to curl his lips in disdain, but before he could put it into action, he was interrupted by a stumble. According to custom, all Ning family members must attend the winter solstice banquet unless there are special reasons. The main family members are in the main hall, and the remote relatives of the branch family are in the side hall. Even the servants have their own banquet in their own courtyard tonight. After all, in all the Charlie Chan movies they used to establish their empire, white people were cast to play the Chinese detectives. As the chief secretary, he naturally knew something about the affairs of Liang province, but as he said, he did not know that the problem was so serious. In the multiverse, the profession of mage is generally divided into 8 sub-disciplines: conjuration, evocation, protection, transformation, enchantment, illusion, prophecy, and necromancy. Perhaps the mother was too exhausted from packing the luggage and valuables, and had already fallen asleep leaning against a package, while the half-orc boy was looking around with his eyes wide open and his neck stretched out. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I came to you today because I need your help with something. Chen Xiulan changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Li Zun quickly stood up, without any greeting, and packed up his things and went to the yard that Wen Jiyu had prepared for him. After about a quarter of an hour, all the light entered Liu Yu's body without any obstacles. Liu Yu seemed to be dreaming very sweetly, with a faint smile on her lips. This is the first time I have heard of the word guidance. This student is a natural talent. He is willing to stand up and admit his mistakes. He is truly sincere. It is normal to follow the rules here, and Jiyu Yuan is not a maverick. Chen Xiulan usually doesn't take care of the household, so he is not as sensitive about money as Chen Xiulan. During these few days, Zhang Yong was thinking hard about his creation. At the same time, he was also thinking about connecting Mr. Pu's requirements with Mr. Zhang's story, and then combining them into a story that seemed more reasonable. You know, the positions of Li Pu, Niu Zi and Qian Go have already been filled by other people, and they will definitely be reassigned after they come back. However, when she saw that Mrs. Tang was wearing the hairpin she had chosen, instead of the dark and old-fashioned wooden hairpin chosen by Tang Yang, Song Jun still raised her chin proudly to Tang Yang. What a pity that she is good-looking but has poor taste. Of course, if you take inflation into account, the actual loss is still not big, but overall, compared to other high-value gifts, Patek Philippe is pretty good. Mr. Pu is very optimistic about their project. He is ready to hold a psychological counseling team-building meeting for those who have been working in vain for several months. I was even more confused. I didn't know why he was taking pictures of me, so I asked him in some confusion, "Brother, is there something wrong?" People whose vital energy is sucked away will generally fall seriously ill and be weak for a few days, but will slowly recover. However, my father's vital energy has been lost by 80%, and the ghost behind this is obviously vicious. I don't know how Dad is doing now, but I hope nothing happens to him. Li Kang thought to himself. He was a little worried that something might happen to Marjui Yangtan. The Phantom Castle appeared in front of Qiu Yu like a mirage. This was the legendary Phantom Castle. When Qiu Yu was puzzled, the welcoming castle disappeared. After being injured by the Hongming sword, no matter how strong he was still seriously injured, so he ran away. The provincial military supporter could no longer sit still. He hadn't slept well these days and spent the day in the office racking his brains to think of countermeasures. He held more than 3 meetings a day to discuss the problems he faced. "Hey, old Yang, you're quite late. We've all been waiting for you." At the ceremony stage, Wan Shen walked down with a smile on his face. He and Yang Sanming are of the same generation and have a very good relationship. Sun Yat-sen was extremely depressed. He never expected that his comrades would be like this. When he was in Japan, who persuaded him to agree to the Japanese conditions? Now that something bad had happened, everyone kept silent and pretended that nothing had happened. How could such a good thing happen? Wang Jin made major concessions on some unimportant matters, including reserving a military port for the German army in the future and exchanging Qingdao supplies, etc. The Germans saw Anhui's sincerity and immediately relaxed restrictions on the Restoration Army soldiers entering Qingdao, and let the Restoration Army control some unimportant areas in the city. "Sister Bai, I'm not busy, not busy at all. Just tell me if you have anything to say. From now on, your affairs are my affairs, and I will do my best." I said these words in a righteous and upright manner. HMPH, why not? The uncle looked disdainful and pulled his partner beside him to agree to the bet made by Sujun and others. Later, for some reasons, she left the European Union and came to the Star Alliance, becoming the director of a genetic studio in the Star Alliance. 26 Chapter 26. However, waiting for someone is the most uncomfortable thing, especially when they don't know how long they will have to wait, and especially when they don't know whether the person they are waiting for will be in danger. It turned out that he had blamed the wrong person from the beginning to the end. The real culprit was his beloved mother. But for some reason, the islands in this lake have no spiritual energy at all. There are no spiritual medicines growing there, and no monsters lurking there. Instead, in the waters of Qingdao Lake, there live some ferocious beasts that have no intelligence and are extremely powerful. Therefore, Qingdao Lake is almost a place where no one goes. Yarn Yishin was moved again and was about to say something when he heard hurried footsteps coming from the door, walking towards Hu Na's house. Bang! At this time, the Sky Fox's strength dropped to the initial wildness. The Nepalese machete in the boy's hand knocked the dark gold needle in the Sky Fox's hand away, and then the blade went straight to the Sky Fox's heart. Yin Mingli looked at Yifeng. This 15-year-old disciple in front of her was really hard to figure out. He was born with a chaotic body, but he managed to gather energy in a short period of time and even obtained several magic weapons. After hearing this news, Wang Yao felt that he was indeed a little out of touch. If they really had the qualifications to advance to the LPL, then it was no wonder that Jingu Aquino was so arrogant. The closer it gets to the final moment, the more he cannot relax. He has persisted for more than 3 days. If something goes wrong in the last day and a half, how can he justify Yifeng's hard work? But Lucifer, who was always aloof, was happy to chat with Qin Nianji. Even about a dress, the two of them could talk like a flower. Li Mingyi was so angry that everything he ate tasted sour and he felt unhappy. After the man finished speaking, he waved his hands, and the sea of fire behind him changed its shape, and more flames appeared. Not long after, Hu Liangping, who couldn't stand the loneliness, came to Chen Yi's room and wanted to talk to him. In the following period of time, those who like to play World of Warcraft can play World of Warcraft, those who like to play League of Legends can play League of Legends, and those who like to play Heroes of the Storm can play Heroes of the Storm. When the small amount of death energy contained in the flesh of an ordinary animal zombie is consumed, it can neutralize the ordinary blood that has been drunk into the body. Li Ran, who had just received the baptism of Zi Jie, was excited, but he found that the pressure above his head had not dissipated yet. Instead, it was increasing and was about to surpass the level of the 9th spiritual tribulation. It seems that he usually indulges soy milk powder too much. This time, Songdian needs to do some ideological education on soy milk powder. At this moment, there was complete silence in the Beihai City Hotel, except for the occasional screams of pain from Sun Qiong and Zhu Bing. Ling Qian could understand all of this. It was normal for capable people to be arrogant. If one had no ability and looked down on others, then that was really stupid. Mo Tong put down the jade slip in his hand and heard Gong Yu mumbling beside him, so he listened for a while longer. Jie Yue looked at Ling Qian, and her face turned red when she thought of the scene in the elevator. She subconsciously moved her gaze downwards. Sure enough, his crotch was still open. Just as she expected, he had no time to change his pants. Jie Yue almost couldn't help laughing. The Skylark King flexed his wings to resist, and his strength was no less than his own. Shuiyan did not feel any difference at that moment. After much deliberation, he decided to call the head of the Guang family and told him the suggestion made by the head of the Wen family. A person who was about the same age as Wu Xia appeared out of thin air, and Kang Yuan didn't feel anything at all. It could only be said that this person's cultivation had reached the pinnacle, and he was someone that Kang Yuan could look up to. Therefore, he cannot become the most powerful person of this era, at least he cannot be called such a person now, so he must work hard in this direction. If he cannot work hard, then it only means that he cannot survive in such an era. It doesn't matter. I will find a way. As long as Long Zhan dares to do anything, I will never let him go. Xiaoyu said with a firm expression. Chen Ruoruo closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and pushed Jing Morshuan away, and Jing Morshuan fell to the side. Chen Ruoruo got off the bed, drew the curtains, locked the door, took off her clothes quickly, and gently pressed on Jing Morshuan. After receiving the Lord's order, this place became Chishue's first base. At the same time, Nianhua still enjoyed the rights and interests of the castle. Of course, this was only verbal, but Tai Zheng, a man who valued friendship, would never break his promise. There should be a lot, but what I'm most concerned about is your transfer. Jiang Xiu said casually. Wei Shi motioned Wu Jin to come closer. Wu Jin moved tremblingly, but was caught by the boss and took a deep sip of the milk-flavored rabbit cotton. Mr. Night Attack, who says you have to wear a dress to attend a banquet? My Mr. Night Attack likes to wear suits. Is that against the law? Qin Jinyu stared at the shadow outside the door and was about to speak when he heard a low sigh coming from outside. Lu Wei's matter has been arranged, but the result? I think there are too many variables. Feng Lu frowned slightly. What? Fang Yuan and Xiao Kai were surprised. Xiao Kai fell directly from the sofa to the ground and glanced at Ji Yu Shi with an expression of disbelief. Har har, the undefeated myth is over. Is he going to lose? A disciple mocked Yin Feng when he saw that he was defeated. After ordering 12 boxes of exquisite cakes from the Oriental bakery, the three of them also had a casual meal at the San Yuan Tea restaurant, where they had a 50-cent set meal specially designed to cater to white people in Financial Street, usually fried rice, barbecued pork with snow peas, egg foo young, and fried shrimp. With a loud laugh, Zhaoer's figure flashed, and he picked up Yin Feng and shot into the stone gate. At the last corner of the screen, Wu Jin was sweating profusely, and simply lifted his bangs. His facial features were still the same under the bangs, but he seemed to be slowly losing his baby fat, and he looked more handsome than 9 months ago. Don't think that Yi Guzhi and Yi Luoyang are not his biological grandsons. Just because they all have the surname Yi, Yi Jisong will be considered their uncle from now on, taking advantage of their seniority. He was still regretting that he had received help from others, but he couldn't even know the other person's name or repay the favor. Who would have thought that the person would come to him on his own initiative? The task was actually simple. The president of the Joy Club gave Ji Haoan a treasure map and asked him to spread the map as much as possible. At that time, Zhao Ji came to him and complained that he wanted to ignore worldly affairs and practice Taoism, but he estimated that this idea would not work. 27 Chapter 27. Suddenly, a thought came to Changning. The mysterious energy around him became abnormal. The wood-attributed mysterious energy that had been suppressed by Changning for a long time began to circulate rapidly in his body. It madly absorbed the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Changning tried hard to control his mind, so that the spiritual energy, which was like a substance, would calm down from the violent state and flow along the meridians. Then, passing through the slightly narrow cave, we arrived at the back mountain of Yangshengtang and came to the lush bamboo forest. With its back facing countless cosmic fragments, it stopped, the glow of its body slowly dimmed, and its relaxed limbs did not move. Meng Jun noticed Jin Qing's nervousness, and he was also a little nervous. It seemed that he was forcing Jin Qing. Qing Qing, don't be afraid. Meng Jun leaned over and kissed Jin Qing's lips. You know, after Xiong Qi joined the X and made several contributions, the memory chip in his brain stored an unprecedented amount of information. Among them, there were many operating methods of instruments that Xiong Qi had never seen before. Those were all information that the Kshatriya intelligence personnel had painstakingly found from all over the place. Tantai Langdao had no choice but to beg for mercy from Chen Xiulan, because he had no place to retreat. Har har. I never thought that His Majesty would be so humble. In that case, I won't force it. Li Shimin was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. My mom's coffee shop doesn't close until 10 p.m., but after 6 p.m., the shop can be handed over to other people. Yesterday was Saturday and she was very busy, but today is Sunday because there is enough staff, so my mom came back just after 6 p.m. My dad also came back from get off work, but today he was much later than usual. Yes, the bullet entered from the center of the neck and directly broke the spine, causing the victim's brain death instantly. What a genius! There is no one else in our Qianhai City police force who can perform such a shooting skill. One of the two forensic doctors whispered. Although Yang Qing couldn't believe it, he could still barely accept the fact that Siamai was the second young mastermind from back then. Xu Yang suddenly realized that since Zhang Xiaozhong had offended the Red Flower Society and was also suspected by the Qing court, his martial arts career was over. I don't know either. When I was worrying about this at the city gate, I suddenly felt a powerful force in the jade bracelet calling me. Dad, except for Wei Shi's guards, the other troops in Jiangling City are not all in this city order, right? Nan Kongqian sat opposite Nan Fengzhu and looked at him and asked. Mr. Sima, thank you for your help in the battle for compound interest. From today on, the 10 billion Wei Jin Fund Company officially belongs to you, and my share belongs to the Kaimun V-Start Fund. From now on, we owe each other nothing. We have a long way to go, and we will meet again if we are destined. I hope you will do well. Chen Chumo left without looking back. With Jin's character of being unjustified and persuasive, he would definitely not let it go. If the incident really got out of hand and alarmed the elders of the clan, it would be even more difficult to resolve the matter. Joshi actually has such an all-round talent around him? Ying Chun was a little surprised. Although she had changed her opinion of Joshi a lot, he was still the Joshi in dream of the Red Chamber. Yunxiu did know, but she had never seen her father, so how could she make a judgment about his condition? Moreover, even if she had seen him, she would not easily judge a person's life or death. We are all fellow disciples, why are you the only one who knows the 9-star sword technique? Wu Xiuyang asked the common thought of the other elders. This is all I can do. Takarara stopped, turned his head slightly, said this and left. Bai Ningxi was at a loss as to what to do as she watched him disappear into the distance. Kai Yang looked at Chen Xiong in confusion, then at Luo Yi. The corners of his mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't open his mouth. General, I like people like you. I won't do anything to you. Go. He said as he walked to the other side. Xiao Yi sighed heavily and stood up with the help of everyone. The media really overestimates her. She herself doesn't even know how charming she is. He didn't let me take a closer look, and pulled me close to him. When he spoke, his voice was a little hoarse, and not as clear and pleasant as before. Does your foot still hurt? He asked. The art exhibition in the UK was very large, and Xiao Cheng basically did all the publicity and promotion work himself. It was rare to find a person with space abilities, not to mention an instrument that could lead people to a strange space. This was enough to show how rare the disc was. Ms. Xiao, I heard that you will be going on a long trip in a couple of days. I want to talk to you about the recent developments and performance of the art department. She stared at Xiao Cheng motionlessly. Shen Yuan Yu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Shen Yuan Che, and said in a deep voice, "Third cousin, you came at the right time. Tell me, what is the name of this instrument of yours?" He pointed to the phone yin on the piano table. But Xiao Cheng never let her go, his tongue still wandering in her mouth, stubbornly wanting to get her response. I couldn't hear what he said exactly, but it must have been something happy that made Anan laugh continuously. Brother, lock him up until the day of the alchemy competition. If it's today, I will make him say it again at the alchemy competition. Lan Ziyue came out and said to Lan Ziqian. It's all thanks to my second sister-in-law who taught me well. If I win money later, I will definitely give half to her. Su Jingwei said with a smile. Hey, are you spying on that famous princess of the kingdom? At this time, Lucia's voice suddenly came from beside Rhinefield. He removed the secret patent that sealed the devil, regained control of his magic power, and also regained control of his body that had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. At this time, the disciples of Songzhen sect also walked out of the dense forest. Of course, they took off their black clothes and masks, and were all dressed like normal disciples of Songzhen sect. Zhuoling Chan's eyes flashed with joy, and then quickly restrained it, not showing any trace of it. It seemed that at this moment, everyone in Qingshuan city felt that the nightmare was over and that they had finally survived. Covered in armor and with a body like a dragon or snake, this image of the Beast King is not the first time when Yu Qian has seen it. When he, as the head coach, led the disciples of the Three Absolutes sect into the world of Soul of Chess to fight against Go Chen for the first time, he used the self-destructive power of 3 disciples of the Three Absolutes sect to kill a dragon turtle. When Wu Aiguo sent Liang Jing back to her parents' home and drove back to the courtyard, there were already 7 or 8 children gathered at the gate. Jiluan looked at the strange man who suddenly appeared in front of her, and for some reason she felt a little more secure and expectant. At this moment, his strong yet mysterious masculine aura was too strong. She couldn't look into those eagle eyes, and she didn't know where to turn her face. In desperation, she pushed him away with both hands. The next second, he felt someone lifting his collar, and a smile broke out on his dry and peeling mouth. That's because you don't know how powerful the ant nest is. The drunkard didn't explain too much and took a sip of wine. People who love each other cannot be friends, because they have hurt each other. So in essence this is also an asymmetric battle. Of course, if Li Lingyi wants to get rid of Karabi, one move is enough, but that would be unconscious. He still has to force out all of his big moves and then defeat him. That would be really fun. In the illusion, he had imagined the scene of meeting Li Xinyan countless times. When the illusion collapsed and he ran into obstacles everywhere and couldn't find a way out, and thought that he would never see his parents and his sister Li Xinyan again, he couldn't help but howl to the sky to vent his grief and grievance. When Li Muyang finished the last question, it only took him more than 30 minutes, because he had answered these questions once before and did not need to think about them again. HMPH, I'm going to kill you, bull breaking slash. The burly monk cursed angrily, gathered a ray of light in his hand, and chopped directly towards the turtle treasure in front of him. His first target was Shimen Xiaoxue, but in order to kill Shimen Xiaoxue he had to break his sword moves. You just said that you would arrange for me to go to the medical center. Is that what you mean? I could tell that his tone was trembling a little and there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Mi Zhu bent down and was about to go in, but Chen Xuanzi had already rushed in front of her and dived in. Mi Zhu was stunned for a moment, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth again. The distance of more than 10 meters was reached in an instant, and the snake-head crutch in his hand smashed towards the fat man's head with great ferocity. During the 5 months, Gui Bao practiced the purple sky thunder method and the sword trapping diagram. Although he had made some progress in the purple sky thunder method, he was still unable to practice to the 3rd level. However, he had mastered the formation of the sword trapping diagram, but had not actually used it, so he did not know how powerful it was. At this time, Chen Xuanzi was walking with his head down, thinking about whether he should kill Sha Jiao first to avenge himself or go to the death zone to find the hermit village first. It is not easy to be a bystander and watch calmly, and it is even more difficult to follow the opponent's attack without being defeated. Son, has the problem you mentioned been solved? Li Feng, with bloodshot eyes and a depressed look, asked Li Hao at the dinner table. The wealth of the gods is definitely not something the demons can compete with. Looking at the whole world, the soul-washing stone is an extremely precious treasure. However, the Lord of the 100 Realms used such precious things to build a palace, which can be said to be extremely luxurious. The sky suddenly exploded, and 7 endless rainbows began to tremble for no reason. But things had come to this point, he had to work hard to make things right. He took a deep breath and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yun Jian. The breath was stuck in his chest and couldn't go up or down, and he almost choked himself to death. This is the converted level of body cultivation. Strictly speaking, there is no level division in body cultivation. It is just a system designed to help Li Hao understand it better. Just now I went to Li Hao's tent to find food. Tian Jing asked her to go out and find Li Hao. Now, while she was looking for Li Hao with the Terminator, she met him. The bead and the grass, which were in a state of confusion, were suddenly enveloped in a thick fog. They only felt a hazy white patch all around them, and their consciousness was trapped in the small space of their own bodies. They could not tell east, west, south, or north, and could not see where their opponents were. Shangguan Jun led everyone inside with ease. Not long after they went in, they saw Captain Xu Zhanayin, who came hurriedly. Now that he had thought of a solution, Han Yi's slightly frowned brow naturally relaxed. He struggled to grab a piece of hot rock, his synthetic arm made a crackling sound, and the pain made him jump away. However, since Wu Yong spotted the familiar policeman's back, he had been keeping an eye on him. He was also slightly injured. After the instructor counted the number of people, he jumped into an ambulance and said he was going to the hospital to bandage and treat his wounds. 29 Chapter 29. Kakmu and the others were gathered together to discuss something, probably something about how to transport the corpses. They didn't want us to know, so we didn't go to find out. No, Jiyu Jinhan and Xiao Kai are not in the same group at all. The positioning tracker that Ji Li mentioned is nothing but a fabrication. Xian Yuan rejected Yi Sixen's words. I turned around and found that it was Qingyu who called me and pulled me back from the dream. Zhu Kuan looked at him, the laziness in his eyes faded a lot, and he bowed to him from a distance, and there was even a hint of awe in the depths of his eyes. Just as Qin Yixue was buttoning her clothes, she suddenly felt something and turned around quickly. Qingyu looked at Zhang Ping on the 2nd floor and said. Zhang Ping hesitated for a moment and slowly walked down. I looked at his face, but at this moment I couldn't make out anything, and I was immediately confused. Tell me what it is. Maybe I can really help. I pestered Mina. At this moment, seeing the centipede's explosive punch coming towards him, Chen Feng did not dodge at all. The 3 children spoke one by one, showing concern for Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan hugged the 3 children with relief and looked at Yi Siken. However, Yi Siken acted as if he didn't see her and continued reading the newspaper, as if Xian Yuan didn't exist. What? The muscular man said in disbelief. In his opinion, it is impossible to catch a fist of more than 200 pounds with fingers, unless the fingers are made of iron. Because human fingers are as fragile as the life force, no matter how much training is done, it is impossible to make them as hard as iron. But what shocked Chen Yufan the most was that he only used his consciousness to take a look at the eye of heavenly tribulation. The strange power swallowed up all of Chen Yufan's consciousness in an instant. Since this is the case, just run away. There is no need to waste energy in a battle that is doomed to be lost. When he thought of running away, Jingyi suddenly realized that he had been forced back a long way by this bloody creature without realizing it, and was even further away from the border of the bloody plain. For example, some vampires don't even know that they are vampires until they meet a real vampire, and then they realize turns out, I am a vampire. He was very familiar with this face. It was none other than Zhao Jiqing, director of the Beihar Electric Power Bureau. The power system maintained a high degree of independence from the local government. Zhao Jiqing was the boss of the Beihar power system. He had the final say and was very powerful. What did you do? Maedar looked at the new state of deathly aura on his body in astonishment. His upper limit of health was directly reduced to 80%, and his current health was also reduced by 20%. You know, it's not often that you encounter dozens of powerful opponents at the same time. At this time, dozens of big demons attacked you, which was both a challenge and an opportunity. However, when Chen Xiulan saw the bomb, he did not show any fear at all. Instead, a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. How many people do we need to gather to participate? Yu and Hong Maiyang left the room and walked on the street, and the two began to chat again. However, smell is really difficult to track, and coupled with the huge fluidity of the sea water, even Chen Yufan's 5 senses, which have been strengthened dozens of times, are still a bit overwhelmed. For example, 999 kinds of medicinal herbs have been discovered in the outside world, but there may be only 700 or 800 kinds inside Gensekyo. Hokage, wasn't it the 4th Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Ninja Village who did it? Hyuga Ichiro asked, looking at the 3rd Hokage's expression. What's the situation now? The Prince of Southwest Marquis asked the Southwest Army, who were working hard, with a concerned look. Seeing Chen Guoxing agreed, Bai Wei's face immediately showed a bright smile. After winking at me with a wicked smile, she asked me to go into their house and prepare the things quickly, and she went to the straw shed to call the stammering fairy who was still sleeping soundly, and asked him to go with us. Wei Qingxiao naturally stayed in Ziki Garden to accompany Yi Genie overnight, but as soon as the hour of yin was over, he got up and left on tiptoe. The weather was dry and cold, and the snow from the previous days had not melted yet. As soon as she asked Chen Yuan to walk up the stairs, a deep footprint was left there. Teacher Tsunade, it's time for our fight to begin. Hinata Ichiro looked at Tsunade and said. Raindrops as big as beans kept hitting the surrounding window frames, making a tapping sound. The strong wind swept the raindrops into their house, making people's clothes flutter and rustle. I want to talk to you for a while. We are about to prepare to cross the first obstacle of the Wasteland Armed Forces. Che-yu stared at the front, and sure enough, 2 black Audi Q5s appeared in front of him. Their Green Lotus sword song that Qinzi performed this time was a little different from usual. In the past, the green lotuses were blooming all over his body, but this time, the courtyard was filled with green lotuses, which could be seen everywhere. Moshi has studied Taekwondo for 3 years. Although he does not consider himself a master, he has seen many masters. However, those masters that Moshi has seen are all trash in front of this young man. But he already has a beautiful woman in his house, and if he has another one in front of Yang Wen, that would be a bit too bad, right? Yilin shook his head and said, it's okay, in a few months anyway, money will become a pile of waste paper. This time James Shed asked the question in person, and Kaplan translated for him. He looked around the situation with a serious look and said. Li Wan suddenly realized that this was not a play between siblings in childhood. You yelled at me not to learn the piano, I said I didn't want to learn the piano, and then he would say, okay, I won't learn today, but you can't be lazy tomorrow. He looked at his body, which was densely covered with fine needles. It was because of the needles that he felt severe pain in his body. Following these fine needles, he saw that they were all connected to Wenhuai's fingers. Each one was transporting spiritual energy into his body. Jixin's eyes lit up and he saw Angel Yang shopping and choosing clothes in the distance, so he hurried over. It looks like I'm going to compete tomorrow, and Han Xuanyu should be too. Yarn Yusuzu returned to the audience and found a seat next to Han Xuanyu, so he sat down. 30 Chapter 30. Wow. Tianyi, your title of Berserk Priest is really awesome. Even the dungeon boss can let you go berserk. Nuanuan's happy words made Tianyi's face turn black and his eyes tremble. By the way, Okita Suji felt very depressed. He originally thought that there were people in Chaldea who had the same disease as him, but he found that their disease was easy to treat, and she was the only one who was coughing up blood. Afterwards, Li Hong and his two companions walked out of the caravan and headed straight for the iron forest. The trees planted in the iron forest are called iron trees, as the name suggests. Although the system has been upgraded and the top student hiring system has many more functions, Zhang Yi is more concerned about the junior and senior top student hiring options at this time. As for the Lion King, it is the state where King Arthur used the holy sword at first, then switched to the holy lance, and continued to fight until his spirit was eroded. Looking at the silent yet domineering ghost knight in the distance, Chenny took a deep breath and the energy flowed to his feet. Looking at Liang Zhenzhen's back, Ma Chenbao was so angry that his face turned blue. He immediately became furious and wanted to chop Chen Qianhao into meat sauce. The brave Meng Meng performed a set of combo skills, attracted the boss's hatred, and received great praise from her 4 teammates. "Coach Sun, please take a seat. Do you have any instructions for our transfer department?" Bald Henry said respectfully with a smile. Today, a lot of Red Army fans came. Almost the entire Anfield Stadium was packed. If they hadn't reserved a stand for the visiting team, they could have made the entire stadium a sea of red. 1-1. Jing Qianchen frowned slightly. "Who is 1-1? Jing Qianchen, who had no impression of this name, asked. Although the pressure was not as unbearable as before and was even reduced a lot, Qi Yu did not dare to relax at all. Instead, he was more cautious and solemn than before. Song Jiri waved her fists like crazy and beat Wu Ziyang as hard as before. On the video screen, a large number of subtitles appeared in an instant, all of which were saying, "I want to know too, I want to know too." These transformations are not without experience. Instead, they were gradually implemented after a full year of testing and observation in Jingjiang New District, and have won a lot of praise so far. Qi Ming nodded to him, Qi Yu also nodded, then waved goodbye to everyone and set off with Ermao's father. Seeing that the scarred man knew his father, Zhu Lei instantly felt relieved. He regretted it. If he had known to mention his father's name at the beginning, he would not have been kicked by him. Therefore, no matter what Fang Jiqiang said at this time, Wang Wanting found it difficult to be happy. The arrow completely pierced Li Feng's shoulder, but he remained calm and walked slowly past Nu Jiangxue. The demonic energy surged, spreading over an area of 1,000 miles. It was pitch black, and the sky and earth lost their color. It seemed as if it had fallen into endless darkness. Only the pure and evil demonic energy was floating in the air. He was too lazy to even take care of the Ame Sword Alliance that he founded, let alone have the time to hang out in this forum. After all, Yi Qiu didn't understand much about martial arts, so he had to try it first to see if it was suitable for him. 99 and 81 thunderbolts came down with the power of thunder lingering, a purple color, like a thunder waterfall bursting its dam and pouring down madly. One element particle is countless times stronger than the lower realm. How many lower realms are equivalent to within a range of 10 billion light years? It is indescribable. Why, don't you realize the current situation? Wu's smile remained, but these words did make the 4 sisters tremble. Using the enemy to verify the supernatural power is just Wahu's good wish, but the enemy is not the same as a fool, they will never be willing to pretend to be a target for others to hit. All this depends on whether the battle plan of Thorn Rose can be successfully implemented. Aren't you a very powerful fairy? Don't you want us to see your fairy speed? Then I will satisfy you. What is Hongjun trying to achieve by uniting himself with the Tao? Is he really trying to fill in the gaps in the Tao of Heaven and make up for the incompleteness of the Tao of Heaven? So what's the difference between this mutated thunder power and the ordinary thunder power? She asked expectantly. Tell me, what's the matter? Yu Ziqing knew that since Yulan was willing to give up the sacred object of the Yuyin clan, he must have something to entrust to her. In the early morning, the grey sunlight unique to the end of the world was ruthlessly blocked outside the window by a dirty curtain with black blood stains, and its original color could no longer be seen. The richest, easiest to capture, and least defended city-state can be easily discovered with a casual investigation and cannot be concealed at all. Luckily I managed to get the hang of the second level of the formula. Qin Hao smiled excitedly, as happy as an 8-year-old child. Legend has it that some ancient tribes have secret methods to remove the poison or suppress the Nether King, but this is just a legend. Before the apocalypse, this should have been a factory of considerable size, with several factory buildings built side by side. Some of the buildings even had their roofs collapsed, and most of the outer walls had collapsed. There were weeds growing everywhere, but even in such a dilapidated place, there were actually many people inside. This was because she knew that the speed at which a cultivator in the Qi training stage activated his talisman was extremely slow, and the time she spent activating it was enough for her to kill the opponent. 31 Chapter 31. You should know that I have been trying to find a solution, but the problem is that everyone is making preparations now. Jiang Lan. I'll tell you directly, in order to complete the preparations before others, I need the support of the Ship clan. Hugo looked straight at Jiang Lan. More than 10 minutes later, in front of the Liao building, only Liao Ming and the two cave masters were still alive, and no one transferred money to Su Ming. He knew Ziyi's abilities. This was his own territory. If he left here, it would be difficult to kill him. Chu Liji's cultivation has reached the late stage of the Wanqiu realm, and he knows how to use space. He is much stronger than practitioners of the same level. It is said that his cultivation is infinitely close to the longevity realm. I have also met your son and your husband. He said that your home on Longwu Mountain is very beautiful. Even if he is released, he definitely can't come to me. It's impossible for a normal person to escape from the army. The devil must be very clear about this. Fan Jinhua replied. Chu Feng really wanted to say no, but if he couldn't persuade Liu Wanwan, it would mean he would have to go out with her. It is said that the old queen was also favored by the old demon king. Otherwise, how could she, a mortal, be on equal footing with the nine-headed snake monster? Stop talking nonsense, the Golden Sword sect must die. Zhao Hao didn't want to say any more, and directly released for puppets to slaughter the Golden Sword sect completely, and then dug out the Golden Sword sect's spiritual veins. A ball of light slowly rose up, and Yi Qian saw a figure who could no longer hold back and rushed towards the ball of light. The next moment, dozens of figures flew over. But his conditions are top-notch. Take his appearance for example. Many people are eager to have some contact with him. The key point is that his time travel can only prove that God exists. He didn't dare to tell Lao Wei this. Qin Nanling was still lying there motionless, his eyes closed and his hands and feet motionless. If it weren't for the gas in his nostrils, it would be hard to tell whether he was dead or not. Li Ruhuan quickly ran to the bedside, then lowered his head and stared quietly at the unconscious Li Ping. Li Wei asked some people to heat up the food. After all, eating it so cold was not good for the body. Brother Long, are you kidding? Do you really think I'm so easy to fool and you want to get rid of me with just any excuse? Xu Xiaohua naturally didn't believe Fang Jinlong's words. Fang Jinlong just regarded his explanation as an excuse to fool him. After saying that, Xie Zhenqian slammed his fist heavily on the table, which actually scared Xie's mother next to him. The guy suddenly felt a chill running up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The man walking towards him was like an iceberg crushing him, making his whole body stiff. Tong Hua roared and led his men to retreat to the back door first. Wu Zigang and a few others desperately blocked Lu Chishan, trying to buy as much time as possible for Tong Hua to escape. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, the palace was hung with red silk and people in the city could not help but hang up red lanterns. It can be said that the whole country was celebrating. It is reasonable that Yun Yi thinks so highly of Chen Langya. On the hero list, even he himself cannot reach that position and is only at the bottom. Third brother, what's going on? What happened just now? Taidan woke up while rubbing his head. He glanced at the two injured strangers on the sofa opposite him. The landlord Liang Shuang was also lying on the ground, and Qin Feng still had a gun in his hand. One look at this scene showed that a lot of things had happened before. My brother and I don't know who the other party is, so we want to go to the capital to hide and visit my mother. Finally, Lu Xiong'er told Qingyar about her next plan. She wanted Qingyar to know so that she could be prepared. Or she could have a good chat with Lu Hong. Suddenly, nothing could be seen in the entire stone chamber. There was only the continuous collision of forces and the constant rumbling sound. Sitting next to Yi Chang'er was Yi Lingjuan's mother Meng Jingqiu. She was originally with Yi Lingjun. After Yi Lingjun was abducted, the mad ape came and brought her along. Could it be that my father cannot beat him? Kelkinsi felt unsure after hearing what the Divine Tower said. In the fight just now, Chen Langya was not at a disadvantage at all, and it was obvious that his father underestimated his opponent and let Chen Langya take advantage of him. These 3 words made Nai Peixia's eyes warm. Today, the emperor finally admitted what he had done. He finally waited for this belated apology. After a while, waves began to appear in the sky above Mingsue Mountain, and faintly, the roars of lions and tigers could be heard. My eyes lit up immediately, thinking of Tang Yoyo's S-shaped figure and snow-white skin. The sleepiness I had felt from staying up all night disappeared all of a sudden, and my cheeks turned red instantly. She was so damn childish. The undead dragon rider, Thunder, was extremely powerful, but after all, he was not very intelligent, and he had been dead for many years, so he no longer had the strength he had when he was alive. He was directly hit by my close-range Dark Wind Dragon touch, leaving him no room to dodge. Is it because he once had suicidal tendencies that the Hiruzen clan cast a spell on him to never harm himself? Yuri thought silently. Without caring about the flames on the fire demon that were burning her, Honor pulled her claws out from the fallen fire demon and was about to pounce on the second fire demon. 32 Chapter 32. Xiang Yuqin also knew what kind of personality this servant had, and automatically ignored her obviously sarcastic words. I understand. After that, Xiang Yuqin turned her head and looked at Mo Juanli, obviously preparing to let him go out to solve the problem of the ending connection device. After all, the number of people who knew Mo Juanli was still far fewer than those who knew her. The 120,000 Ming troops stationed in the capital began to slowly march northward, building positions, layers of defense, and consuming the zombies' strength. At the same time, Ming troops from Huguan, Henan, and Jiangnan were recruited to march north, and the latest artillery and flintlock rifles manufactured by arsenals in the south were also transported to the capital from all directions by land and water. Only after she has talked it over with her father and mother, can she finally put an end to her relationship with Yi Xuanli. After an unknown amount of time, Zhu Yujian finally came to his senses. He leaned over to look at King Chuang and his ingredients. The Mongolian tribes under the control of the Qing dynasty were in dire straits, and what Emperor Chongzhen wanted to do in this northern expedition was to rescue these poor Mongolians from the control of the Qing dynasty. Tang Qianlei started learning martial arts at the age of 10, joined the army at the age of 16 and became a special forces soldier. He could be said to be the king of soldiers. After retiring, he was hired at a high price to become a personal bodyguard. Why don't you ask why we moved? Yi Xuanli's tone had softened. Puff. Cough cough cough. Shopkeeper Mu just picked up the water and wanted to take a sip to calm down his nerves, but Yi Xuanli's words made him spit it out. The sound of the slap was echoed throughout the room. At this moment, Su Qing didn't know whether to blame the room for being too big or to blame himself for not being able to control himself and slapping Yi Xuanli. Shen Yurong did not stay in the imperial garden for long. After all, there were many eyes and ears in the palace. Although Princess Yungning's people were guarding, she was afraid of any accidents. Xue Fangfei had been dead for less than half a year. If it was rumored that she had an affair with Princess Yungning, she would not be able to stop the gossip. The underworld in Hong Kong Island is in a precarious situation at the moment. Under the stimulation of Hongxing and Fukuo, unpredictable consequences may occur. These people were all scared after the Great War, and they all understood the levels of division of the world. They were very worried that once Lin Yi left, other powerful people from the main world would come to the Five States world to plunder treasures. This sentence suddenly popped up in Luo Qingqing's mind, and her hair stood on end instantly. Could it be that the pull just now had bent the other person? Number 1 also has a very good figure, with curvy body and curves, but seeing number 1's icy face is enough to make people lose all desire. No one knows how mysterious the Qianqing is, but it is said that there may be a star map in the Qianqing. This time we didn't have to move by ourselves. The man with his 2 ears sealed came over to help us move. Lu Minghua believed in Pierre's character, and with Lu Huai's testimony, his eyes softened when he looked at Jiang Qian. Large groups of spiders and zerg were burned to ashes by the flames. This flame burned most of the zerg's combat power, and several evolved large mother spiders were also burned to death. Wang Bao was already dead. Moreover, the Ini Ghost clan branch was no longer a force to be reckoned with. Feeling depressed, Sun Xianjin paced back and forth in the room for a few laps, returned to the bedroom to change into a set of sportswear, then called Li Debao, who lived opposite, and 3 other bodyguards, and drove to the river. Thank you, fellow Daoist Lin. Everyone was very excited, especially those old fellows who were at the peak of semi-saint level. They thought that there was almost no hope to take this last step, but they did not expect that there was such an opportunity to become an immortal. However, she believed that what they said was just the surface. The scars on Yu Aoqian's back could prove how much hardship and blood this man had paid in the process of fighting. Charge in, capture the deposed emperor and cut him into pieces. Ji Gang ordered the generals behind him angrily. The protective shield formed by the power of enlightenment easily blocked the attack of the spear of light, but the venerable inside was so frightened that his face turned pale. With a thought, his clone Long Ao, who was far away in Rongchen, set off to Yunding sect to visit Song Fengzi and others, and told them that vampires were about to invade China in large numbers. Everyone was horrified and panicked. What kind of strength could this person have? He could break their void with one palm and cover everything, trying to strangle them to death. In the blink of an eye, the scars on his arms disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been injured. When he arrived at the municipal party committee compound, it was almost time to get off work at noon. He took a look and saw that Lin Mingren's car was still parked downstairs. Knowing that he had not left yet, he parked the car and went into the office building. In fact, it is not a bad thing to unite with Ishi Demon Lord. Once Ishi Demon Lord becomes the emperor of Yinyu dynasty, he will definitely be able to bring a lot of help, and may be of great use in the future. For a moment, Xiao 1111 even felt that everything that happened just now had never happened. It was as if it was just a dream. Yin Yun frowned slightly and stared at the front. Wei Luo couldn't help but look over, but he saw human heads being beaten. What was unusual? The road to becoming an actor is extremely difficult, and the road to becoming a top actor is even more difficult. If someone could accompany you along the way, encourage you, and give you confidence, everything would be completely different. When Colleen heard the robot's request, she looked down. Those huge steel guys all looked up at her, a large black mass. No, not only the robots, but the dwarfs in Donya Plain who were not driving robots also cast their eyes on Colleen. Grandma, what do you mean? Yin Yuchi was a little confused, so she asked her to clarify. But in her heart, she had already vaguely guessed that her marriage with Weiser might have changed again, right? One was the daughter of Marquis Bo, Princess Bo Yuan, and the other was Zhuger Bushun, the grandson of Prime Minister Zhuger. As usual, they took turns visiting the Hur clan every few days, each with different requests. Oh. Okay. A wealthy family is not bad either. Liu Shexing responded with a slight disappointment, but then he grinned. When Caillou heard this, his eyes lit up, a smile appeared on his clumsy face, and he said, okay. At this moment, the flower god was not around, so naturally he could not stop Caillou. Jacqueline and her group had planned to leave the increasingly dangerous city of Ahhhhh, but the sudden appearance of the blood-red barrier prevented them from escaping. 33 Chapter 33. Okay, let's not talk about those things that we have no say over. Let's continue with what we were saying just now. Now, tell me how many boats you can drive. This way, I will have an idea of what to do. Wei Shimen asked again. But there is no if in this world, right? To say what if, is nothing but a loser. It is just psychological comfort for oneself. Kill her. The horrible creature from the Fog City Mountain spoke, with the power of thunder brewing in its purple eyes. Suddenly, a purple light shot out from it, twisted in the air, let out a huge roar, and turned into a ferocious giant beast. Recently, it seemed as if there was a rope stringing these two people together. Wherever Guadalu was, Yang Qi would be there. In fact, everyone knows that there really is something that can fly, but Mr. Yu just doesn't want to publicize it like that, so this is the only way. Are you planning to use these undead creatures to form your own power? Yao Rao suddenly understood and asked. Ran Lian nodded to indicate that she could do it. She also wanted to see what Li Xiu was like now. It had been a year since she last paid attention to the situation of Li Xiu's family. When he looked at Guadalu, his eyes were full of tenderness, but when he turned around, his gaze immediately turned cold, and his face immediately turned cold as well. Stop talking nonsense. I want to ask you now, how many people have come to Tuchenstar from your army? Do you have any other plans? Du Qinjie suddenly suppressed them with his momentum. At this moment, Chen Xiulan suddenly stopped and turned to look at me. This scared me because I didn't go upstairs. I was at the staircase from the 7th floor to the top of the building. When I saw him notice me, I immediately ran down from the upstairs. Xiao knew what he was thinking without any guessing. The time was not right yet. She just wanted him to know how much she cared about him. This love needed time to test. Xiao had guessed his move long ago, so she floated forward, raised her leg and kicked directly at Mr. Park's hand holding the gun. With a crisp click sound, Mr. Park let out a wail, and his wrist bone had been broken by Ziyao's kick. Because Liu Buyan's ideal is to become a true great doctor like Zhang Lihar, who has first-class medical skills and morals, rather than a vassal of a powerful force. In fact, if he was a man with stronger self-esteem, perhaps he would not beg himself so humbly. If this is true, Luo Enjie knew her background and identity but pretended not to know, and put on such an exaggerated performance in front of her, then why did he do that? Unlike pandas, the golden swallowtail butterfly has no staff or space to take care of it. In addition, the zoo does not dare to take care of such a national treasure that could fly away and disappear at any time. Baby also wanted to go in, but was stopped by Lu Morshu. She raised her head and looked at him with a questioning expression. Come on, after things here are over, I'll go back to the wild wolf team. Li Mengmeng didn't mind. The prince had previously thought that even though he almost beat Li Moying to death when he was young, Li Moying was a loser who would have to rely on him, his royal brother, to survive in the future, so it was naturally impossible for him to settle accounts with him. Officer Zhu shrugged, smiled and nodded, and the two left. Ziao had a lot of questions she wanted to ask him, but she didn't know how to start. The sense of familiarity became stronger and stronger. Could it be that his soul was an acquaintance she had experienced in a certain world? The male police officer at the front desk who had not been seen just now probably heard the noise and appeared out of nowhere and asked questions inside. The person who pulled her was Yang Kai, because the stronghold they were guarding had been breached by zombies. Generally speaking, it is difficult for the Supreme Being to subdue the innate divine weapon. He can only use the restoration of divine essence as a reward and sign a contract with the artifact. No matter it is the original clan or these branches, he can become the clan leader of this branch without any real ambition. No one would believe it if he said it, which is why Han Feng dared to say this. When Jiang Xueqing saw that he was angry at her again, she was stunned and felt extremely aggrieved. You really know how to have fun. The smile on Han Feng's face was extremely cold, like a bloodthirsty hungry wolf, making people shiver unconsciously. It took a few minutes to finally get rid of Yang Bingling's spring poison. Wang Yadong breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a long time since he had endured such a tormenting test. The dishes here are roughly the same as those in the secular world, except that they have some spiritual flavor and are quite delicious. Har har, of course I understand, otherwise I wouldn't be able to speak calmly. Wang Yadong said with a smile. At this time, there was a loud thunder in the sky, and the red calamity clouds turned into colorful ones. The shadow of the sky became more solid under the shining light. Kui Yu is going to the film and television city today, which is Jinlan City. He plans to meet Zhao Chifang there and give him something. Qin Li said, yes. I am greedy and stubborn, so this makes fate think it can still win, otherwise, it would have run away long ago, and would not dare to continue to destroy the world in front of me. After the school leaders on the stage finished their speeches, it would be his turn to speak next. He was not nervous, but just excited. There is an endless supply of Hunyuan Qi inside the heavenly sword. Each Hunyuan Qi is the strongest energy that transcends the energy of time and space, the primordial Qi, and all other energies. Yi Haining looked back and saw that it was really Lan Ku sitting on the other side, holding up his wine glass and looking at her with a proud smile. One was greedy for wine, the other was to relieve his sorrow, and the two men started drinking. After 3 rounds of drinking, He Liyuan's nagging disease broke out again. 30 for Chapter 34. As a half-human, half-demon warrior, Roanna had no rest days in the past. All her time was spent in the process of killing demons, heading to the next location, and continuing to kill demons. The organization located in Stav was also blatantly violating the labor law. After returning home and having dinner, Bai Rushua ran to Ruoxin's room as usual, snuggled up on her bed, and described to her what she had seen and heard during this trip to the city. Just over 6 years had passed, but she had already forgotten what her master looked like. Now, in her mind, her master was just a blurry face, without any features or emotions. After saying this, Haiming Yulong didn't say anything else, but it was enough to make people realize that he would not take the initiative to help Qingyang Palace fight against the orcs. There was an inopportune knock on the door. Yang Xiaoxiao pulled herself together, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Outside the door, Xu Yi waved the lunchbox in his hand at her, and Yang Xiaoxiao looked at him in surprise. Guan Jingtian opened his mouth, but suddenly became speechless when he saw Ruoxin's distant and polite attitude. He stared at her closely with an unsightly expression. Finally she stopped crying. Jin Guangyan looked at her red eyes and felt a little amused. She was the one who wanted to drive him away, so why did she burst into tears after he left? Jin Guangyan was somewhat relieved that he had never wanted to leave. What nonsense are you talking about? How can ice grow? Weiss was so angry that she turned around angrily, but after turning around, she could not take her eyes away. The wall of fire was burning fiercely, and the hand behind the trident seemed to sense something and did not continue to stab inside. For some reason, she has been a little dazed lately, and she knows that her time may not last long, so she is worried about Xiaohua's future in the Xie family, and wants to place more talented people around her. Su Jinglin must know who they I am talking about are. Since we got together until now, we talked about this issue at the beginning, but never mentioned it again afterwards. We both avoided this issue at the same time. Things have come to this point, Lin Wu can't afford to back down. Even if he doesn't have the heart to do so, he has to continue the cruel deception. Just when Qinyi felt that death had come, she suddenly felt a gentle big hand holding her. In that 1,000th of a second, she opened her eyes and looked at Lin Wu in disbelief. Seeing someone blocking the way, Xingxing slowed down. Mu Xia picked her up and Yuan walked around them. When walking around, she looked carefully and found that some of the people were Yang Sai's bodyguards and one was his agent. This battle was just a warm-up. When both sides called off the battle, Han Weiwan discovered that not many people on their side died, only some were wounded. Most of those lying on the ground were from Sichu Jin's side. In this matter, he could actually take the fair way, but he couldn't wait that long. Anyone who dared to hurt Qin Li would have to pay the price in the shortest possible time. You just think about eating. My existence is to serve you food and drink, right? There is sauerkraut in the refrigerator. You can steam the rice yourself. I'm tired. Shenqing threw down the cup in his hand and went back to the room. The only one without a weapon here was Xiao Qianbing, but he took off his black robe, rolled it into a soft stick, and used this thing to deal with the water bugs. That is a golden rose that is unique in time. There are only a dozen of them in the world. It is not something that can be bought just by having money. Sister, I also want to help him, but you know I don't even have a job now. Jing Yunshan understood her sister's intention a little bit, but she didn't guess deeper. She just simply thought that Jing Shishua hoped that she could help Xie Luo solve the current urgent problem. Zhuang Momo's grandfather has only one son, Zhuang Momo's father. The responsibility of having a boy to inherit the family's martial arts naturally falls on Zhuang's father's shoulders. Xian Yuan was indeed the number one in the world of cultivation, but as a sword cultivator, his cold and tough style of doing things caused the entire world of cultivation to tremble in fear under his sword during the years when he dominated the world. Really? Why don't I think I'm as pretty as my mother? Looking at the photo of his mother, Quan Nanjai touched his face, looking a little cute and funny. Someone suddenly shouted excitedly, attracting everyone's attention. They ran over in a hurry, only to see Sun Quan running away frantically with a golden helmet on his head. After the show, Asteria politely exchanged a few words with the host, who was still very gentle. However, as soon as the camera was turned off, the host's face suddenly darkened. He looked at her with dissatisfaction and turned away. Ning Xiuchen is like an elegant white flower blooming in the black mud, untainted by dust. Even though the world is full of malice, I remain unmoved, proudly isolated from the world, and have never been tainted by the surging malice in the world, stained with black, and fallen into the path of evil. Suddenly, Best's cell phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Xiao Yao. His expression suddenly became excited. Most of the officers and soldiers in the left guard knew Ma Chao. After all, the two sides had been at loggerheads in the past few months, and Ma Chao almost broke through their camps several times. When the Interstellar Alliance announced that the second round of the Interstellar Tournament would end early, it immediately caused a sensation in the interstellar world. Ji Qing has already seen the hope he wanted to see. There is no time to waste and he must start planning. He put down his hand and looked at the person who came with a tired expression. When he saw Cai Jingyu following behind Yi Huiyan, he was stunned with obvious vigilance in his eyes. And what He Meyer had just done was just playing around with Zhang Zhao, so the murderous intent must have come from the joke just now, so she shouted without thinking to save He Meyer. He Meyer and Zhang Zhao were stunned, and He Meyer subconsciously handed the xiao in her hand to Zhang Ruowan. Under the moonlight, Song Yang thought that her face must be extremely hideous, because in Minute Jia's eyes, Song Yang easily saw it and was disappointed. Okay, let me see how far you've come. You came to me to practice for the Chunin exam. Jiraiya straightened his clothes and changed his usual joking state, carefully examining the two people in front of him. 35 Chapter 35. After Fan Wubing returned to Shanghai, he went back to his dormitory without notifying anyone, slept well for a day, and then appeared on campus. Of course, this horrifying scene obviously would not occur. In fact, Nostradamus was probably a delusional patient. No matter which war it is, Lu Chenyu will not forget to bring Phoenix with him, not only because her strength is second only to his, but more importantly, Phoenix is a rare general. Compared with the Bone General who is a few levels lower, Phoenix has long become the second most respected figure in Chenyu continent besides Lu Chenyu. Kim Ji-yu has no room for resistance. China needs some people to disrupt Japan's rule over Korea. If the Independence Party does not have this awareness, then it can find another partner. At this historical stage, only the Chinese will support North Korea. Xia Yang looked at the three people, all of whom were his close confidants. At this point, he no longer concealed anything and told them about his bizarre time travel and the affairs of the immortal family. The three of them listened with their eyes fixed on him, their minds wandering. If Lu Chenyu's words were put to other companies or ordinary people, they would not be so shocking. The great thing is that you are very rich. For ordinary people, it has no impact. But Lu Chenyu's words in this occasion have different meaning. There is a video of bullets attacking armor, but a layer of light blue film appears on the surface of the armor. The bullets hit the film and are bounced off, falling on the ground nearby. They cannot cause any damage to the armor, and it is impossible to even touch it. The fire line was like a huge, savage fire dragon, stretching across the stone bridge. Thick black smoke swirled in the wind and spread to the southeast. Even at this freezing cold day, and separated by a stone bridge, they could still feel the heat from the fire. Of course, the most important thing for Powerlong Company now is not the growth of fixed assets or the development of film production, but the development of reputation and brand. TSK, no matter where you were when I was fighting 1 against 2, I never told you that you stole my kill. Yi Qian said with a curl of his lips. Li Qianzhao did not refuse or apologize, but moved over and sat down. When he turned back, he saw a young man tied up in a mess on a chair. He looked like a dumpling, which was very funny. As the advantage in headcount widened, the duo of Wang Xiongxin and Wang Jiqiang immediately took control of the entire rhythm on the field. They began to work together to frantically sweep the enemy's jungle, suppressing the enemy under the tower and making it difficult for them to develop. With the formation of heaven and earth, the white chaos and the black chaos disappeared directly, but two creatures were born with the sky. One was the white ancestor who possessed the will of white chaos, and the other was the black ancestor who possessed the will of black chaos. Jiyu Xingfeng is the breakthrough point for Prince Nantian. The old man of Jiyu Shu should have woken up, and it is time to ask him some questions. If Jiyu Xingfeng wants to sneak into Prince Nantian's mansion to poison, the old man of Jiyu Shu is also an indispensable link. Kuimilang called out for a long time, but no one took any action. They all stared at him eagerly. Who was he waiting for to get something for him? Roar! Bai Mao roared twice with some dissatisfaction, and then got down from Wang Zun's arm. Ling Feng didn't believe it, and immediately used his spiritual power to prop up a protective shield, but the rain seemed to be able to penetrate every hole and still fell in. Master Wang, we have some matters to deal with internally right now, so it is not convenient for outsiders to enter. Please forgive me, Li Xiangji said with a stiff face. At this moment, she knew that the man in front of her would be her only support. As long as he was there, her world would be bright from then on, and all the darkness would become history. As long as he was there would be no more grievances in this life. Bian Weifeng felt like Tang Hao was mocking him, but he couldn't say anything because he was not the leader who made the final decision. The higher-ups did not agree to arrest him in advance and did not approve of Tang Hao's guess that Boss Jing was the one in charge. No matter how he tried to persuade them, it was useless. Facts proved that Tang Hao's guess was correct and they should have arrested him in advance. The child paid no attention to her and continued to cry. However, the maids standing behind Yu Zi hid their faces with their sleeves and tried not to laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff of Poly Auction House came in with their people. After the people came in, Tang Hao and Jin Yuxian were stunned. Not to mention them, Qin Bing and Fatih Mar were also stunned. Dice and Boa played by players who place bets with the dealer. Before each bet, the dealer first puts 3 dice in a covered container and shakes them. When all players have placed their bets, the dealer opens the container and pays out the prizes. Now he still remembers seeing Xingqian appear in front of him in a miserable state and telling him the news of Yushin Sek's disastrous defeat. Wait a moment, I'll go in and get some medicine. Dr. Wang packed up the used cotton swabs and went to the pharmacy. Yu Yang didn't know that she had planned so much. He said casually, "Eat it yourself," and walked out. A 1-month-old child was looking at his mother with his bright eyes. The child's eyes were a pale glassy color, and he looked at people with a hint of coldness. Although the comments immediately exploded and started cursing upon hearing such remarks, the audience at the scene remained silent. When the master was alive, no title was conferred upon him. Now, he is posthumously conferred the title of Marquis of Dingen and buried with the ceremony of the Three Dukes. Ran Minute ordered. During the Three Kingdoms period, Liu Biyu, the bravest general who was able to fight 3 heroes alone, was defeated in Xiapai and became a prisoner of the tyrant Cao Cao. What is this? Ling Feifei looked at the water tank in the center of the room. It was filled with extremely clear water, but she didn't see anything inside. She was just about to touch it. 36 Chapter 36. It is the beginning of autumn now. The summer heat is gradually subsiding. It is cool in the morning and evening, but it is as hot as a steamer at noon. Except for Yang Liban, these 10 painters all worked for Li Shimin. Strictly speaking, Yang Liban also worked for Li Shimin. Space Ring, this is not a magic weapon that ordinary people can afford. You even have a Qinquan bag on you. The sword spirit looked Chen Wei up and down. The consequence of this was that he was forced to do a lot of push-ups and sit-ups under the supervision of Jiang Mingxi. Didn't she go to the encounter bar to look for Su Xiaoyu? Then she met the local tyrant, and then she picked up the glass to boost her courage, and she couldn't remember what happened next. He remembered Vodka saying that all members had the right to use their weapon codes inside, but consumables like bombs would be gone once used. After seeing those bottles and jars, Qin Zhu smiled. It turned out that these so-called tricks were just some extraction experiments, which he conducted in order to find the elixir of life. Under the moonlight, Aunt Li looked at her pair of gentle eyes and didn't know what to say for a moment. You're just a 1,000-year-old vixen. How can you compare with me? Yu Li Qingtan said sarcastically. The protagonists of the story are Edward and his younger brother Alphonse. When they were young, the brothers missed their dead mother very much. In order to bring their mother back to life, they used the forbidden technique of human transmutation. These 2 men plus Lu Hao, the 3 young masters, spend their days in debauchery and drinking, and have a large number of young followers in Lianjie City. They are arrogant and do whatever they want, acting as domineering as Tai Sui, and are known as the Tai Sui Gang. Walter looked alert. What are you doing? Don't mess around. Have you forgotten the fear of being dominated by me? Don't look at me as just a wisp of mental power, but it is enough to deal with you. It was obvious that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and even the copper hammer with the thickest lines could feel it. At this time, their husband was already exhausted, but the human soldiers around him were frightened by his ferocity and stopped moving forward. Their husband sighed, knowing that it was impossible to do anything, and let go. The human general lay on the ground and stared at the family of 3 in front of him. Afan, what did you do? My strength seems to have increased a lot. Yi Yangran knew her situation well. It was not until the evening that the departing Divine Realm dragons appeared again on the horizon. Although they were all injured, their faces were filled with irrepressible joy. From his words before he left, it could be felt that he did not take Mu Changming, who was at the peak of the 6th level of the Spirit Saint realm, seriously. Now, we are planning to hand over the management of the building to her. After all, she graduated from a prestigious business school. The combination of dominance and weakness is wonderful, making Su Jin exude a peculiar charm. Moreover, examinees who do not have enough wooden cards or no wooden cards can easily form a large group. Yi Qinxing walked to Mi Duanshan with an expressionless face, reached out to take off his original watch, handed it to Mi Duanshan, then walked to the side, leaned against the wall, and waited quietly. You and I are destined to be together, and you are my savior. Didn't I tell you to call me Grandpa G? You are still so formal, calling me sir and thanking me. Don't you want to recognize me as your grandfather? Mr. G pretended to be angry. She suddenly thought, why should she hide under the quilt? Anyway, she is pregnant now, and he can't do anything to her. Is she guilty? Hanxiao, who was in the car, couldn't help but raise the corners of his thin mouth when he heard Jiang Fanxing's fierce voice. The original group of people who designated this plan said in the records, only humans who know how to use power can evolve, and the symbol of that is the light generated by the MSV core. Even in the eyes of men, this is a man they can never surpass. Even if they can barely match him in power, they are still far behind in momentum. But no one dared to act rashly. After all, the strength Wang Fan had shown before was too strong, and no one wanted to fall out until the last moment. But unexpectedly, the three-legged golden toad seemed to be unable to wait, and simply stretched out its tongue and swallowed the flaming lion into its stomach. Thanks to your help, I've been feeling much better recently. Kang Yuan showed a grateful look. He was not a fool, so when he thought of why he felt better than before, Liuhuo was the first person he thought of. My eyelids were twitching as well, and I couldn't help but step forward and stare at the golden bones. Cold sweat was dripping down my body, and my body was shaking almost uncontrollably. Wusong naturally heard that she was going to say, "I never thought I'd be so miserable." But she changed her words in the end. Pan Jinyan wanted to ask for some water to wash her face, but after hearing Wusong's anxious tone, she didn't dare to speak. In less than a minute, a steady stream of people from various sects who wanted to take advantage of the situation followed and chased after them. Secretly instigated by someone with ulterior motives, they were blinded by greed, trembling all over, with red eyes, and screaming as they rushed up the grass hill. Chen Zui imagined himself as a plant and his hand as a leaf. He did not need to speak or look, but only a simple touch to communicate with the plant. What is surprising is that Zhu Shao's strength is amazing. Apparently no one in the current Malay group can be his opponent. His true identity is still unknown. How should we get along with such a guy in the future? Because according to the current situation, although they do not have a third-grade beast pill, according to the conversion results, they are indeed ranked in the top 3. When the old lady turned around to close the door, she saw Chen Zui, who was exhausted like a dog, and a disgusted expression suddenly appeared on her wrinkled face. The old lady fanned the air from her nose with her hand, glanced at Chen Zui with disdain as if she were looking at a fly, then turned around and walked away arrogantly. Conditions? What conditions? As long as you let me out, I will agree to not only one condition, but even 100 conditions. The golden dragon carp vowed solemnly. Compared with freedom, what are mere conditions? At that moment, I understood one thing. Sometimes, love does not need to exist. Marriage cannot be confused with love. But I also cannot say that I am not happy. 37 Chapter 37. Just as Mo Xing was about to come out, someone clamped her hands. She wanted to resist, but found that the force was so great that she couldn't move. Duan Mo had already placed the 9 revolutions golden pill in her hand, cut her finger and took a drop of blood. Xinlu frowned slightly. There was such a dangerous thing hidden next to his cave. Murong Fu sat alone in the main seat, while Murong Feng, a group of elders, and important figures sat below, holding a family meeting. However, he had a secret battle with the Witch Corp's ancestor at that time, and was seriously injured by the Witch Corp's ancestor within 100 moves. The old man shook his head, turned around, took out the formation disc, circled above their house, and flew towards the woods, continuing to look for Ling Huyun. If it weren't for Yu Leisure's reminder, she might not have thought of this relationship. This is the soul of the army. The leader's every move is related to the reputation of the entire army. Now the soul of the army is crumbling, and how many people have dug traps and are waiting for Bo Ming to fall into the pit? Each of the 11 bloody corpses had a hole in the chest, and their beating hearts were missing. It is said that the Qingyun mountain here is a space left over from ancient times. It has just been closed. Aaron had never thought about this problem seriously before, but now the more he thought about it, the more he felt a tingling sensation in his spine. Seeing that Bai Feifei was on the verge of exploding, he didn't dare tease her anymore and simply told her about what happened in Yucheng. Cuckoo was standing by and saw that Lin Ling was not there, so he said, Your Highness's injury has been taken care of by Dr. Huang Zhudao, and it has already healed. If Your Highness had not been eager to ride a horse, the old injury would not have been aggravated. The major had just finished speaking when the rockery suddenly moved, and the messy table of the Xiongqing Special Forces was immediately exposed to everyone. If Tang Luo was awake and opened his third eye, he would have been shocked, because with Heng Heng's breathing, traces of light invisible to the naked eye continuously poured into his mouth and were swallowed by him. Could it be that we, the E people, are born this smart and figured it out on our own? The better Xiongcheng performed, the more Vladimir blamed himself for missing out on a golden opportunity for unification. You played cowardly at the critical moment, but now you're quite talkative. I get angry when I see you like this. White Wolf finally created a good opportunity, but it was wasted by the mountain cat. He felt like beating him up at any time. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Luo's physical strength was finally exhausted, but his madness did not diminish. At the critical moment, the 9-ring star vortex evil vibrated and released a special wave, which woke Chen Lingyu up instantly. After leaving the bar, Yunxian went straight to the front of the silver-gray sports car. He was going to put Yunyu down, but Yunyu had no intention of getting down. Her delicate body collapsed limply in his arms, not moving at all. Sure enough, Han Ruobing didn't react at all, as if their hundreds of millions Shui Zhang mentioned were just a few dollars. The advantage of this is that before, you had to finish solid food and read the newspaper while drinking milk and coffee, but now, you can use the tablet with one hand. The initial report clearly stated, the existence time of Tiger is limited. Because of ignoring this report, Nakamura almost made a misjudgment. Lina had a relatively good understanding of Tiger because of her relationship with Daiko. As long as it is good for her, Su Hao will always do it foolishly, no matter what the cost. Of course, their case is another matter. Both parties have things that the other party likes. This is an exchange, and they are afraid of making a loss. So they are hesitant and quite entangled. For fear of being at a disadvantage, they oppose the proposal of taking another step to test the waters. The sunset was so beautiful that it was beyond words. Su Hao stood there under the sunset, looking at the figure not far away lovingly with a slight smile on his face. Behind him was an ocean with no end in sight, and under his feet were a series of footprints. Your Highness, there's no movement. The sedan bearer was already dizzy from exhaustion, so his reaction to what he sensed was naturally a little slow. When all the ministers heard what Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen, said, they all congratulated him. Then the news was compiled and circulated, and officials from prefectures and counties all over the country submitted memorials to express their congratulations. Du Qinjie was secretly shocked, and hurriedly signaled Dornison not to waste the god-killing bullet, and rushed forward with his fist. No one knew how big and deep this magma was. The flame tyrant was hiding in the magma, which meant that he had an endless supply of energy. Whether or not the flame giant outside was killed, it would not have a big impact on the flame tyrant. Not only that, there are expensive accessories placed in the middle. Under the lighting in the house, they reflect various colorful beams of light, which further demonstrates the status and taste of the owner of this house. Will they accept me? Zhu Sha looked confused. He suddenly remembered the instructions given by the winding dragon and snake in the altar before, and he couldn't help but feel moved. Moreover, she saw that the jade bracelet left by her father-in-law was worn on Anmu's wrist. His lips were getting drier and his throat was burning like fire. He urgently needed water to extinguish the fire. When his lips were about to crack, a warm and moist fragrance moisturized him at the right time, just like nectar after a long rain. The sweet sake as honey was delivered to his body smoothly and gently. 38 Chapter 38. But since a family member was murdered, as a big family, they naturally had to take action. On the day Zhonglu's body was brought back, Zhang Jiabao made a decision to send out a large number of family members to search for the man named Song Shi. After seeing Zhu Sha, the white-haired old man who was leading the group bent down slightly and looked at Zhu Sha with his cloudy eyes for a while. Then, the already deformed iron door bolt broke instantly and flew away, hitting a sealed box containing a poison gas bomb, making a vibrating sound like a heavy hammer hitting something. Yang Guozhu was a general in his lifetime and a minister in his death. Although he once joined Li Ji in a military remonstration because of the treacherous officials in power in the court, Yang Guozhu was definitely a loyal minister of the Ming dynasty. To be precise, this idea was not abrupt. As for Jiyu Kaiji's concerns about opposition from all parties, it should not be obvious in Kuaiji County. After all, at that time in Kuaiji County, most of the people believed in evolutionism, and there was even a statue of Wang Ningji in the center of the square in every village. This made him laugh and cry. As he was cruising, it was obvious that he was undecided. After thinking for a while, Shen Chen looked at his son Shen Wan with a questioning look. The housekeeper's second uncle came from his first wife Shu's family and was loyal to the Shu family. However, when Huarkafang was facing debt collection this time, he gave up his first wife Shu. Hong Chengqiu had stayed in Tianjin for so many years that it was impossible for him not to be unaware of the harm of the imperial examination system and the tremendous vitality of a society with public morality. The mountain cat opened his eyes wide, wanting to see clearly the power of the shotgun and whether it could kill the enemy. "Brother Suyan, don't eat it, she feeds that to their mice," Wei Xiao quickly reminded Suyan. Dongfang Shu subconsciously wanted to touch the gun, but he pulled his hand back immediately and yelled to the team members around him, issuing an order. Chinese divine nature includes immortality and peerless beauty, both of which are basically useless in the current situation. How ridiculous! Xia Bing saw the backs of her uncle and aunt, crossed her arms, snorted angrily, and her chest heaved violently with anger. Seeing that this young man from the Phoenix clan was difficult to deal with, he decided to use his own spiritual sense to imprison the young man in an instant without anyone noticing, just like he did with Xi Mingqian and the others. A few hours later, Long Hao, Sun Wudao, Ying Yu and Tang Xianyun arrived here. Over there, the metal floor cracked, and earth spikes rushed out with a bang, then shattered with a loud bang in the next second. As the fragments flew everywhere, Xie Yi's figure pounced directly in front of their god, grabbed his head with a big hand, and cut off his head with a swish. Moni thought that the emperor of the Qi dynasty would definitely dig up these willow trees. After all, they were a symbol of the fortune of the Chu dynasty. At this point, Fang Qianmiao and other generals felt a sense of relief, but their pale faces revealed their inner throbbing. The great hero snorted coldly and sneered, obviously thinking that Zhao Baoyu only lasted a few minutes in there before encountering a crisis and was rescued by Meng Chen. Because the man called himself the Monkey King Sun Wukong, behaved violently and erratically, and his thinking logic was completely out of touch with human society, the police took his potential social harm into consideration and sent him to Songshan Hospital. Zhao Feng plans to achieve his goal step by investing in the film and television industry and taking shortcuts. "I wonder if Lord Fuxi can teach me the power to control space?" Zhang Fan asked. "Hey, why don't some people learn their lessons? They really deserve a slap in the face." At this time, a leisurely voice sighed. Fei Sui gave the order. She had already learned from Master Yu that the friend of the king's uncle was also a greedy drinker and a womanizer. This is true. At the end of his life, he passed on the demon-suppressing stone and his own mental power to me, Zhang Fan said, and tried hard to open his space ring, and then took out the shiny demon-suppressing stone, and then opened his spiritual consciousness and released his mental power. Of course, the purpose of this disciple competition is to let everyone see Fang Chen's true strength. Ran Yinduan was holding a bunch of things in her arms. The clerk saw it and walked up to her with a bright smile. After hearing what Fire Cloud Evil God said, the immortal cultivators around him also showed some longing on their faces. If this was the case, then there were still no immortals in this world. In this case, they might not have to die. Not to mention whether he could pass Zhu Lei's level, he couldn't even pass Fang Chen's level. Why were there such a treasure bag and such a note in the purse Liu Mo gave her? "Hey, Jianglin, what's wrong with you? Why are you bleeding from your nose?" Go Waz looked up and saw two red things coming out of Dao Lianglin's nose. He was shocked and asked, "As long as you can take me to Moscow, I will take all your seafood," Yi Chenfeng said. Under the terrifying Chilin's giant fist, their weapon composed of 9 golden scimitars actually exploded into nothingness in an instant like broken ceramics. I whispered a few words to Chonyang, saying that everyone was tired and should go back and rest for a while. How could the wooden window withstand such heavy pressure? It immediately broke apart with a crackling sound, drowning Yi Qian, who was thrown out of the window. Because Jinming was always holding Ji's other hand, he was always dragged by Jinming. At this time, there was another explosion like thunder in the distance. People couldn't help but stop and look at the direction of the explosion in surprise. At this time, he had half a bag of pineapple buns on his legs, and he was holding a pineapple bun and eating it slowly and methodically. In just 5 minutes, they had no idea how far they had gone, but it felt like a longer time than a century. Sure enough, before Conan finished his words, the lights above his head slowly began to go out, and the hole suddenly became dark. 39 Chapter 39. Shenxi understood what this meant. Hearing this, she glanced at her and said in a light tone, "If you don't want to be a disciple of Qinqiu sect, go to the elders to cancel your skills, and then leave." "No. I'm willing to be one." Du Xiaoyan was so happy that she almost cried. She wiped her tears and was about to run out. This piece of news was like a violent storm in the circle of the four young masters of Los Angeles, instantly sweeping everyone's eyes. Liu Bu pushed the bag over and said sternly, "The people have been beaten to death, what else can we do?" When Li Su saw that he did not take it, he became furious and threw the bag to the ground with one hand. The round 5 Ju coins rolled out from the loosened bag. "Don't be afraid, don't be anxious, we will go find him now." Han Junyu Lian Sui called a nurse and asked her to look after Lang Lang, and prepared to go out with Pei Xiyin to look for someone. The spears and swords collided, sparks flew. Pang Tong wanted to use the 7-star sword to cut his iron spear, but Ma Chao's attack was so swift that there was no floor. As Pang Tong retreated step by step, the spears he saw were like pear blossoms falling, and he was dazzled. He instinctively blocked with the sword in his hand. Ash received a big move, but Vayne dodged it easily with AQ skill. Graves went straight into the tower to kill, but he didn't expect that Lee Sin was behind him. Lee Sin QED Graves, touched the ward behind, and kicked Ash back. Ash was in mid-air, Karma chained Ash, and Vayne wanted to go forward to deal damage. "Dad, Mom." Hu Jinglei looked at Long Shuiyao unhappily, then turned his gaze indifferently to his parents. If it weren't for Lin Qinya's permission, Li Feiyang would never dare to disclose Lin Qinya's affairs. Lu Su had no choice but to say, "I will obey your orders." Although others wanted to dissuade him, they all knew that Pang Tong would not rashly go back on his decision. And he must have been fully prepared, otherwise how could he dare to set out with Jian Wei? However, Pei Xianliang refused to say anything on the phone just now, and only said that he was going to divorce Pei Yiling. If she stood up for Mir, Luo Shunchen would definitely ask her to solve Mir's marriage problem. She was not that stupid. Ruorshi curled her lips slightly. "Your Highness is Ruorshi's savior. No matter how great the gift is, Your Highness deserves it." She said this to tell Wei Cheng that she was not a person who forgot her roots, even though the deal between them was actually so ridiculous and pathetic. Seeing this scene, Dula shook his head helplessly. "With so many guests and such a bustle, I was afraid there would be no private rooms." Dula didn't need a seat and went directly to the front desk to ask. "Okay, let's not think about this anymore. You should go back quickly. After what happened with the drugs last time, we have to be careful." Chen Mingyuan shook his head. He didn't understand what was going on. He just told Yin Xue to be careful and not let anything happen again. Zhu Bancheng took the call with some surprise, because he and Dinyan Chunlin could not be considered friends. They had only played golf together a few times. After thinking about it, he couldn't imagine what he could be calling him about. After about a cup of tea, the noise outside gradually died down. As the Buddha statue walked out of the temple gate, the temple, which was noisy just now, suddenly became quiet, and the sound of birds singing could be clearly heard. "Do you think I will believe what you say?" Duan Muhao picked up the fruit knife and casually cut the apple on the table. "No need," Luo Qingrong tried to make herself look more relaxed. "I just didn't sleep well last night. Sister, can I borrow your room to rest for a while?" She just wanted to get away from here as far away as possible. Ji Ruyan looked at the things on her desk, and found it was a blueprint. She looked at the blueprint and found it was the fortress of Danren Fort, except that Shuer had made some changes there. Ji Ruyan and Luo Shunchen had been in seclusion for 8 days, during which they had stabilized their realm. In the remaining day, Ji Ruyan picked some fruits and made juice to drink. Having said that, Xikong Jiaxing turned around and walked out of the house. He opened the door and walked out of the house, only to hear the soldiers outside respectfully calling him general. Zhang Jingjing looked up at the boy. Don't boys of this age think that this is what they should do? However, Guadalu studied those words over and over again, but still couldn't figure out the meaning implied in them. He didn't know what Barji wanted to express. The guarding corpses that were awakened from their slumber went through a short period of chaos, and the instructions that were originally imprinted deep in their memories gradually began to take effect. Having said that, the demon ancestor still took action immediately, pointed his finger at Guadalu, and a world fell on his head. Originally, Linjir village had about 200 acres of fish ponds, but now with the stacked ponds, the area has expanded to more than 1,000 acres, and the fish farming is intensively cultivated. An ordinary fish pond produces 20 tons, but theirs produces 50 to 60 tons, which is several times more. Munakata Riju suppressed the sweet taste in his mouth, and changed his sword's attacking style to defense. He also knew the gap between the two of them, so when he opened his mouth just now, he said, I will hold on instead of win. Xiang Yuqian was half believing and half doubting, and injected a stream of power into the evil emperor's relic. As soon as the unique internal power of the Dao heart-planting demon's great method was injected into the relic immediately lit up with a bright light. When Xiang Yuqian withdrew the internal power, the color of the relic faded a lot. 40 Chapter 40. This was what the deceased master meant when he asked Huaidi Guiyuan to help clean up the house. He didn't want his disciple to increase the power of cause and effect. Hearing the princess's affirmative answer, Master Jiang smiled. He had now learned to control his emotions so that people would not think there was anything wrong with him. Yang Qingqing squatted in front of the coffee table opposite Han Qian, frowned, poured 2 cups of tea, and whispered. I think this definition is very accurate and is also the most extensive application and definition that can produce artificial intelligence in the future. Who is Huaidi Guiyuan? How could he take away the rare treasure left by his ancestors? Song Ji yawned. After being interrupted by his senior sister, he lost interest in taking a bath. He probed his spiritual sense a little, and after making sure that his senior sister was not peeping behind the door, he slowly stood up. Yanga, come here. Don't be with those meaningless people. As if sensing Jiang Ziyan's embarrassment, Elder Gao immediately called Jiang Ziyan over. Then, she suddenly felt her whole body getting hot, as if a fire was burning in her abdomen, and her breathing became rapid. The main reason is that the movie itself is so fascinating. Once you immerse yourself in it, you will not doubt that the person in the movie is a fake Leslie Chung, and the real Leslie Chung has left this world. When Xiao Moli heard the noise, he immediately knew it was Xiao Qianai. He squatted outside and tried to coax her by the door. He then skillfully stuffed a pillow behind Ou Chen's back to prop up his body. Oh! Miss Shui suddenly felt like she had been cheated, and she was so angry that she started to smoke. Do you still remember what the man who married you in your dream looked like? Lian Yuchen was a little surprised. The more he looked at her at this time, the more his head hurt. He could no longer tell what was going on in his head. Looking at the tied-up god of wealth and Liuhuo, Charni smiled grimly. She pulled out the hairpin from her head, and then walked towards Liuhuo and god of wealth step by step. He knew that Ou Yushen's jealousy and resentment towards Ou Chen was no less than his own, but now Ou Yushen was nowhere to be seen. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with gentle tenderness, suppressing the demon in his chest that was eager to escape. The music band came to their senses, shouted loudly, and then started playing at full speed, playing the most passionate and exciting DJ song. Thinking there might be something good in Lian Shanin's bag, he picked it up and opened it immediately. If Nangong Yu appeared in front of him again, he was confident that he could kill Nangong Yu within 10 moves. When we arrived at the Chenyuan Villa district, we found that it was an unfinished villa area. Late at night, workers from several villas were still working overtime. Tower cranes were turning left and right, and several commercial concrete trucks were transporting concrete. Seeing such a bloody scene, Lin Xiaochu below covered his mouth in fear. Ou Yi was also frightened and leaned against the stone pillar, shivering. This was a very mysterious experience. In an instant, Jiangyu felt a huge sense of grief, which was a little unbearable for him. The stone pillar that was smashed by the wild bull did not break completely, but some of the stone shell broke off, revealing a piece of black rock. Greetings, General Gan Ning. Zhao Yang, who was standing aside, also followed the example of the 2 brothers and bowed to Gan Ning after seeing Gan Ning coming. She couldn't understand why Jun Lang and the others were so nervous, but seeing Ling Yui's suspicious expression, Meilu realized that Shen Yi's sleep was not as simple as she had imagined. The greatest value of the black gold demon bees is their hives, or more precisely, the blood crystals in their hives. After she separated from Jaina, she immediately found traces of the Horde army, and she had to turn her guns to deal with the threats on land instead of commanding the battle against Zuljin. Although the alliance had built some fences and deep trenches before, these simple equipment were obviously not enough to withstand the enemy's impact. Xiao Mo's eyes flashed with a sharp light, the veins on his face were exposed, and he exerted force on his lower body and quickly stood up. So even though he Junjia opposed Liu Huaidong in every way, out of respect for professional senior, Liu Huaidong finally chose to come behind him in person and try to guide him out of his own restricted thinking zone. What? Not the infamily. What was that about? Xu Maifeng wanted to refuse, but she couldn't open her mouth and could only smile and ask Xiao Jingxing to speak directly. The assistant director was extremely attentive, and Qin Yi didn't act pretentiously. He handed him the suitcase, sat next to the director, and watched the images on the screen with him. What is Senior Wuji talking about? The endless Black Lake is not far from here. The Green Emperor smiled faintly. Why? His own Huier is the eldest son of the fourth prince's family and can inherit the title in the future. The immortal tree mentioned by Zhao Qinfei, the ironwood, should also be a demon plant, perhaps with relatively strong power. But judging from the information from the other party, the door opened by the old sycamore tree, leading to the different space, was led by this ironwood. Returning to the village, he looked at his former home, where other people now lived. In the candlelight shining through the window, he seemed to see Dai Jin mending clothes with her head down under the window. The orange candlelight gave her skin a layer of honey-like color.